for her.
I'm gratified to hear it, my dear Miss Frail. It is the proper attitude to have towards someone suffering from such a deranged mind.
Frankly, I wasn't thinking of that so much as...
As your dislike for Miss Desmond, is that what you meant?
It's all wrong of me, I know. But I felt that she deserved everything she got. All that luxury and glamour, and even then she wasn't happy.
Which means that she, too, and others like her, need understanding.
I just can't agree. How can you waste a moment's sympathy on someone who's so bogus and vulgar? That dreadful perfume she uses.
It was that which enabled me to lift the threat that was terrifying her.
Whatever do you mean?
I thought I'd made it clear to you.
You know, Dr. Morell, you never tell me anything.
Oh, perhaps you weren't in the office when I explained to the others. It was the overpowering perfume Miss Desmond was wearing that gave Miss Curtis away. It was on her as she came into the office when you and I were there alone.
After Mr. Digby had dashed off to Ronnie Kavanagh.
I smelt Helen Desmond's exclusive perfume clinging to her then.
Oh, so that was what you were sniffing.
Well, how else could she have come by it, except by being in close proximity with Miss Desmond?
Oh, that was very clever of you to have spotted it. Now, if that's Miss Desmond asking you to have dinner with her tonight, I shall say that you're out. Hello? This is Dr. Morell's house. Oh, Mr. Digby. Oh, how awfully kind of you. Oh, Mr. Digby, I'd love it. Thank you so much. Yes, goodbye.
I hope that doesn't mean that you're about to leave my employ to become a film star, Miss Frail.
No, thanks. I've seen all I want of film stars. No, Mr. Digby's making me a present of some lovely perfume.
That was another adventure in a BBC series featuring Ernest Dudley's famous character, Dr. Morell, and, of course, his secretary, Miss Frail. The artists taking part were Dr. Morell, Cecil Parker, Miss Frail, Sheila Sim, Helen Desmond, Rosalind Knight, Miss Curtis, Cecile Chevreau, Ronnie Kavanagh, John Horsley, the maid, Annette Kelly, Mr. Ashton, Norman Wynne, Hal Digby, John Sharpley. This recorded program was produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
Time now for The Best in Mystery. Tonight on Masters of Mystery, an exciting melodrama titled No One Will Ever Know.
Sure, we supply bodyguards by the day, a week, or month.
It's got to be 24 hours a day. Your best man. And I want him to shoot to kill.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time, back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Saturday lineup of mystery dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different story. Our drama tonight on Masters of Mystery, presented live from New York, is written by Leonard St. Clair and is titled No One Will Ever Know. Murder is bad business under any circumstances. But when a man plots to make himself the victim, well, we promise you plenty of suspense as Masters of Mystery brings you No One Will Ever Know.
Nobody believes me. They all think it's my imagination. The sick dream of a sick mind. But I know he's out there in the night. I know he's waiting for me. Waiting for the right moment to kill me. Nobody believes it could happen, because everybody still believes I'm lucky. Lucky Sam Parnell, the man who always wins. Lucky Sam who bought that stock that jumped 10 points in 2 days. Lucky Sam who was on the long shot at yesterday's race. Lucky Sam who owns a piece of that oil well out in Texas. That's the way it was with me. Until last week. It was Monday evening. I'd just gotten home. The maid took my raincoat, and I headed for the bar to fix myself a drink.
Hello, Sam, darling. How are you?
Fine, honey. How about a martini?
I'd love one.
Good. There we are. And?
Sam, you haven't noticed.
Notice what?
My new dress.
Oh. Well, it's fine. It's, pretty fancy, isn't it?
Well, it's a cocktail dress, darling. I thought I ought to have something new for the boat. And I promise I won't cost you any more until we get to Paris.
Who's complaining? All right, honey. To the trip.
To Paris.
Good.
That's delicious. Oh, by the way, did you find the telegram?
Telegram?
Why, I left it on the bar for you.
Oh?
Yes, here it is. Practically under your nose.
Oh? I wonder who.
I called your office in case you wanted me to read the message to you, but you'd already left.
What?
Oh, what's the matter?
Nothing, dear, nothing. I'm sorry. It was a clumsy thing to do.
Oh, darling, there is something wrong. You look sick.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing the matter. Look, Catherine, can you get a rag and mop up this mess?
Why, the maid will do it, dear. Sam, what was in that telegram? Who was it from? Tell me, who was it from?
Please, honey, you're getting yourself all upset about nothing. Suppose you go tell Lottie to clear up this broken glass. I'll fix us another round of drinks. As soon as Catherine disappeared toward the kitchen, I reread the telegram. Sorry, old man, our well is a dry hole. Send 10,000 more to clean up final deaths. Signed, Harry. 10,000 more. 10,000 I didn't have. Every penny I had poured into that Texas well was borrowed money. Harry ought to know that. This was to be our big plunge. Harry and I were going to crack our first million. Now, Lucky Sam Parnell was broke. Bankrupt. After dinner, I locked myself in the study. I had to think. To work something out with pencil and paper. But it didn't work out. The stocks and bonds would have to go to pay off the loans. The mortgage would take the house. The only asset left would be my life insurance. That $50,000 policy with a double indemnity clause. Yes?
Sam, can you come to the phone? It's Jimmy. He's calling from school.
Well, tell him I'm tied up, Kathy, and give him my love.
Oh, but darling, he wants to say goodbye to you before we sail.
Well, then you can tell him we're not going to Europe.
What?
I'm turning in our tickets in the morning. Tell Jimmy the old man's got to stay and close a business deal. The biggest deal of my life. Don't argue with me, Catherine, and don't wait up for me. I'll be working most of the night. I'll see you in the morning. The biggest business deal of my life. It would be that, all right. And my last deal. I sat up most of the night trying to work it out. The idea was okay, but I was going to need help. Expert help. The next morning, I dropped by to see Max. His office is in the back of a particular drugstore on 43rd Street.
Hello, Mr. Parnell. It was a pretty good long shot running in the 8th this afternoon. As if you didn't know.
That isn't why I came by, Max.
Oh?
Max, there's a man who's in trouble. He's looking for somebody who'll do anything for a price.
Sounds like he's in big trouble.
He is. In a few days, he'll be broke.
That's big enough.
It occurred to me, Max, that you might have some friends, some connections.
No friends. Connections, maybe.
Somebody you can trust. Somebody who won't talk.
What's the job?
To kill a man.
What? Now, look, Mr. Parnell.
Max, you're doing business with the mobs all the time. You must know somebody. Now, if it's done right, there won't be any risk. And there's $5,000 in it.
Suppose we, level with each other, Mr. Parnell. Now, this, friend of yours. You, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who do you want taken care of?
Me.
You sound like you mean it.
I do. Max, I'll be completely wiped out within a month. I don't want my wife and my boy to know I'm a failure. I don't want them out in the streets. I want them to hold on to what they've got now. I'm too old to start all over again. My luck's run out, Max. Alive, I'm worth nothing, not even to myself. Dead, at least my family will get by.
Life insurance?
Yes. Double indemnity. But the company won't pay off for suicide.
So, it has to look like an accident. Hmm? Oh, Mr. Parnell.
Max, there's no other way. I'm afraid to fake it myself. I'll pay $5,000.
All right. Maybe I can get a boy for you, but... Well, with this kind of deal, you'll have to be paid in advance.
I'll bring the money this afternoon.
Okay.
Max?
Yeah.
How do you think you'll do it?
Better if you don't know, isn't it? You might get too anxious. Yeah, or maybe too helpful. Well, you'll make it so no one will ever know. Not even you.
When I left Max, I went directly to the steamship office and got a refund on our round-trip tickets to Europe. $1,400. I needed every penny I could get hold of to make the $5,000 for Max. But I got it. And that afternoon, I gave it to him in cash. All I had to do now was wait. Tuesday passed. And Wednesday. Thursday. Every morning when I left for the office, I kissed Catherine goodbye for what might be the last time. Every night when I came home to her, I dreaded the thought of leaving again in the morning. The strain began to get unbearable. Let's get this over with, Max. Let's end it before I go mad. And Friday afternoon. Hello?
Sam?
Oh, yes, dear.
Western Union just delivered another telegram to the house. Do you want me to read it to you?
Yes, will you please?
Well, wait a minute until I open it. Here's what it says. New well came in this morning. Looks like 1,000 barrels per day.
What?
Congratulations, oil baron. And it's signed Harry. Oh, Sam, how wonderful.
Yes, Catherine, how wonderful, how unbelievable.
Now we can go to Europe after all and forget everything. You'll call off that other deal that you said would keep you here, won't you, dear? Won't you? Sam, are you listening?
That other deal? No, it can't go through now. It mustn't. I've got to get to Max. I don't want to get killed.
I tell you, he's gone, Mr. Parnell.
Gone, but where? You've worked for him for years. You must know where he's gone.
I don't know. Right after the last time you were here, he came out and gave me 2 weeks' wages. And that's pleasant for you, Charles, he said. I'm going on a vacation, maybe 2 or 3 months.
Well, look, some of his friends must know where he is. Tell me where I can find them.
I never paid any mind to his friends, Mr. Parnell. The only reason I know your name is because you told me once.
It's too late. I'm too late. Max didn't tell me who was going to do it or when or where. He said no one will ever know. Not even me.
Darling, you're home early.
Catherine, how soon can you pack your bags?
Why,
I'm phoning the airline right now to see if we can get tonight's plane for London.
Oh, but that's impossible. Well, I'll need at least a week to close up the house there. The 7th...
All right, then I'm leaving tonight by myself. You can join me later.
What? But I don't want to. Sam, there's something wrong with you. Your sight is there.
That's a good comparison.
Sam, give me that phone. Now, what's happened? Sam, tell me.
So I told her. The whole story. Right from Harry's first telegram and my idea about the life insurance. Catherine's face went as white as mine. Her eyes stared at me with a dazed, unbelieving expression.
How could you have thought of such a thing? Without you, this house and your money would mean nothing.
You don't understand, Catherine. Look, pack your bags. Any hour, any minute, Max is liable to go through with his part of the deal.
Darling.
Please get started, Catherine. I'll phone the airline.
No, let me do it. You're much too upset.
All right. I'll start cleaning up my desk. Now, if the London plane is sold out, get a seat on a plane going somewhere else. Anywhere.
Hello? This is Mrs. Parnell, Dr. Meade. Please come right over. Sam is terribly sick.
Catherine, give me that phone. Are you out of your mind?
No, dear, I'm not. But I'm afraid you are.
She didn't believe me. She thought I was cracking up. I grabbed the phone and called the airline myself. The best I could do was tomorrow's plane, 14 hours away. 14 hours I had to gamble on staying alive.
Sam, Dr. Meade was called away on an emergency, but he sent Dr. Ives to see you.
I don't want to see him.
But, Sam, you must see him.
There's nothing the matter with me, I tell you. You've got to believe me, Doctor. That's why Max left town, don't you see? So he won't be connected with my death. But the guy he hired is waiting for me. It'll be any time, anywhere. I won't take a sedative. Keep away from me. Catherine, don't let him use that needle. Catherine! Catherine! Catherine?
I'm right here, Sam.
What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock. Would you like some breakfast?
Breakfast? 10 in the morning? Catherine, get my clothes, the plane.
It took off an hour ago, darling. I canceled our reservations.
You canceled our reservations?
Sam, now listen to me. You're going to be all right. Dr. Ives says this happens to a lot of men when they overwork. He says all you need is to rest and forget about business.
Dr. Ives, he knows all about everything, doesn't he? Except when I'm going to be killed. And how? And where? As soon as my wife left the room, I jumped out of bed and dressed. I slipped down the back stairs, and before Catherine and the servants spotted me, I had my car out of the garage. I drove to the nearest precinct station. As I pulled up to the curb, I couldn't help noticing a yellow coupe that passed me and parked further up the street. I thought I saw the driver stare at me, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't afford to take any chances, so I got back into the car and drove on. Besides, I'd have been a fool to go to the police. If anything did happen to me, the police would notify the insurance company and Catherine would get nothing. I drove aimlessly around town. Then I happened to look in the rearview mirror. And there he was, the man in the yellow coupe. Well, this was it. I tried to lose him in traffic. Across town and back. Still he hung on. I swung into a parking lot and jumped out. I ran into the nearest building. I had to lose him. I had to. Just as I stepped into the elevator, my eyes suddenly focused on the office directory. Ryan Detective Agency. Investigations, Property, and Personal Protection. Room 1402.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Parnell. We supply bodyguards by the day, a week, or as long as you want.
It's got to be 24 hours a day. Your best man, and I want him to shoot to kill.
Well, that all depends. If the circumstances warrant...
Mr. Ryan, somewhere outside this office, in the hallway, or in the elevator, or on the street, a man I don't even know is waiting to kill me. I waited there in the office till Ryan brought in Harrison. The man who was to be my bodyguard for the first 12-hour shift. We left the office together and picked up my car. As we drove back to the house, I watched for the yellow coupe. Yes, there it was, keeping about a half a block behind us. When we pulled into our driveway, the coupe kept on going and then turned to the next corner. I sprinted for the front door and slammed it.
Sam, is that you? Oh, darling, you gave me such a fright when you sneaked off this morning. Oh, what are you doing? What are you looking out of the window for?
I'm waiting for him to turn around and drive past again.
Oh. Sam, you can't keep on like this. You're ill, don't you realize it?
Sure. This is all my imagination. Catherine told the cook to fix dinner for one extra. Harrison will be eating with us. He's my bodyguard.
Bodyguard?
He's putting the car in the garage. He'll be along in a minute.
Well, I want you to get rid of him. There's absolutely no danger. Tell him to go.
Is that what you want? Why? Maybe you want me to be killed.
Who's that?
Perhaps my insurance looks pretty good to you after all. And all the money that'll be coming in from that oil well.
Stop it. I can't take any more. I can't.
I'm sorry, Catherine. I guess I am sick. With fear. But everything's going to be all right, honey. I've told the detective agency to track down Max. We'll get word to him that the deal is off.
Yes, dear.
Max will call off his boy and I'll be safe. Then I won't need the bodyguard. That makes sense, doesn't it?
I suppose so.
Sure it does. We'll see Europe yet, Catherine. You and I... What's that?
Why, Sam, it was only a car. Backfiring.
This is too much. Too much for any human being to stand for long. Well, how long? How long will it take to find Max? A day? 2, 3, a week? What'll happen in the meantime? We played cards all evening. Catherine, Harrison, and I. But my mind was on another game. The game for my life. $11:00. Catherine kissed me goodnight and we came up to our rooms. She's probably asleep by now. And Harrison, the bodyguard, is stationed outside my door in the big easy chair, reading from the stack of magazines. Or is he asleep, too? He mustn't be, because my life depends on him. But I've got to sleep. I must rest and sleep. I can't go on this way with no sleep. Midnight. Still sleep won't come. This maddening waiting for what? When? Perhaps if I read a while. Yes, I'll close the window, sit up and read a while. Wait a minute, that sound. It's a radio. His radio in the yellow coupe. There in front of the house, it's him out there waiting for me, waiting to kill me. He's not waiting, he's getting out of his car. Harrison, wake up, he's come for me, he's coming to the front door. Harrison! You won't get me. Not that easy, because all you'll find is Harrison sound asleep outside my door, because I'm going out this window now. Now, if I can make it to the garage without being seen. Headlights behind me. No, it can't be. But it is. He turned the corner, too.
All right, Max. I'll make your friend sweat for his $5,000. I'm going to cheat him out of it, Max, because he won't get me. Do you hear? I won't let him. I won't let him, Max. It's my life. And I'm still Lucky Sam, do you hear? I'm going to win because I'm still lucky.
I heard the crash. I ran out as quick as I could.
The ambulance is on the way, Mrs. Parnell, but I'm afraid that...
I told you. Dr. Ives told you he was a sick man. That's why I hired you, Mr. Miller, to keep him from doing something foolish. And you drove him to this.
I followed my order, ma'am. I never let him out of my sight. When I saw him go to the bedroom window from where I was parked outside in my coupe, I figured he was going to jump. That's when I rang your doorbell.
And he thought you were someone who was going... Oh, Mr. Miller, could that have been right? Could there have been someone?
Like Max? Maybe, Mrs. Parnell, but if I was a cheap bookie and your husband gave me $5,000 to kill him, I'd just take the money and float town. Why go through with a risky deal when you've already got the dough? No, it doesn't make sense. Like you said, ma'am, your husband was pretty sick. How sick? I guess nobody will ever know.
Mystery is my hobby. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For today's drama, I've selected case history number 63 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Mystery of the Burning Light. Kirk Orson, a friend of mine, had invited me on a cruise in his yacht. Among the passengers were a group of show people and their agents. We set sail in the early evening, and about 9 o'clock, something went wrong with the electric wiring system. So, without lights, we headed for a small cove where we planned to anchor until morning. Oh, hello, Bob. Come in. Hello, Kurt. Everything all right? Oh, I think so. According to my reckoning, we should be entering the cove right now. You're quite a navigator. In this fog, I'd be lost in no time. The answer to that is a good compass, a chart, and being able to recognize the sound of certain bell buoys and foghorns. I've been here a good many times before.
It's a pity the lights had to go out. Rather ruined your plans for the weekend, didn't it?
Oh, I suppose so. Still, I'm not too unhappy about it.
Oh?
I'm just as well pleased we're not going out. This gang we have aboard aren't as congenial as they might be. I guess I invited the wrong combination of people.
Yes, I've noticed a certain restraint among them.
Restraint?
Hmm?
All I've heard since we started is a series of violent outbursts of anger.
What's the answer, Kurt?
Oh, it's this Dixie Randolph business. Gavin Trift, who handles the advertising account for Mallory T, signed Dixie for the Pinky Michael show just yesterday.
Well, is that bad?
Well, I guess so. It seems that Gav had promised a job to Ellen Niles. And then at the last minute, Luke Mallory, who owns the tea company, saw a movie of Dixie and wired Gavin to sign her on.
That's tough on Ella, but if you're in show business, you have to expect that sort of thing.
Well, the only trouble is that Ellen Niles is a 100% better singer than Dixie, and everyone in the trade knows it.
Don't say. Then why did Gavin Trift hire her?
Oh, there are two answers to that. He wants to pacify Mallory. The Mallory account means a $5 million billing for Trift's agency. He'd do anything not to lose it.
I see. And what's the second reason?
Gavin hasn't got guts enough to stand by his own convictions and tell Mallory that Dixie Randolph would ruin the Pinky Michael show. Oh, well, I guess we're in far enough. I'll signal the engine room and fill the engine. Crew will take care of the rest. Let's go out and back, huh?
Right, sure.
That night air smells good, doesn't it?
Yes. Did a neat job of getting in here. I can see the outline of the shore through the fog.
Well, there goes the ankle. Yeah, we're in close. There's about 10 feet of water in low tide. We'll be safe here until morning.
Tell me, Kurt, is there any sort of town nearby?
Oh, there's a little place called Seaview about half a mile back. Why?
Seaview? Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought I might go ashore and root out an electrician to come back and look over your wiring system.
Oh, there's no need. It's just the same. The crew will attend to it as soon as it gets light.
Mm-hmm. Kurt, is that the only reason you don't want me to go ashore?
Huh? What made you say that?
I think you're more worried than you pretend. What happened this evening, Kurt, that you haven't told me about?
Well, nothing. So help me. Everything's fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, then let me ask you another question. Aren't you rather an important stockholder in the Luke Mallory Tea Company?
Yes, why? Everyone knows that. Bart, I can't understand your sudden, suspicious attitude. In fact,
I think you can, Kurt. You know, I dislike being made a goat. However,
what's that?
It sounded like a door banging. It seems to have started you considerably, Kurt. Someone's coming.
Kurt. Oh, Kurt.
Ella.
Where are you, Kurt?
Ella, over here.
Oh, Kurt.
What's wrong?
Heavens, you're here. Oh, Kurt, it's terrible.
What's terrible? Speak up, girl.
Dixie. She's dead.
What the devil you...
Went to her stateroom to borrow a cigarette. No one answered my knock, and I opened the door, and there she was, lying in her bed. A knife in her throat.
Good Lord. She was murdered?
Are you so surprised, Kurt? Ella, you'd better show me where Dixie's cabin is.
Oh, no. I just can't go back there again. I can't.
Sorry, Ella. You'll have to. Come along, Kurt.
This is Dixie's cabin.
Very well. You can go back to your own cabin now if you like, Ella. Kurt, come inside with me.
All right. Oh, the light switch is just to the right over there.
Never mind that. The lights aren't working. I'll strike a match. Well, not a pleasant sight, is she?
Ghastly. Bart, this is terrible.
Yes, it is. This rather small knife could have belonged to a woman. Light another match, will you, Kurt?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Shall I light the candle?
No, never mind. Dixie's fully dressed. No signs of a struggle. Don't touch that book, Kurt, or anything else.
Look, I was only going to put it back on the table.
She apparently was reading and dropped off to sleep. Yeah, the candle's burned more than halfway down.
Bart, whoever murdered her must have blown the candle out. What are we going to do?
Right now, we're going outside and close up the stateroom. Come along.
But you're going to do something, aren't you?
Not now. Not until Inspector Danton gets here.
Inspector Danton? But look here, Bart.
Yes, I know, Kirk. Look, you rather suspected that this murder was going to take place, didn't you?
Of course not.
Is that why you invited me on this cruise? You hoped I'd be able to solve the crime without having the police in, Don't you realize, Kirk, I haven't the authority to do a thing without a policeman or someone connected with the police department?
Bart, so help me. You're way off the beam.
Yes?
Naturally, I don't want a scandal if it can be helped.
Naturally not. Tell me, Kirk, will your ship-to-shore radio work without electric current?
Yes, it's a battery set.
Well, that's good.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to contact Inspector Danton. In the meantime, I think you'd better say nothing about this to anyone. The fewer people who know about it, the less trouble we'll have in apprehending the guilty party.
What's the matter with this boat, anyhow? Don't they have any lights?
Something happened to the electric wiring earlier this evening, Inspector. That's why we anchored in this cove until morning. Down this corridor, Inspector.
Is that the reason they got lanterns hung all over the place?
Yes, the guests were issued candles for their use in the cabins.
Bob.
Oh, hello, Kirk. We're coming up to see you in a few minutes. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Bart, there's something funny about all this.
Something funny about murder, Kirk?
No, I don't mean that. I've been down in the engine room checking over the electric wiring with the crew.
Hmm?
There isn't anything basically wrong. But I have a feeling that someone cut the wires somewhere.
Well, possibly you're right. Daylight will probably reveal the damage.
Well,
Right
Bart,
now, we've...
there's another thing that worries me.
Yes?
Look, you know what will happen if this gets into the papers.
How are you going to keep it out of the papers? You see, son, it's always the first thing we are asked. Can we keep this particular murder quiet? And the answer is no. Murders make a bigger noise than anything. So you better make up your mind to getting a little free publicity.
Sorry, Kirk, but that's just the way it is.
I guess you're right. Well, just do as easy as you can, will you?
Of course.
Oh, is there anything I can do?
No, not just now. We'll want to talk to you later, of course.
Yes, of course. Oh, I'll be in my cabin.
Right?
The same old stuff. The only way I know to keep murders quiet is not to murder anyone.
Well, you can't blame them for trying, Inspector. Here we are. This is Dixie Randolph's cabin. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
But you said there were candles in here. Hey, they certainly did a job on it, didn't they?
Yes, they certainly did. She apparently was reading and... Say, by Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've messed things up for you.
Mess things up? What are you talking
The
about?
knife, it's gone. The murderer must have come back and removed it while I was helping you come aboard.
Fine thing. I thought
I'm sorry, Inspector. It's my fault completely. I remained on guard for over an hour, then I heard you coming, and I left my post.
I don't know about this, but you don't sound natural to me. Now, look, what have you been up to?
I swear it, Inspector. Kirk Orson urged me to conduct an investigation at once, but I pointed out I had no authority to do so without you on hand.
Uh-huh. And you're sure you're surprised because the lethal weapon is missing?
Surprised?
Yeah, why didn't you lock this stateroom door and keep the key when you went out to help me on board?
Well, Inspector, I hate to admit it, but I never thought of it.
Oh, you never thought of that?
No.
But, look, if you're trying to pull a fast...
Inspector.
Okay. Now, who are the suspects and who on board knows about this lady being knifed?
Well, let me see. It was Ella Niles who discovered the body, so she knows. Kirk Orson was with me when I investigated, so he knows. Yes, that's all.
You're sure of that, eh?
I'm never sure of anything, Inspector. All I have are ideas and theories. Well, now that you're here, I guess we can begin our investigation. I propose that we start at the first cabin, wake up its occupants, question him or her, and then go on to the next cabin, and so on and so forth until we find our murderer.
That's a good idea. There's only one hitch that I can see.
And what's that?
How are we going to know the murderer when we see him or her? Also, when are you going to give me the real lowdown on what you've been up to? Also, whom do you suspect of committing this murder and why?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've given you the wrong impression completely. I know absolutely nothing worth talking about. Come on, man. Let's get going. Cabin. I think we'd better question him first.
Yes? Who's there? What's the matter? Who is it?
It's Bart Drake, Gavin.
Who? Oh, Bart. Come on in. The door's unlocked.
Let's go in, Inspector.
Yeah. Wait a minute, Bart. I forgot about the lights. I'll light the candle. Blasted candle? Where is it?
Use your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm not used to groping around for candlesticks.
Oh, there it is. You accidentally knocked it over.
And bent the end around like a fishhook. Got another anyplace?
Oh, I think we can use this one all right, Inspector. Here, I'll light it. There we are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, what's up, Bart?
Who's this with you?
I'm sorry. This is Inspector Noadan. Inspector, meet Gavin Triss.
Hi. Inspector? Do you mean a police inspector? Say, what's happened anyway?
Before I answer that, Gavin, I'd like you to answer a question of mine.
Sure. What is it? What's going on?
Tell me exactly what you've been doing since 11 o'clock tonight.
You kidding?
No.
At 11:15, I crawled into this bunk drunk as a lord. The next I knew, you were knocking at my door. Yikes, was I drunk. So help me, Bart, I'm going on the wagon for keeps.
It's not a bad idea. But being drunk tonight has probably saved you a lot of embarrassment. Dixie Randolph has been murdered.
She's what?
Ellen Niles found her in her cabin about an hour and a half ago with a knife in her throat.
Good heavens. Does Kirk know?
Yes, he was with me when Ella told us what she'd found. I asked him not to disturb anyone else until the inspector here came.
Well, what do you know? Somebody got Dixie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be darned.
Something funny, Mr. Triss?
I'm sorry, Inspector. You know, I couldn't help but think of what a hole this gets me out of.
How do you figure that?
Why, old man Mallory had told me to sign up Dixie for the Pinky Michaels show, which I did.
Well,
Dixie's not good enough for the Michaels show. Mallory would discover it after she'd been on once or twice. He'd blame me for hiring her. Not a good idea to argue with the old man.
he might even be so sore he'd fire you, eh?
Yep, right, he might. Why?
Nothing. I was just thinking that gives you a good motive for murder, that's all.
Why, you...
Don't get excited, Gavin. The inspector doesn't overlook any bets. That's why he's considered top man in the
Sure, but if he's accusing me
He's
of...
not accusing you of anything. Now, calm down. I want to ask you one more thing.
Yeah, what's that?
What were you and Kirk and Ella quarreling about earlier this evening?
Huh? Quarreling? What do you mean?
I think you know exactly what I mean. It'd be wise to tell me what you can. We'll find out anyway, the hard way.
Okay. It was about this Mallory business.
Mm-hmm.
I was alone in my cabin when Ella...
Well, Gavin, time we had a long talk.
Oh, hi, Ella. Come on in. All right. Now, tell me, what you're all steamed up about?
Oh, don't stall, Gav. You know what I'm steamed up about. Why'd you do it?
Do it? Do what?
Oh, quit acting, Gav. You're not fooling anyone. Dixie just told me you signed her for the Michaels show.
Well?
You fool. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why, Dixie won't last on that show 2 weeks. She'll make you and Luke Mallory the laughing stock of the trade. Why, she'll...
All right, Ella. That's enough.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm glad you came in, Kirk. I've got something to say, and no one's going to stop me from saying it. I've just learned that I'm the victim of the dirtiest double-cross...
No one's double-crossed you, Ella. I happen to know that Dad's telling you the truth. Mallory was...
And I happen to know that you're in love with Dixie Randolph, Kirk Orson. I happen to know also that she thinks you stink. You're handing her this Pinky Michaels job as a shut-up. I won't shut up. I'm going to have my say. I've strung along with you bums for over a year, being satisfied with 2-bit spots on second-rate shows. Then the Pinky Michaels job comes along.
No one
and when...
promised you anything, Ella. You were lucky that you got those 2-bit spots, as you call them. Now, wait a minute, Kirk. There's no need for us to begin insulting each other. Ella, be sensible. You know as well as I that Dixie won't last with Pinky. Plenty of time...
What do you mean she won't last? She'll last or I'll pull my stock out of Mallory's lousy company, and he knows it.
See? I told you it was a soft. It's a dirty conspiracy to crowd me out.
Call it anything you want to, Ella. But Dixie gets the job, and she keeps it. So you might as well forget the whole thing.
Oh, might I? Well, we'll see about that, Kirk Orson. I'm not forgetting anything. No one's pushing me around. I know enough to push... I won't.
Shut up! Open your trap once more, and I'll knock those pearly teeth of yours down your throat.
Take it easy, Kirk. You don't have to slap the poor kid around.
No? Then what are you going to do about it, big shot? Want to make something of it?
All I said was there's no need to slap her around. You don't have to get tough.
I thought so. Not going to run the risk of losing the Mallory account, are you, Gaz? And you better keep your mouth shut, too. The trouble with you two is you don't know when you're well off. A little success goes to your head. Take my advice.
Kirk, stay there and hold us off for about 5 minutes. He doesn't often get riled up, but this time he really blew his top.
And you two just stood there and took it, eh?
Sure we did. Kirk's got an in with Mallory because of the stock he owns. And when he really gets tough, nobody argues, unless he's a fool.
And what was the ultimate result of all this, Gaz?
Oh, nothing exciting. Ella burst into tears and ran out of the place. Kirk and I sat around having a few drinks and cooling off until the ship's lights went out. Then he left to see what was wrong.
This, light going out deal is something I don't understand. On a yacht this size, there should be someone who can fix them.
There is, Inspector, but Kirk and I thought it best to wait until daylight before repairing the damage.
Oh, you and Kirk...
Thanks for your cooperation, Gav. Inspector, shall we visit the occupants of the next cabin? Open up.
What do you want?
Just to talk to you a minute, darling. Drake and Inspector Danton are questioning everyone on board about Bitsy's murder.
Well?
They'll be here in a few minutes. What are you going to tell them?
What do you mean? I've already told Bart all I know.
Have you? Bart's pretty sharp, Ella. Sooner or later, he's going to ask you, how come you could see Ditsy when you went in to borrow the cigarettes?
What in the world are you talking about?
The lights were out, darling. It was pitch dark. Yet you came running up to us and said you'd found Ditsy lying in her bed with a knife in her throat.
Oh, you fool. What are you trying to do? Make me out a murderess now? You've done everything else to ruin me.
Only asking. It was pitch dark and...
So it was pitch dark. So I did the most natural thing in the world. I struck a match.
Sure you did. You struck a match. Very natural. What happened to the burned match, honey?
Oh, for goodness sake. I threw it away. Did you think I swallowed it?
Oh, so you threw it away. Where?
Kirk, in heaven's name, what are you trying to prove?
Nothing, beautiful, nothing. I'm just saying that Drake will go looking for that match and he won't find it. Why? Because you didn't strike a match. Because you knew that Dixie was lying on the bed with a knife in her throat. Because you didn't need a light.
You think that I...
I'm only thinking this. I was with you and Bart when you told us about Dixie. I went down to the cabin with you. And it was I who saw the match on the floor of the cabin and picked it up.
Well, then what are you talking about? What's all this...
Look, Ella, let's talk plain, huh? Dixie's gone. Mallory's going to be sore as a pup. But he's still going to want to sing her for the Michael show. Now, you're next on his list.
Oh, so that's it. Oh, you're afraid of Mallory, too. Oh, your big talk was just a lot of pretense. Oh, and now you're afraid that now I will take the job. Oh, you're trying to bribe me with a burnt match.
Keep quiet, you fool.
And you think that I'm a murderess, but you're willing to let me sing on your radio show because Mallory will be sore. Oh, Kirk, you're a dope.
What's wrong with Merriman? Hello, Bart. Ella was having a little touch of hysterics, and I came in to comfort her.
Oh, that's a pity. I imagine the shock of finding her friend's body must have been quite a blow.
Which is nothing to the shock someone's going to get in about 5 minutes.
What was that, Inspector? Have you discovered something?
Plenty.
Inspector, would you mind stepping over to Gavin Triff's cabin and asking him to come here? I imagine he'd like to be in at the payoff.
You bet. Hold the phone till I get back.
Bart. Was the inspector kidding? Have you really discovered something?
The Inspector, Kirk, never kids. Are you feeling better, Ella?
Yes, I'm all right.
That's fine.
What is it that you and Inspector Danton have discovered?
In just a moment, I'll be able to...
Here we are. Inside, Tripp. Find a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, quite a gathering. Bart, you should be in radio. You have a sense of the dramatic.
I am in radio, Gav. I do a show called Mystery is My Hobby.
And a very good show it is. I'm in it. Okay, Bart. Let's show them how we pay these things off over the air.
Very well, Inspector. First of all, I want to tell you, Kirk, that we found it necessary to question only 5 of your guests before we found our man.
I suppose that means that one of us is the guilty party.
That's right, Gav. It does. And I'm sorry, all 3 of you are my friends.
So was Ditsy, wasn't she, Bart? Come on. Get it over with. I'm anxious to see if my guess is correct.
Are you referring to the match that you picked up in Dixie's cabin when we went to investigate?
Yes. How'd you know that?
I saw you pick it up. So that clears up that point, doesn't it? Now, Inspector, would you like to explain about the knife?
Not much to explain. The guilty party came back and swiped it. We figure he must have tossed it over the side, which is fine with us. We're in shallow water here. Tomorrow a diver can find it easy.
Oh, well, then there'll be no doubt. The fingerprints.
I'm afraid, Ella, that the fingerprints will be obliterated. However, fingerprints won't be necessary in this case. Now, that clears up mystery number 2. Mystery number 3 is the fact that the lights went out at a most opportune time.
Now, don't tell us that had something to do with the murder.
It had a great deal to do with solving the murder, Gavin. If we hadn't been forced to put in at this coal, we wouldn't have been able to get hold of Inspector Danton.
And that was important. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you.
Bart. It was you who fouled up those lights.
Right you are, Kirk. I hate to have to admit it, but I eavesdropped on the conversation between you, Ella, and Gavin this evening.
But why did you disrupt the lighting system?
Don't ask him to explain that. Bart has hunches, and usually they pay off. At least this one did.
Let's stop beating around the bush. Who do you think murdered Dixie, Bart?
It isn't a case of thinking. It's a case of knowing this time. You all had strong motives. But since it was Ella who...
I didn't do it. I didn't. If you say I did, you're crazy.
Take it easy, Ella. Quit acting.
I was going to say, Ella, that since it was you who discovered the body and reported the murder, your innocence is fairly well established.
Oh. Oh, then you don't
Even
think...
as good an actress as you wouldn't have dared run such a risk. You would have taken time to compose yourself and study your lines.
So that reduces the group of suspects to Kirk and me. Bart, don't let anyone ever tell you you're not a good showman.
No, never has, Bob.
Kirk, I don't admire your principles, but since you were with me from the moment you left Gavin's cabin after your argument with him and Ella, until Ella reported her discovery, you couldn't have been guilty of murdering Dixie.
So, I'm it, huh?
You're it, Gav. You want the proof?
No, I don't want the proof, wise guy. You won't do anything. And we are. Take your hands off. Hey, yeah, hey. It's a gun buster, and it's sticking right into your ribs. Okay. You don't have to get tough. I quit.
It's better.
Nice work, Inspector. Thanks. Sorry, Gavin. Murderers always get caught, don't they?
More coffee, Bart?
Oh, no, thanks, Kirk. Inspector?
Yeah, give me a shot. I need something to keep me awake.
Are you bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of sitting around waiting for you to make up your mind to tell us how you knew Gavin Twist was the boy.
Why, Inspector, I'm very sorry. I had no idea that that's what you were waiting for.
Oh, you didn't.
How about letting us in on it, Bart? Of course. Inspector, when we questioned Gavin in his stateroom, he told us he'd gone to bed at 11:15 as drunk as a lord. Is that right?
Sure he did. So what?
He said he dropped off to sleep immediately and knew nothing more until we knocked at his door, correct?
Okay. Get to the point.
That point, Inspector, was on the candle.
Huh?
Gavin knocked it over in the darkness and it became bent. You remarked on it yourself.
Sure I did, but I don't
The fact
see...
that the candle point bent instead of broke when it fell over, Inspector, indicated that the tallow was warm. It was warm when I picked it up. And the only way the tallow could be warm was because the candle was burning before we knocked at Gavin's door.
By gosh, that's right, isn't it?
By gosh, it is, Inspector. And that meant that Gavin was lying, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Well, that clears up the last of the mysteries. All I can say is it's a lucky thing you were invited on this cruise, Bart. No telling how things might have turned out.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Why, because...
Oh, you mean because mystery is my hobby.
William Gargan stars as Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Murderers rarely have many friends. People can't keep up with them. You see, folks, they set such a killing pace.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Barry Craig speaking. In my business, a guy doesn't have many friends. We know too much about people. The wrong kind of things and maybe the wrong kind of people. Or are there any different kinds? I wouldn't know the answer to that one. But after time enough and jobs enough, about the only thing the investigator can be sure is clean is his license, if he keeps it under glass. The hours are lousy, too. Hello, Willie.
Evening, Mr. Craig. You want some coffee?
In Willie's wagon?
Lay off the cracks. It looks like coffee. It smells like coffee.
And it tastes like sulfuric acid. I'll have a cup.
Thanks. How about some nourishment?
I'll have a couple of donuts instead.
A couple? What do you think I am, a weightlifter? Just watch your teeth working on them. Hey, you on a job?
No.
Well, then what's keeping you up this late?
Your coffee, mostly.
You didn't have any before you walked in here.
I can dream, can't I? Besides...
Yeah?
I felt like company. Private Eye gets tired of his own thoughts pretty quick.
Why don't you quit thinking? I did half a dozen years ago. I've been a happy man since. Business. What'll it be, Bud?
Does it have to be anything?
I seen one of those before.
Back up. Against the wall, huh?
Sure.
Hold it, Craig.
The personal touch
Just sit there. Work on your donuts and coffee.
I eat just as well without a gun.
That's to keep you quiet, not stimulate your appetite.
Thanks for explaining. Why do I have to be quiet?
I want it that way.
Uh-huh. This Keep Craig Quiet week?
Yeah. I just passed the resolution.
In a little while, I'm going to get sleepy.
Don't let it bother you.
My point is, do I have to be quiet only in Willie's wagon, or can I go be quiet at home?
Craig.
Yeah?
I tried for you at your office first. The elevator man told me you'd probably be here.
Jake's a prophet.
Anybody else comes calling for you, the elevator man will tell him the same thing.
You make it sound like a procession visiting Craig at midnight. Business isn't that good.
Not a procession. One customer.
You could give him a name?
Sure.
And when he gets here, what happens?
I discourage him about consulting you.
You reason with him?
I discourage him.
Hey, Bud, how about me sitting down?
You got a seat back at the counter?
No, but there's one in the kitchen.
Also a telephone?
I ain't checked recently.
Keep leaning against the wall.
This customer of mine, suppose he looks in here before he pushes the door open.
So?
He'll spot you.
That's all right.
Look, if I'm going to stay awake, I'll need more coffee.
You?
Yeah?
Mr. Craig wants some more coffee.
Okay. There's your coffee, Mr. Craig.
Thanks. Well, it's an awful slow client I'm supposed to have.
You'll be alone.
Maybe you frighten him off tonight. What happens tomorrow?
People run out of tomorrows sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, that could be him. Stay put, boys.
I could use a client.
Not this one. He won't be any use at all.
Too bad. Hey, Willie, what'd you put in this cup?
Huh?
Tastes more like concentrated lye than coffee.
Shut up.
It's an insult, not coffee. Here, you try it. It was hot, wasn't it? I'll take the gun now. What the? Those shots came from the door. Yeah. Car took the corner on a couple of wheels. Couldn't spot the license.
That guy's bleeding all over the floor.
Yeah. Well, he'll stop in a little while, Willie. No more blood.
Yeah?
Yeah, his heart isn't pumping it anymore. The coffee I'd spilled in his face caked before the cops got to Willie's. It made him look very untidy.
The deceased's name was John Largo, Mr. Craig.
Thanks for telling me, Lieutenant Rogers.
It would appear he was an executive from St. Louis.
You mean executioner?
A little early for indulging in theory, Barry.
Not theory. The guy announced his job.
The announcement was perhaps ambiguous. Largo was versatile. The numbers, jewels, slot machines.
Okay, Trav. I know about a police officer's keeping his mind open. Must be drafty, though.
Barry.
Yeah?
According to your report, Largo intended to discourage a client of yours.
That's right.
Which client?
A client who hadn't hired me yet.
But who had indicated he might.
Trav, all these questions will maybe look good on a report, but I've told you all I know.
I'm not happy about it.
Well, maybe if I'd gone to college like you, I'd know more. The way it is...
Now, you mustn't hold that college degree against me, Barry.
I forgive you.
Any psychiatrist will tell you it was my mother's fault. But I've got to bring something in for the captain.
Isn't a fresh corpse enough? Trav let me go after a while. It had been a dull night. Willie's wagon was lousy with the press, and Trav had to concentrate on the department's public relations. I started for home, made a detour, and headed for the office on Madison Avenue. Jake would still be on duty, making sure nobody stole the building. Jake. Jake.
Any cow wants to get milk, she can come to me. I ain't going out in the middle of the night.
Jake, you're not on the farm anymore.
What? Oh, too bad.
You should have stayed up in Vermont.
No, I got tired of it.
Why?
Too close to New Hampshire. I've been kind of expecting you.
Yeah, I noticed your wide eyes. Jake, a little over an hour ago, a small, fair-haired man was here asking for me.
Yeah, I remember him. I told him you was out getting poisoned over at Willie's. He find you?
He found me. What I'm more interested in is the second person who asked for me tonight.
I don't blame you.
What?
I said I don't blame you.
Must be your Vermont accent. Never mind blaming. That second person was a client.
I know that.
That client of mine, from the looks of things, committed murder a half hour ago.
Your office must be getting pretty crowded.
My office? Jake, didn't you tell my client where I was?
Client didn't ask. Preferred to wait in your office.
In my... Oh, that's what you meant about it getting crowded.
Yeah.
But the murder didn't take place in my office. Not the one I'm talking about, anyway.
That's nice. Makes less work for the cleaning women.
But in that case... Never mind. Take me upstairs.
Yep. Going up?
Where else would I be going?
I don't know. Them's my instructions. Always ask the passenger which direction he's going.
Jake, what kind of a man was he?
Who's that?
The one up in my office.
Well, up in Vermont, we wouldn't call him a man.
You wouldn't?
No.
What would you call him?
A girl.
This wasn't my night for appearing smart. I stared at Jake with my mouth open until we reached the third floor. By that time, I managed to get it shut. Jake went back downstairs. I went down the hall to my office and went in and discovered that we'd call her a girl in New York, too.
Mr. Craig?
Yeah? Sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, that's all right. After all, you didn't know I was waiting for you, did you?
I guess I didn't.
Well, I was.
You had an idea about hiring me?
Actually, it was my brother's idea.
I see.
Oh, that is, I'm Sally Marlin. My brother is Donald Marlin.
It figures.
You're laughing at me?
No.
I wouldn't like you to, even though I'm not doing this very well.
Exactly what are you doing?
Oh, explaining. Donald's in trouble.
The world isn't doing too well either.
Are you trying to make me angry?
Yeah.
Why?
Maybe you'll get around to telling me why you're here.
My brother Donald has been in trouble ever since he came back. He thought perhaps he might hire a good private detective who would help him. And for some reason that I can't understand, he decided to hire you.
Thanks. Then why didn't he come here?
He was afraid to leave the house.
He sent you instead?
Yes.
What kind of trouble is he in?
Well, the kind of trouble where he might get murdered.
Usually a man in that kind of trouble goes to the cops.
Donald can't.
Why not?
Well, he doesn't want to get into the papers. Things like that.
He's shy?
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Miss Marlin.
What
When it comes to protection, a private eye can't come within a couple of light years of the cops. Nobody afraid of being killed was ever that shy.
Well, I'm sorry. It's because of the purple cow.
The one nobody's ever seen?
Oh, no. No, this one is a little statue of a cow made out of purple glass.
How much is it worth?
Well, it's kind of an antique, and...
Your brother has it, but neglected to get legal title to it?
Something like that. That's why he can't go to the police.
I'll have to see him.
Oh, of course. We live at 39 Barchester.
39 Barchester.
Mm-hmm. Donald gave me some money to... Well, I guess it's called a retainer.
Uh-huh.
$200.
We'll consider it a retainer.
I guess it's too late tonight for you to see Donald, but the first thing in the morning, Mr. Craig?
The first thing in the morning.
Then, good night.
Good night. Miss Marlin.
Yes?
You said your brother had been in trouble ever since he came back.
Uh-huh.
Ever since he came back from where?
Why, St. Louis, Mr. Craig. St. Louis.
The dead Mr. Largo had also been from St. Louis. I crossed to the door and opened it. Sally Marlin was waiting for the elevator. Jake would have his troubles waking up. The elevator would have its troubles climbing all the way up to the third floor. I used the back stairs. By the time Sally Marlin would make it to the lobby and the street, I ought to be ready for her. In my car, halfway down the block. I was. She used a cab. And we went right. It wasn't a long ride. Her cab slowed down and stopped. I stopped. She paid the cabbie off and went inside. The cab scrammed. I started up. I drove past the place she'd gone into and memorized the address. It was not 39 Barchester. "39 Barchester was way over on the west side of town. Maybe Sally Marlin had stopped off at the other address for a drink. You can get drinks at the Club 44, not to mention a ringside seat at a roulette game, a hand at poker, or a thug for hire. Maybe Sally Marlin had been thirsty. I didn't stop at 39. The man in the creased hat and a bulging overcoat was trying too much to look like the local scenery. I cut around the block and wondered. There'd be an alley leading to the back of 39 Barchester. There was. There was a man there, too, making like an ash can. I parked on the next block and took a walk. I was going to have trouble visiting my client. I decided to have trouble in the alley. More privacy than out front. Hey, Bud.
Huh?
Got a match?
Sure.
Thanks.
Forget it.
How's life among the ash cans?
Huh?
Kind of cold, isn't it?
It ain't warm.
You'll be glad to get back to the club.
You ain't kidding.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Cochran sent you?
What do you think?
Yeah, but he didn't say nothing about pulling me out of here. Hey, wait a minute. I seen you before.
Is that supposed to be a big surprise?
I seen you before. Your name's Craig.
Word gets around.
You're a dick, a private dick.
Says confidential investigator on my door. You don't need a gun. Keep your hand away from...
Wise guy,
Not tonight, you won't. He didn't. He fell down instead. I thought he might be uncomfortable lying on a gun. So I disposed of it for him. I wondered if he'd thank me for it.
Who's there?
Craig.
Say it again.
Craig. Want me to wake the neighbors?
Listen. Gonna open the door slow. I want your hands in front of you and clean when I do.
Okay.
Otherwise, I start shooting. Hold it. Yeah. Come in.
Thanks.
I have to be careful.
Sure.
Sit down.
Thanks. Man with a purple cow can't be too careful.
What's a purple cow supposed to be?
Something you find in St. Louis, the way I heard it.
Just making sure Sally got to you.
She got to me.
She's a good kid.
Uh-huh. Marlin.
Yeah?
I could stand a little more information. For example, how did you get the purple cow in the first place?
A friend of mine handed it to me. He ran an antique shop in St. Louis.
Just gave it to you?
Sure. Thing isn't worth more than a couple of bucks.
And that's when all your trouble started.
That's when it started.
You could have yelled for the cops.
Sure, I could have, but look, first of all, there were no witnesses around when I got that cow. Second, I didn't know what importance it had. Not until after I left St. Louis.
Why didn't you get in touch with the man who'd given you the cow?
I tried to.
And?
Found out somebody had pumped him full of lead.
This friend of yours had a record?
Yeah, and that was another reason I wanted to stay clear of the police. He'd been a fence.
What kind of stolen goods did he concentrate on?
Jewels, mostly.
Is that the cow up on the mantelpiece?
That's the cow, all right. I know what you're wondering, but no dice. It's made out of glass. I had it appraised.
Maybe it's hollow.
It's hollow. Nothing in it either.
You know a man named Largo?
Largo?
Small, fair-haired man. Comes from St. Louis.
No, I don't. Why?
Oh, nothing important. You figuring on going out tonight?
No.
That's good. You'd have company if you did.
What kind of company?
Couple of hoods. Front and rear of the house.
Hoods. That's the kind of thing I mean. Why are they after me? On account of a hunk of worthless glass?
I don't know yet. Maybe I'll go ask some questions. Oh, these hoods, Marlin.
Yeah?
Work for a man named Cochran. Name mean anything to you?
Sure. That's the man my sister's going to marry.
I used the front door. The mug in the alley might be resentful. I had no time to soothe him. I had a headache. I wanted to go home and kill a couple of beers and sleep. Marlin was safe for the night. So was the cow. No reason why I shouldn't go home. Maybe that's why I didn't go home.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to Club 44.
Oh, I'm not a customer. Cochran, huh?
Mr. Cochran?
All right, let's be formal. Mr. Cochran.
Mr. Cochran's not in, sir.
Okay. Take me to where he isn't in. Harder.
Listen, you...
No, I'm too tired.
Stop crowding.
You're all alone compared to what I could do to...
Tough?
Big.
You could be cut down.
Let Cochran try it. Come on.
Okay, take your hands off me.
Just a sample. Let's go.
Mr. Cochran isn't going to like this.
Maybe I won't like Mr. Cochran.
The gentleman to see you, Mr. Cochran.
Gee, thanks.
Mr. Craig.
Craig.
Hello, Miss Marlin. Hello, Cochran.
I couldn't start nothing out in the club, Mr. Cochran.
Don't be silly, sir. Mr. Craig is always welcome. Run along, huh?
Yes.
What are you doing here, Mr. Craig?
I confused it with 39 Barchester, maybe. The same way you did.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Craig.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I'm curious about why.
Sally Marlin hired me for her brother. She was worried about him, so she left my office and promptly headed here.
She, didn't want to worry alone.
Exactly what I was thinking. So I went on to 39 Barchester.
Oh?
The man watching the alley may have a little trouble with solid food for a while.
I see.
Marlin and I had a nice visit.
And you know about Sally and myself.
Sure. I also know you put those men on Marlin.
To protect him.
Then why'd he want me?
I didn't know that Mr. Cochran would be able to help my brother.
You did say help?
We've had a lovely conversation. I think it's over now.
I think it isn't.
You must have a reason.
I was hired to do something about the trouble Marlin's in.
And you're doing it here?
Let's say I'm trying to.
I hardly appreciate your sweaty efforts.
But you're the one who's sweating. Know a man named Largo Cochran?
Yes,
Never mind. He's dead. What?
Wonderful thing. The radio.
Uh-huh. Largo made a nice haul in St. Louis. Jewels. He turned them over to a fence who ran an antique store.
How interesting.
It gets better as we go along. The fence then turned around and handed Marlin a purple cow. Marlin left town. Largo left town right after him, to wind up dead on the floor of a hamburger joint.
What a distressing place to die.
I don't think Largo was bothered about the decor. He killed the antique boy when he found out his jewels were gone.
He was therefore after Marlin, presumably?
Presumably.
In that case...
I was in the hamburger joint when Largo was killed.
If you will eat such dreadful stuff.
You knew Largo. You knew all about Marlin and the purple cow through Sally here. You have a couple of boys sitting on Marlin's tail. Mr. Cochran, how much of a chance do you think you'd have in front of a jury? Well, you agree with me. Not much of a chance.
Phil, that gun.
Shut up. What Mr. Craig has forgotten is that he's the only one outside of ourselves who knows all these things.
So?
I have no intention of being brought before a jury.
There's a pretty well-known road paved with intentions, Cochran.
I'm not traveling as yet, Craig, but I rather think you are. Keep your hands still. Sally, see if he has a gun.
Bill, I don't...
See if he has a gun.
All right. He had a gun, Bill.
Throw it here.
All right.
Sally,
Yes?
run along home.
Bill, I won't let
Don't
you.
be a fool. You can put me in the chair.
I don't.
Sally, I told you.
I can't let
You're
you
in
do
my
it.
way, you idiot. Craig, killing the lights won't help you. You've no gun, Craig. Be still, I can't hear.
My arm! I don't twist arms for fun. Grab it! Grab it!
All right.
Thanks. The light, Sally. The thing to do in the dark is keep quiet, Cochran, then nobody knows where you are.
I'll know better next time.
Sure, if there is a next time. Speak up, Cochran. I'll feed you the answers if it's your boys.
Who? Who's there?
Lieutenant Rogers, homicide.
What do you know? Come in, Trav. Oh, Lieutenant Rogers, and hello, Marlin.
Hello.
Donald.
I decided to yell for help to the cops.
About time, too.
After you left me, Craig, I began to worry. About those men watching the house, keeping me tied up, waiting.
Now, take it easy.
I'm all right. I worried about you, too. I knew you were coming here.
Thanks.
And about Sally. I didn't want her to commit herself.
This is ridiculous.
What is, Cochran?
The insinuation that I killed Largo.
That why Craig was holding a gun on you?
He thought he was mistaken.
Barry?
He might have killed me, Trav.
A very solid vote of confidence.
One thing bothers me.
A modest man.
That's because I never went.
Barry.
Okay, I'll save it. The thing that bothers me is, how did Largo find out Marlin was going to hire me?
Seems like a fair question. Would anyone here like to answer it?
Maybe we can throw a couple of possibilities out. Marlin wouldn't have told Largo for a lot of reasons. Among them, the fact that Largo was gunning for him.
Marlin, therefore, didn't.
Would Sally?
I never even knew this Largo.
A reasonable reply.
You're accepting it, Barry?
Uh-huh.
That leaves us
Now, wait. Perhaps I did tell Largo something about it.
You found out through Sally?
That's true.
Oh, Bill.
I'm sorry, darling, but you see, I've known Largo for a long time. When Largo told me he was after your brother, I thought perhaps I might discourage him.
It's an explanation. You like it, Barry?
Not much. Cochran told Largo because he hoped Largo would kill Marlin.
Oh, no.
Only reason it means anything. Then Cochran might inherit the purple cow.
But the purple cow's worthless.
Now, that can wait till later.
Sally, you told your brother that you'd mentioned the business of hiring me to Cochran?
Well, I guess so.
I demand a lawyer.
You'll get one, and a jury.
You know something, Trav?
Something like what?
Cochran was right when he said it was ridiculous.
When he said what was ridiculous?
That he'd kill Largo.
Oh?
Because he didn't.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Who did?
The person who understood my last question to Sally. The person who's making a beeline for the desk with a gun on it.
Oh! You mean it was...
Sure. Your brother, Mr. Donald Marlin. Mr. Marlin was very silent after that. It didn't take long to book him. Cochran didn't bother going along for the ride, but Sally did.
That's that. Sorry, Miss Marlin.
Well, I've always known Donald wasn't very...
Barry.
Yeah?
Before the DA embarrasses me, suppose you tell me why I've locked him up?
Sure. He was the only possibility who didn't know Largo.
I refuse to stand here and feed you questions. Use the narrative form.
Won't take a minute. Largo, back at the hamburger joint, when he was waiting for my client to show up, said he wasn't worried about being spotted before he could kill him. That meant my client didn't know Largo.
It was Marlin's idea all along to kill Largo and implicate Cochran for the killing. But for a purple cow?
You've got Marlin's keys. One of them must be for a safe deposit box.
The boys are already checking.
Nice work, Trav.
Now, once you pointed a finger at Marlin, I realized that he was the only source for the purple cow fantasy. Actually, the antique store fence in St. Louis must have slipped the jewels to Marlin in an effort to defraud Largo. So Marlin invented the purple cow as a red herring?
We're getting our colors mixed, but that had to be the idea.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Craig. Good night, Miss Marlin. I can't think of a last line.
Well, I can't either, but... Oh, you've been sweet, Mr. Craig. You never suspected me. Does there have to be a last line?
No. Good night, folks. See you next week.
You have been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, Death and the Purple Cow, was written by Lou Vittis. Next week, it's a strange story titled Ghost of a Chance, about which Barry Craig has this to say.
In next week's story, a man comes back from the dead to haunt a wife who's been dead almost as long as he has, in an insurance scheme that almost, but not quite, cancels out yours truly. See you next week, folks.
Featured in the role of Sally was Arlene Blackburn. Barry Craig, starring William Gargan, was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Don Pardo speaking.
Nothing much wrong with the guy we're carrying, is there, Doc?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Fractured the right arm and right ankle. I had more trouble with his wife and two partners. They wanted to ride along to the hospital in this ambulance.
That's all I need, passengers.
Yeah.
What happened to the guy we got back?
Auto accident. He had his wife and two partners in the car and tried to wrap it around an elevated pillar. He's a funny guy. He fought against my giving him a hypodermic.
Wonder why?
No reason. No good reason, that is. He kept saying, "No hypo. Please, doctor, I'll be murdered before I get to the hospital if you give me a hypo." That's nothing, though. Shock hysteria brought on by the accident, that's all.
Wonder why a guy would think someone was going to kill him.
He didn't know what he was saying. Kept mumbling about no hypo right up to the time we closed the doors in the back. Don't you remember?
I remember him saying something, but I didn't pay any attention. Well, here we are.
Yep. I'll have this back door open in a jiffy and our friend fixed up before he knows it. He thought somebody was trying to murder him.
EW, Doctor?
Emergency ward, Steve, sure. What else could it be? Well, I'll hop in and grab the top part of the stretcher. Now, stay right here and get ready to grab it, Steve.
I'm ready. Shove it down.
Oh, Steve. Steve.
Yeah, Doc, what is it, Doc?
We don't mark this case EW for the emergency ward. He's got a knife stuck in his right side. He's DOA.
What?
Yeah. Dead on arrival. Sergeant Heath, that's all I can tell you. I could swear he was alive when we put him into that ambulance. Nobody could have got in when we were en route here, and yet that knife was sticking in him when I opened the door.
That's what I like. A nice, simple murder. Why did I have to be a homicide detective?
Hey, Chief, the district attorney just walked in.
That's all I need. Okay, Doc, you can go. Stick around in case I need you.
Yes, Sergeant, I'll be here.
Hello, Heath.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, we got another one.
I know, I've got the whole story. Only it's not possible that a man with nothing more serious than a couple of fractures is alive when he's put into an ambulance and dead when the ambulance reaches its destination.
Don't I know it isn't possible? Sure, we got suspects. We got the guy's wife and his two partners, but how can I tell who if I don't even know how?
I think maybe this might be a case for Philo Vance.
Oh, now, wait a minute, D.A. We don't need Vance snooping around here.
That's what you said in the Bishop murder case and the Green murder and the Canary murder cases. But he was the one who solved them.
Oh, he was lucky. Look, D.A., give us 24 hours. Then maybe I won't mind Vance.
You won't mind Vance? I'm going to ask him to work on this case. Maybe he won't mind you.
What time is it, Miss Deering?
1 minute to 5, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Miss Deering. Are you through with the letters I dictated?
They're on your desk, Mr. Vance. Will that be all?
For the next 30 seconds.
And then?
And then, Miss Deering, it'll be 5 o'clock, and a coach and four drives up. I remember to call you Ellen, and you forget to call me Mr. Vance. Well, 30 seconds are up.
I'm glad, Vance. Now we can be ourselves. Where are you taking me tonight?
Well, to dinner, for one thing. I never starve my women. No good private investigator would. It might lead to a private investigation.
Hello, is anybody home?
Oh, sounds like your friend the district attorney's in the outer office, Vance.
Markham, we're in here.
Hello there, you two.
How are you?
Hello, Markham.
Well, Ellen, I see it's after 5 o'clock.
Because I'm sitting on Vance's desk, I always sit here.
Chairs are so uncomfortable, Markham. And incidentally, how are you?
Incidentally, I'm fine. Actually, not so good.
Problems?
A problem. Vance, will you help us on a case?
Police are puzzled in mysterious murder?
Now, look, Vance. A man named James Dalton was driving his car this afternoon when he had an accident. In the car were his wife and his two business partners, Ed Edwards and Bill Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton was the only one injured, and an ambulance was called.
That's easy. The butler did it.
Go on, please, Markham. My secretary will be applying for unemployment insurance if she interrupts again.
Well, the ambulance doctor says Dalton was alive when he gave him a hypodermic and put him in the ambulance. But he was dead with a knife in his side when the ambulance arrived.
I don't suppose it could have been suicide or anybody hiding in the ambulance.
You know better than that, or I wouldn't be here, Vance. No, suicide is out because the man's right arm was fractured and the knife was in his right side. There were no fingerprints. That's all I can tell you because that's all I know.
You said this Jim Dalton's two partners were with him. Partners in what?
A costume jewelry firm, the Eagle Manufacturing Company. What do you think, Vance? Sounds intriguing, doesn't it?
What about your police? How does Sergeant Heath feel about your coming to me? Or doesn't he know?
What he means is, can he expect the usual non-cooperation from the sergeant?
Miss Deering, haven't you a letter to type or something?
The name is Ellen, and the answer is no.
Filing, perhaps, Miss Deering?
Oh, ganging up on me, eh?
Vance?
Yes?
If the doctor gave Dalton a hypodermic just before he placed the poor fellow in the ambulance, and then the ambulance doors were closed, how could the man have been murdered?
It certainly sounds intriguing, Markham. And you might be interested to know I'm working on this case as of this minute.
Oh, he doesn't fool me. He's taking this case because he knows already who killed Dalton.
On the contrary, Ellen. I'm taking the case because I haven't even the slightest idea of how it was done.
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Philo Vance would like to see you. Yes, sir, right away. You may go in. That door there.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, I suppose. How do you do?
How do you do? And, how can I help you, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Edwards, you're one of the partners of the Eagle Manufacturing Company.
That's right.
I'm investigating the murder of your partner, Jim Dalton.
Well, what do you want of me?
Just some information, that's all. I'm trying to figure out how he was killed.
I've told all I know to the police, and all I know is nothing. I told the cops I had no idea who could have killed him, and I don't.
The police inquired about partnership insurance.
Sure. We had it. A lot of it. But Jim had life insurance, too, and, Mrs. Dalton gets that. And I didn't tell this to the police, but the Daltons haven't been getting on for years.
Well, it seems I'm getting somewhere.
I hope you are. Do you mind telling me just where you're getting?
Not at all. I'm getting myself out of your office and over to see Mrs. James Dalton.
Why don't you stop bothering me? Why? Haven't I had enough with the police all afternoon?
Mrs. Dalton, I'm not here to bother you or anybody. I only want to do what I can to find out how your husband was killed and to see that his murderer doesn't go unpunished.
You say the police don't know how the murder was committed. Well, neither do I. Ed and Bill and I saw poor Jim last, but it couldn't be either of them. They both loved Jim almost as much as I did.
According to them, maybe that wasn't so much.
What?
Well, Mr. Edwards seemed to think there might have been trouble between you and your husband.
He told you that? All right, there was. Now I'll tell you something. They both wanted to get Jim out of the firm. They needed his money to get them started a year ago, but they're doing well now and didn't need him at all. And they hated him. Both of them did.
Why didn't you mention this before, Mrs. Dalton?
Because I didn't believe that... I didn't know what to believe. All I wanted was to be let alone.
You haven't been very helpful, Mrs. Dalton. I believe the murder was the result of coincidence. How it was done, I don't know. But somebody wanted to murder your husband and saw his chance after the accident.
But how could he have been murdered inside an ambulance?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Do you drive a car, Mr. Vance?
What?
A car. Do you drive one?
Why, yes. What about it?
Nothing. Or something. Depending on how clever you are. I drive. I'm a very good driver. I'm good at a lot of things. Does what I've just said mean anything to you?
Frankly, no. I think you're trying to tell me something, but I don't get it. I know only one thing, Mrs. Dalton. Somewhere along the line, your husband's murderer made a mistake. All murderers do. And my job is to find out what that mistake was. Does Steve always drive this fast, Doctor?
Well, ambulances are made for speed, Mr. Vance. You're not nervous, are you?
Nervous? No. Anxious. Anxious to get some information and then get out of here before we have an accident and need an ambulance.
Well, you grabbed me just as we got this emergency call, Mr. Vance. It was your idea to come along, you know.
I know. The least I should get out of this mercy messenger, which rides more like a roller coaster, is some information.
Well, I don't know a thing, Vance.
Nobody seems to know anything on this case. Doctor, you're interning at the hospital, aren't you?
Yes, part of my training before I go out to practice.
You don't make much money, do you?
That's a pretty stupid question. Of course I don't. And look, Vance, you're wasting your time with me. All right, you don't know how this murder was done. Well, neither do I. Nobody knows except the murderer, and you've got three pretty good suspects, if you ask me.
I wasn't aware that I had asked you, but go ahead.
Well, there's those two partners, Edwards and Graves. All you have to do is take a look at either one of them, and you'll know he'd think nothing of shoving a knife into somebody. And they're both smart enough to have figured out a trick way, too.
Agreed.
Then take Mrs. Dalton. I watched her when she came down there to the hospital. She's a manic depressive if I ever saw one. Or has all the symptoms, anyhow.
Psychopathic?
Definitely. Intervals of exaltation and depression, clever mind, superiority complex. Changes from one subject to another without reason. And maybe you don't know this, but manics are potential murderers.
That's very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. But getting back to your not making a lot of money and that question I asked you, which you thought was stupid.
Yes?
Maybe it isn't so stupid, Doctor. Jim Dalton's death meant a lot of money to several people. One of them might have been willing to spend a little of it on you to make sure Dalton died.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Bill. Surprised to see your partner after business hours?
Yeah, Ed. Kind of. Come in.
Thanks. I came by to congratulate you, Bill. It was a nice, clean job you did on our ex-partner. I don't know how you did it. Frankly, I don't care.
You think I killed him?
I know you did. Couldn't very well talk about this at the shop, what with cops and that Vance guy hanging around, but I can now. So, congratulations and thanks.
I could say the same thing to you, and mean it more, Ed. I know you killed Jim.
That's all right, kid. I don't blame you for not admitting it to me. We don't like each other, and we never did, but I still say you did a good job.
Look, I don't have to stand for you accusing me of murder.
No, that's true. You don't. Suppose we sit down and you tell me how you did it.
You get out of here.
And if I don't, what'll you do? Murder me, too?
Well, you dirty... I'll fix you.
Keep your hands off me.
Yeah.
Get them off!
I'll take care of you later, Edwards. Who's there?
Anybody mind if I come in?
Who are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Bill and I were just talking. You, know my partner, Bill Graves, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
Hi.
You mentioned, Edwards, that you and Graves here were just talking. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing, even a block away. Having trouble, boys?
Nothing we need you to fix.
I only dropped in to talk to you a minute, Mr. Graves. You see, gentlemen, I expect to have a solution of the Dalton murder by morning. Is it just barely possible that one of you won't sleep so well tonight?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Eagle murder case is proving one of the most baffling crimes in our records. Even Philo Vance, whom I asked to take the case last evening, has been able only to corroborate what we already know. That James Dalton was injured in an auto smash-up, that his wife and two business partners were in the car but were unhurt, that an ambulance doctor administered a hypodermic against Dalton's wishes, that he was alive when placed in the ambulance, and dead with a knife in his side when it reached the hospital. Vance told me he was going to spend last night reading up on the case, but I haven't any idea what he meant.
No, Miss Deering, I haven't seen Mr. Vance this morning yet. He must have overslept.
Fine boss. Expects his secretary to open the office for him. What will bosses think of next?
Your floor, Miss Deering.
Thanks, Johnny. When Mr. Vance arrives, kindly tell him to go home and not to come back without a note from his mother saying why he was late.
I sure will.
It's unlocked. Vance must be getting forgetful. Wow! What hit this place? A cyclone? And fast asleep in my chair. Mr. Vance? Vance? Darling.
Oh, hello, Ellen.
Good morning, Mr. Vance. I trust you slept well in my chair all night. What happened here? It looks like a literary version of a pillow fight. Who's been throwing books around?
I have. That is, I haven't been throwing them around. I've been reading them.
All night?
Practically. Very interesting books. Psychiatric studies.
Psychiatric?
Mental cases, Miss Deering.
Preparing an autobiography, Vance.
Mr. Vance? It's after 9 o'clock, remember? And the answer to your question is no. I've been doing some very interesting, if as yet unproductive, research. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
I will if you'll let me borrow my chair and desk.
Sorry. Here you are. Sit down.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Vance?
Letter to F.X. Markham, District Attorney. Usual heading, Dear So-and-so.
Dear District or Dear Attorney?
Dear Frank, here are the facts I've uncovered in the Dalton murder.
Got it. Go ahead.
I wish I could. I haven't even a theory.
Well, that's just as well, because I can't take theories in shorthand.
Let's see. The ambulance doctor could have killed Dalton. Edwards might have, Graves might have, and Mrs. Dalton might have. But how?
You're in a rut, Mr. Vance.
I'm in a dilemma, Miss Deering. All four had possible motives, but none of them had any opportunity to stab Dalton inside that ambulance. Not even the ambulance doctor. He wouldn't have had time enough. Apparently, it was impossible for anyone to stab Dalton after he was put in the ambulance, so... Ellen!
Miss Deering, please.
Ellen, I've got it.
What?
Dalton wasn't stabbed after he was put in the ambulance. He was stabbed before.
Before?
Ellen, get this picture. Dalton is on a stretcher.
Yes.
He's just had a hypodermic. He's just about to pass out. His two partners are on one side of the stretcher, his wife on the other. Just as Dalton is lapsing into a coma, one of them sticks the knife in him.
Vance, it could have happened that way.
Listen, it could have been done without anyone seeing it, too. Ellen, that's it.
Well, maybe, but it only eliminates the ambulance doctor, that's all.
That's right. Now, let's see. Let's take the partners. Edwards and Graves have violent tempers. They were almost at each other's throats when I saw them yesterday. Mrs. Dalton, unless the ambulance doctor and I are very much mistaken, is a manic depressive.
What if?
Manic depressive.
Oh.
A form of psychopathic instability. She's got some of the symptoms, jumps from one subject to another for no reason, overdeveloped sense of superiority, morbid, depressed. That's what I was reading up on last night.
And are manic, whatever they are, murderers?
They could be, according to what I've read about them. They can be switched away from murder, though, to another thought in a second.
Maybe Mrs. Dalton forgot to throw the switch.
Maybe. But it might not have been Mrs. Dalton at all. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. We know now he was stabbed just before he was put into the ambulance. Whoever was on the right side of the stretcher did the stabbing.
Vance, you're wonderful. I'll never commit a murder while you're alive.
Thanks. You may now tear up your notes, Miss Deering, and get Mr. Markham on the telephone. Ask him to please have everybody concerned in the same place on the same corner where the accident happened yesterday.
Sure, Mr. Vance. This is just the way it was. The ambulance was parked right there where it is now. Only there was a crowd around. The doc and the driver had the stretcher in their hands just the way they have now.
Thanks, officer.
Look, Vance, you know this is a lot of nonsense, don't you?
Maybe you're going to wish it was, Mr. Edwards.
Maybe you're going to wish you hadn't started any of this, Vance.
Somebody's going to wish that, but it won't be me, Mr. Graves. Mrs. Dalton?
I'm here, Mr. Vance.
Now listen, all three of you. I want you to take the positions alongside the stretcher that you were in yesterday. Now, please. Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vance, I'm here.
You were carrying the back end of the stretcher just as you're doing now?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Dalton.
Yes?
And you, Graves and Edwards.
Yeah?
Is that the position you were in yesterday while the stretcher was being carried to the ambulance? Mrs. Dalton on the right side and the men on the left?
Yeah,
I believe that's right.
You'll remember Mr. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. Did you get that? The right side.
Wait. I wasn't on the right side at all. I was on the other side of the stretcher. I walked alongside the stretcher on the other side where Edwards and Graves are now.
That dame's crazy, Vance. We were on the left side, Bill and I, weren't we, Bill?
Don't listen to them. They're trying to make it look like I killed my husband. I was on his left side, I swear it. Doctor, please, you must remember. You must believe me. I swear to you, I was standing on the left side of the stretcher.
What about it, Doctor?
I think she's right, Vance. Yes, I'm sure of it. When we were putting Dalton into the ambulance, Steve had the head part of the stretcher, and I had the foot part, and yes, I remember Mrs. Dalton on my left.
You're sure you were there on the left side, Mrs. Dalton?
I'm positive. Edwards and Graves were on the right side. And that proves they murdered my husband.
On the contrary, Mrs. Dalton. It proves that you did.
So you figured that out, did you, Mr. Vance? All right, nobody move. Nobody, I said.
That gun of yours might go off. I'd be careful if I were you, Mrs. Dalton.
I'd be more careful if I were you, Mr. Vance. Or any of you. Turn around. All of you, turn around, I said. That's better. I'm getting away from here, and I'll shoot the first one that turns his head. Remember, I'll shoot the first one that moves.
What do we do, Mr. Vance?
You can make your own plans, officer. Personally, I'm not moving. Hello, Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. Just wanted to tell you that we haven't been able to pick up Mrs. Dalton yet.
You will. She can't get very far.
Aren't you worried? Don't you think she'll try to kill you? After all, you spoiled her perfect murder.
She won't come up here, Markham. Her first job is to keep out of the way of the police. She won't waste time looking for revenge. Good night, Markham.
Good night. I'll let you know if anything happens.
So I won't waste time looking for revenge, Mr. Vance. I don't consider it a waste of time. I don't know a better way to spend the next few minutes than to use it killing you.
Hello, Mrs. Dalton. Pretty gun you have there.
You don't fool me any with that unconcerned way of talking. I'm going to kill you, and you know it.
You know, of course, that people who are going to commit murder don't generally talk to their victims. They just shoot.
I don't care about people, generally. I'm an individual. Smart enough to have committed murder and gotten away with it if it hadn't been for you. And smart enough to have slipped in here, kill you, and still get away.
It wouldn't do any good for me to say, I don't think so.
Not a bit.
I didn't think so, but it was worth a try. Your hands are shaking, Mrs. Dalton.
They're as steady as a rock, and you know it. I have complete control over my nerves.
Manic depressive. Exactly what I thought. Overdeveloped sense of superiority.
Manic depressive?
Certainly, all the symptoms. You're insane, you know.
What?
Oh, it's true. Manic depressive. Singleness of thought on one subject. Can't get it out of her mind. Acute concentration.
You mean if I came here to kill you, I couldn't change my mind?
You couldn't even talk about anything else. Fashions, for instance.
What about fashions?
That dress you're wearing. It's an original.
I designed it. You know, at first I wanted it to have pleats down the right side. See? I can talk about something else. I'm not insane. I'm not, I tell you.
I hear you, Mrs. Dalton.
This dress is my favorite. I designed it first with pleats on the side. I'll show you how it would look with them, but you won't like it. I'd planned them down here. I won't need this gun. And you can see for yourself that it throws the lines of the dress off. There. Admit it. The pleats wouldn't be right, would they?
Your gun's on the floor, Mrs. Dalton.
Of course it is. I threw it there. Those pleats, Vance, they wouldn't be right, would they? They wouldn't really be right, would they? Mr. Vance, those pleats wouldn't be right, would they? Answer me.
In a second, Mrs. Dalton, as soon as I pick up your gun. There. Now about the pleats. I'll tell you what I think about them on the way downtown.
You won't answer me. You tricked me. I came up here to kill you and you tricked me. But it doesn't matter. You can take me to the police, but I'll find a way of getting out of jail. I'm clever. Believe me, I can do it.
Can you? Well, the sooner we get you into jail, the sooner you can try. Shall we go, Mrs. Dalton?
It's still a few minutes to 9, Van, so before we get down to business, will you clean up a point or two for me?
About the Dalton murder, Ellen? Well, if I can before 9 o'clock, I will.
Well, let's hurry then. When Mrs. Dalton came up to your apartment to murder you last night, what made her change her mind?
The characteristics of a manic depressive, Ellen. They can be led easily from one subject to another. I told her that she was a manic, but I lied a little. I said manics couldn't ever change their minds.
Oh, so to prove to herself and you that she wasn't crazy, she did exactly what you wanted her to do. Forgot about murder to talk about something else, not knowing she was proving your point.
Not to mention saving my life. Anything else, young lady?
Oh, it's nearing 9, I can tell by your voice. One other question, Vance. Let's go back to the murder scene. Now, you told me that whoever stabbed Dalton had to be on his right side, yet Mrs. Dalton was on the left side of the stretcher.
That's correct, Ellen. Now, look, this desk is a stretcher.
Yes.
I'm lying on it.
Uh-huh.
Now, where's my right side?
On the right side of the desk. That proves that Mrs. Dalton didn't do it.
On the contrary. You see, poor Jim Dalton wasn't lying on the stretcher the way I'm lying on the desk. His head was at the top of the stretcher, where my feet are. I'll show you what I mean. I'll reverse my position. There.
Oh, golly. When he was on the stretcher lying like you are now, his right side was on the left side of the stretcher.
Certainly. Mrs. Dalton saw what I was getting at, knew I had her cornered, pulled a gun, and got away, temporarily.
Darling, you're wonderful.
I don't think so, but then, what's my opinion against so many other people's? Take a letter, Ellen, darling.
You mean Miss Deering. It's after 9 o'clock.
So it is. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Dear Ellen, this winds up the Eagle murder case.
Angel. And now, here is the fat man.
A fat man is not supposed to have the physical endurance and staying power of the thinner, leaner boys. When he lugs that extra weight around, he loses his wind quicker and his muscles tire faster. If you've ever made a forced march with 50 or 60 pounds of equipment on your back, you know what I mean about a fat man's extra weight. But quick thinking will save a tremendous amount of energy. And a fat man has to save his energy in my business because you need every bit of it when you're fighting with a murderer. Funny how much you can tell about a person at a glance, especially if you trained yourself to take in everything. I liked this guy the minute he walked in my office, and I felt sorry for him. I liked him because his eyes were honest and intelligent. He was in his late 30s, nice-looking without being handsome. His conservative, well-made clothes told me he had a commuter's ticket in his pocket and a growing bank account he'd earned himself. I felt sorry for him as he stood in front of my desk because I'd seen the same expression on the face of a soldier in Belgium when his wife wrote in she wanted a divorce. He didn't waste any time, and I knew he was telling the truth.
Mr. Runyon, my name is Atchison, John Atchison.
Sit down, Mr. Atchison.
Oh, thanks. I hope you'll understand.
I always try to. What's the trouble?
I don't like this sort of thing. I don't like anything sneaky or underhanded, but there's nothing else I can do. I can't stand it any longer. It's driving me crazy. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I walked around the block 4 times before I could make myself come in.
Wife trouble?
Why, yes. How did you know?
There are a lot of wives and a lot of husbands. You'd be surprised how many of them come in here.
Yes, I suppose so. I suppose it's an old story. I guess I'm a fool, but I never thought it could happen to me.
Another man?
Well, I'm not sure. Don't you see? That's the trouble. I'm not sure. I know there's somebody, but I've got to find out the truth. I've got to know before I lose my mind.
Have you asked your wife about it?
Oh, no, of course not. Don't you understand? I love Peggy. I love her more than anything in the world, and I've always trusted her. If I were wrong, I could never forgive myself.
I understand. You want me to find out who this guy is and what's going on?
Yes. I simply want to know the truth.
Maybe hard to take.
I can take it.
Okay, Atchison. Now, tell me why you're suspicious. What's happened?
It started only 3 days ago. I came home early. Peggy was talking on the telephone. She didn't hear me come in. I heard her say, but, Angel, John mustn't know. I was stunned. I couldn't believe my ears. And then she said, all right, I'll meet you in the same place at 9 tonight.
Did she know you'd heard her?
Oh, no. I waited a few minutes, then walked in. She seemed flustered and surprised that I was home early, but said nothing about the phone call. That night, she said she was going to see her girlfriend.
You didn't try to follow her?
Oh, no. I couldn't bring myself to that. Besides, I kept hoping that I'd been mistaken, that maybe she hadn't said that at all.
Never had any reason to suspect her before, eh?
Never.
It's just possible, Atchison, that what you heard her say on the phone might have had a different meaning from what you suspect.
Oh, but how could it?
How long have you been married?
Not quite a year.
What do you know about your wife's past?
Why, actually, I know very little about her past life. I never questioned her. She has no family, and...
Where'd you meet her?
Oh, she was the cashier in one of those dance halls, a place called the Tropical Garden. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Runyon, but you're wrong. I used to be lonely, and, well, I went there sometimes. She wasn't like the others. She fell in love and got married.
I see. You know, it might not be another man at all, Atchison. It might be something worse.
What?
Blackmail.
Blackmail? I hadn't thought of that. That might explain...
Explain what?
The money.
What money?
The $300 that's missing from our savings account.
Say, you fat men sure know how to dance, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing you here in the gardens before. You're a new one, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You aren't very talkative, are you?
Not usually. Are you?
What do you mean by that? Of course I like to talk.
Well, that's swell. Maybe you can tell me something.
What?
Do you remember a girl named Peggy that used to work here? She was a cashier.
Sure, I remember Peggy. Why?
Well, I'm trying to find her. I thought maybe somebody here could tell me something about her.
Hey, wait a minute, mister. Who are you trying to kid?
Nobody, sweetheart. I'm related to her. The folks think something has happened to her. I thought maybe I could find out who her friends were when she were here, or if she'd had any trouble.
Boy, you kill me.
Yeah?
Yeah, you never saw Peg in your life.
What makes you think so?
Because she's sitting right over there at that table in the corner.
Oh, the girl sitting alone?
Yeah, that's Peg. There was a guy with her a minute ago, but he ain't there now. Say, what's your racket anyway?
I'm a Hollywood talent scout, sister. Here, buy yourself a new mink coat.
A talent scout?
Hello, Peggy.
What?
Don't you remember me?
Why, no. I used to meet so many men here.
Well, you didn't meet me here.
Where did I meet you?
I'm a friend of John.
John?
Yeah. Mind if I sit down?
Please. He'll be right back in a minute.
Hmm? Who's he?
Listen. I don't know your name, but if you're a friend of John's, you'll forget you saw me here tonight, and you'll never tell him.
Why? Because what a husband doesn't know won't hurt him?
No. You don't understand, and I can't explain.
Are you in trouble?
Yes.
Maybe I can help you.
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone can help me.
Well, tell me about it.
No. Not now, not here.
Where then?
Meet me tomorrow at the Primrose Bar at 1 o'clock.
Okay, honey, but be there. If you don't show up, I'm going to have a talk with your husband.
I'll be there. But please, John mustn't know anything about this. He mustn't know anything at all.
Why not?
Because if he found out, he might be murdered.
Runyon?
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you, Runyon. I've heard about you. My name's Caldwell. I'm an operative from San Francisco. Maybe you've heard of me.
Not that I recall, but there's something familiar about you.
I had a bad break not long ago. I did my job too well. Got my mug plastered all over a lot of newspapers. Maybe you saw my picture.
Maybe. Could be that.
It's hurt my work a lot. Too many people know me.
Fame does have its drawbacks.
Yeah.
You're a long way from home, Caldwell.
That's why I came to see you, Runyon.
Oh? Here on the job?
That's right. I've got no connections here, and I might need a little help. I thought maybe you'd like to give it to me. Might be a lot of dough in it for you.
How much is a lot?
Say $5,000?
That is a lot of money, Caldwell.
Yeah, for $5,000, the man is a sucker to ask too many questions.
You know, that's a funny thing, Caldwell. That's exactly what I think.
We're gonna get along swell.
Sure. Now, tell me about the job.
Well, about a couple of weeks ago, a guy comes into my office and makes me a proposition. It seems a pal of his disappeared with $100,000 in cash, and half of it belonged to my client. He wanted me to find his pal.
Where did the $100,000 come from?
I don't know, but let's just say it was dropped by a careless bank messenger. These two guys found it lying in the street.
Finders keepers,
Yeah.
And now you want to shed the client and do a little finders keepers on your own?
That's the general idea. After all, the dough doesn't belong to either of them. The client's out on the coast. The climate here doesn't agree with them.
You found this client's pal, the guy with the dough?
I found him. He's here in town, registered in a hotel under a phony name.
And the money, you think he's got it with him?
I think he's got it hidden somewhere in his hotel room.
Where do I come in? And why, if there's $100,000 in it, do I only get 5?
A minute ago, that was a lot of money.
That was a minute ago.
It's still enough for what I want you to do. I'll do the tough part.
What's the easy part?
All you do is get this guy out of the hotel and keep him out until I can give the room a good going over and get the dough.
That does sound easy.
The cinch. Once I get the money out of the room, it's safe. He can't go to the police.
What about your client?
Don't worry about him.
Well, how do I know you won't cross me up?
You don't know it. You just have to trust me.
I don't like it.
It'd be a sap to pass up such an easy $5,000. I won't cross you.
Well, how do you know I won't go to the cops for this story?
What good would it do? You don't know these two guys? Besides, there's another good reason why you won't do that.
What's the other reason?
This gun in my pocket.
Oh, you play rough,
Plenty rough. Well, how about it? Is it a deal?
Okay. Count me in.
That's better. Meet me at 8 o'clock tonight at the corner of 50th and 8th Avenue.
What's the guy's name and what hotel's he in?
Do I look like a sap? I'll tell you at 8 tonight.
Okay.
I'll see you at 8 then.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello, Brad. This is O'Hara.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Listen, Brad. operating in the Middle West a couple of years ago, led by a guy named Angel Black?
Yeah. I remember something about it. Didn't the papers call him the Black Angel?
That's right. If you remember, he was caught and sent up for life, but one member of the gang, a fellow called Snyder, was never pulled in, and the loot from a couple of bank chaps was never found.
Hey, wait a minute, O'Hara. What about this guy, Angel Black?
Well, he escaped from prison about a week ago, and we just got a tip he's somewhere in this vicinity. I want you to keep your eyes open for him.
What's he look like?
Well, he's short, heavy set, jet black hair, and I
It's not black anymore, O'Hara. It's red. And he's wearing a red mustache.
What are you talking about? How do you know?
He just left my office about 2 minutes ago. You're late.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, but I had to be careful. I was afraid I might be followed.
Your husband?
No. The man I was with last night. You saw him, didn't you? He has red hair and a red mustache.
No, not last night.
But I don't understand. He saw you at my table. When you left, he walked after you. Didn't he speak to you?
No. But 2 and 2 are rapidly making 4.
What do you mean?
I think your friend followed me home last night. How did you get mixed up with Angel Black, Mrs. Atchison?
You know him? You know who he is?
Yeah.
But how?
Never mind that.
No, you've got to tell me. How did you know it was the angel? Don't you see he's desperate?
He came to see me this morning.
What did he say? What did he want?
Made me a proposition.
Oh, you shouldn't have sat at my table last night. Don't you understand it's a trap? He'll kill you. He'll kill John, too. That's why John mustn't know.
You still haven't told me where you come in on this business.
I used to know the guy. I was his girl. We were going to be married.
Were you one of his gang?
No. At least I never knowingly was. I didn't know the truth about him. When I found out, it was too late. He made me go with him when things got too hot. They finally got him and sent him up. I never went back home. I came here and got a job in the tropical garden.
How did Angel find you?
I don't know. It was 4 nights ago. I'd gone down to the drugstore for something and was walking home. The street was dark and deserted. I'd gone down to the drugstore for something and was walking home. The street was dark and deserted.
Hello, Peg.
What? Who are you?
Don't you recognize me, Peg?
Angel.
Yeah. Who else? Let me look at you.
But, Angel, how did you get...
Never mind that, baby. I'm out and I've come back.
No, Angel, don't, please.
For 2 years I've been waiting for you.
Let go of me.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea?
No, Angel. Please, don't you understand? I'm married now. I'm happy. I'll try to forget all that.
You're not forgetting anything, baby. You're leaving with me. They won't get me again. Listen, Peg, I know where the money is.
Money?
Yeah, $100 grand. They never found it because that rat Snyder got away with it, but I found him. He's registered here in the city at the Gilroy Hotel on the name of Cooley. He's got the money with him in cash.
How do you know?
Word gets around, even in jail.
But the police, they'll find you.
No, they won't. That's where you're going to help me.
No, I told you that's all over.
Listen, I get this straight. If you like this guy you're married to, you better do what I say.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? Now then, I need some dough to get some clothes and dye my hair. You're going to give it to me.
But...
If you want your husband to keep his health, you'll have it for me tomorrow. And don't try any funny business or you'll get it too.
All right, I'll get you some money, but afterwards...
Afterwards, you're coming with me. After I knock off Snyder and get the dough.
Kill?
Yeah. And anybody else who gets in my way. And don't you forget it.
Next day, I gave him $300. And then last night, he insisted I meet him again.
You're sure it's the Gilroy Hotel Snyder is hiding in?
Yes. What can I do? What if John finds out?
Just sit tight and play along with Angel. Agree with anything he says. Personally, I don't think you'll hear from him again.
Why not?
Because tonight he's planning to kill Snyder, get the money, and then kill me. This is it, O'Hara. Hotel Gilroy.
Yeah, cheesy looking dump, isn't it?
Yeah. Nevertheless, let's go in. Hey, clerk. What room is Mr. Cooley in?
510, top floor.
Is he in now?
How should I know?
Is his key in the box?
No. I guess he's in.
Come over here closer.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Look.
Oh, please.
That's right.
Listen, this is a respectable hotel. We don't want no trouble.
Neither do we. Give us the passkey.
Oh, okay. Here.
There may be some shooting upstairs. Keep everybody off the 5th floor till we come down.
Yeah, sure. Say, what's this guy Cooley done?
Never mind. Come on, O'Hara.
All right. What time is it, Brad?
10 after 3.
The other one was to meet you at 8 tonight?
Mm-hmm.
5 hours from now.
Well, here we are. 5:10. It's down this way. Get out your gun.
Don't worry.
Here it is. Easy now.
He's not in.
I don't know. Wait a second. Open up, Cooley. If you don't, we're coming in shooting. Well, come on.
Brad, look.
No wonder he didn't answer.
What a mess.
See if it's Cooley.
Yeah. The back of his head smashed like an egg. So Angel got here first after all.
Maybe it was an Angel.
Of course it was. Look at this room. He really tore it apart.
Looking for the money. I wonder if he found it.
He must have. That much money in cash would be hard to hide. And what are you going through his pocket for?
I'm looking for the key to this room. Hasn't got it on him. I wonder...
What?
Listen, O'Hara. I want you to do something, and I don't want you to ask any questions.
What is it, Brad?
Forget that we've been here.
Forget it? Are you nuts?
You've got to forget it. Only for the time being, though. I've got a hunch this business isn't over yet.
But I can't do that.
Sure you can. I'm going to lock this door and give the passkey back to the clerk downstairs. As far as he's concerned, Cooley wasn't here.
But what about the maid?
Too late for the maid. Nobody will find this body until tomorrow morning. That is, nobody who will care to report it. Quick, O'Hara. Over here in this doorway.
You're crazy to try and pull this alone, Brad. I shouldn't let you do it.
Now, take it easy. I know what I'm doing. Angel's no fool, and he can spot cops a mile away. If you had men planted near me, he'd never make his play. This way, I can get him for you alive.
But you said yourself he was gunning for you.
Not the way you think, O'Hara. That's why I wanted you to keep quiet about Snyder's murder.
I don't get it.
I think he's going to try and frame Snyder's murder on me.
On you?
Sure. Don't you see? It would be a cinch. That is, it would have been if we hadn't already found the body. As long as he thinks I'm a dumb dick trying to pick up an easy $5,000, he can't miss.
What?
He'll meet me, send me up to the room, supposedly to get Snyder out. Then he'll tip the police.
Oh, I get it.
Sure, they'd catch me there red-handed.
Yeah, but suppose the girl tips him off that you know who he is.
That's a chance I've got to take. For the time being, I'm betting she's on the level. Everything ought to go okay, unless...
Unless what?
Unless Angel didn't kill Snyder.
But you don't think...
The possibility. Okay, O'Hara, it's nearly 8. Stay here in this doorway. We're going to walk down there now and meet Angel. Don't show yourself. But if we start walking, follow us and be sure he doesn't spot you.
Okay, Brad, but be careful. Hello, Runyon.
Yeah, you're right on time.
There's an alley over here. Let's walk down there.
Oh, why the alley?
We can talk better there.
Okay. What's the deal?
You got a gun on you?
Yeah, why?
I just wondered. You might need it.
I don't like guns. That wasn't in the deal.
I know, but this Cooley's a tough baby.
Cooley?
Yeah, that's his name. Now listen. Here's what I want you to do. He's living on a little cheap hotel at Gilroy. It's on Clover Street. His room is 510.
How do you know if he'll be there?
I don't know for sure, but he never goes out. That's why I needed help on a deal. To get him out of the room.
Oh, I get it.
You go over there and bust in his room. Got a pass key?
Sure.
Good. Don't knock. Just go right in. Act tough. Tell him you're the house dick, that the manager wants to talk to him about his bill or something. When you get him downstairs, call him Mr. Jones. He'll say that isn't his name. You've made a mistake. Apologize and insist on buying him a drink.
It sounds simple enough, doesn't it?
Sure. In the meantime,
No, wait a minute. Stop.
Well, somebody's coming.
No. You shoot.
You fool, you bad. I slugged him. The idea of following me. Quick, come on, it's a trap.
That's what I...
Come on.
Stop.
Brad, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so. He slugged me when the girl...
Yeah, I saw her run down here. She must be in it with him. She came to warn him.
Can they get away?
Yeah.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to the Gilroy Hotel.
Why?
Because I think the $100,000 is still hidden somewhere in Snyder's room.
What makes you think the killer didn't find the money?
Two things, O'Hara. In the first place, the key to the room is missing. The murderer kept it so he could get back in the room later, after the murder had been discovered and the body had been removed.
Well, what's the other reason?
The fact that Angel was so anxious to frame the murder on me. If he'd gotten the money, he wouldn't have bothered with me.
But he came to you before he killed Snyder.
Yeah, but when he first came to me, I think he was planning to kill me in the alley.
But why?
Because he'd seen me talking to the girl the night before, and he knew I was a detective. Later, when he couldn't find the money, that he decided to frame me for Snyder's murder.
But where is the money? The place had been torn apart. It wasn't in the room.
That's what I mean, O'Hara. Well, here we are. Come on.
Hey, I wonder what's the matter. All the people running toward the side of the hotel.
I don't know. Oh, here comes the room clerk. What's the matter back there?
Oh,
and 510 just jumped out the window. Say, aren't you the dick?
Quick, O'Hara.
Let's go here.
Stand back. I'm from police headquarters.
Why, now that's not Mr. Cooley.
No, it's Angel Black, and he's dead.
What could have happened? Mr. Cooley murdered right in this room, and this red-headed man dead?
Never mind that. You say this red-headed guy came in with a girl about 15 minutes before you heard the crowd yelling outside?
Yeah, it may have been less than that.
And this other guy, the one who came in after them?
Well, he seemed nervous. He was nice-looking, about 35. Guess what room Mr. Cooley was in? I told him, and he went up. Several minutes later, I heard the noise outside and went out, and, well, you know the rest.
Oh, wait a minute. Who was this third guy, Brad?
Must have been Atchison, the girl's husband.
What was he doing here?
He must have followed his wife, or Angel.
Oh, well, then it's plain enough to me, Brad.
Yeah?
Sure. Angel and the girl bump into Snyder's room. He finds the money. The girl's husband comes in. They have a fight, and Angel gets shoved out the window. The girl and her husband take the money and beat it during the confusion downstairs.
That's a good story, O'Hara. But that isn't what happened.
Well, the money's gone, and it wasn't on Angel when he was shoved out the window.
He wasn't shoved, O'Hara.
Are you trying to tell me he committed suicide?
No, it was an accident.
An accident? Are you nuts? The girl and her husband killed him for the money.
They couldn't have done that, O'Hara.
Why not?
Because the money is still where Cooley hid it.
Where?
I'm over here by the window. Look, O'Hara. On that little ledge around the corner.
Well, a briefcase.
Yeah. And it's got the money in it.
Then Angel must have been trying to reach it. You see, you can't reach it from here. You'd have to climb out onto the ledge.
Yeah.
He must have seen the briefcase and climbed out to get it. The girl saw a chance and shoved him over. We'd better get out in the line to pull her in right away.
Now, hold it, O'Hara. The only thing that girl did was try to save her husband's life and happiness. She loved her husband, O'Hara.
But still, she must have shoved...
Look here. See how slick this ledge is? The guy slipped as he was reaching for the money.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right at that.
Sure I am. He was in a hurry, O'Hara, and he fell. And a black angel doesn't have wings.
Don't open that coffin. You know, there isn't just a dead body in there. There might also be... Oh, the lid's coming off. Now we can see inside.
WOR presents the distinguished American actor, Walter Hamden, in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Leonidas Witherall's always getting mixed up in murder.
You wouldn't think so. He looks just like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's head of an important school for boys in New England.
He also writes thriller stories on the side, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories.
And as director of a school, Leonidas has been called to Chicago for an educators' convention. Hasn't he, Mr. Hamden?
Yes, in his home at 40 Birchill Road, Dalton, Bill Shakespeare, as his friends call him, is about to leave for the railroad station, valise, pince-nez, beard, and all. And he's to be accompanied by the neighborhood housekeeper, the indomitable Mrs. Mullet.
Forget anything, Mr. Witherall?
Oh, I remembered everything, Mrs. Mullet. How about you?
Oh, I brought everything with me when I came to work this morning.
I'm still amazed at our good luck in getting Professor Murky's reservation for you. Too bad he's ill, of course.
My sister will be so surprised to see me. Poor thing, she's so sick.
Come on, we've just a few minutes to get to the station. Not that I'm anxious to be at the convention.
Well, what's a convention like?
Well, a man says nothing, nobody listens, and then everybody disagrees.
Must be interesting.
Uh-huh.
Your delegation using the whole car?
No, just half of it. Shall we go? Train leaves at 4:20, and it's 4 o'clock now. I'll take all the baggage.
Well, I can take these small things. Well, I hope there's some nice chummy folks on the train. Wonder who the other passengers will be.
Well, Sparrow, where's the dough?
I'll give it to you on the train, Danny.
You've been stolen me, Sparrow. It's almost 5 weeks.
This time it's the McCoy, Danny. You'll get it.
When's the book going to be published?
In about a month.
Did you change the manuscript?
No.
Just the way I wrote it, huh?
Just the way I wrote it, you mean?
Yeah, you wrote it. Like Mahatma Gandhi, you wrote it.
We went into that, Danny. Too many times. I got the manuscript.
You stole it.
Why'd you get so technical? I gave it to the publisher. Margie swore I wrote it. It's an open and shut case, ain't it?
Margie double-crossed me. She knows it's my script. She helped me work on it. You using the same title for the book?
Sure. The Big Shot. That's it. The Big Shot. It's a very hot piece of literature, Danny. When the great guy himself gets a look at that book, he's liable to blow his top.
Yeah. Or yours.
I'm taking that chance. It's worth it to get back at him. Every racket of his, every job he ever pulled, it's all in there in that book.
The book I sweated over.
You'll get paid. Don't worry. You just be on that train, the 4:20 for Chicago.
If I don't get it then, Sparrow, I'm going to cut your heart out.
I know.
I'd kind of like to do it anyway.
Just be on the train. You'll get the payoff there.
So long.
You'll get the payoff, all right. The final payoff.
Track 8, the commander for Chicago. Track 8, the commander for Chicago.
It's 4:20, Mr. Witherall. Why doesn't the train leave?
Look out on the platform, Mrs. Mullet. You'll find the answer. See the men out there?
Oh, yes. Say, that's a funeral.
Well, sort of. They look sad. That's what's delaying us.
Poor fellas. Bet the dead man was a good friend of theirs that looked so sad.
They're putting the coffin into the baggage car now. It won't be long.
Just my luck to be on a train with a coffin. They say it's very bad luck.
Frankie, the commander for Chicago. Frankie, the commander for Chicago.
Easy now, Red. Easy, don't drop it.
Look sad, you dope. Look sad. This is supposed to be a funeral.
Yeah.
Hey, never thought a coffin weighed so much.
All right, slide it on the wagon. The guys will roll it into the baggage car. Now, here we go.
Hey, listen, Benny. Why'd the boss want to pull the job this way? Ain't this an awful screwy way to do it?
He said it's the only way, and we got to do it. Furthermore, we can't miss either. After the coffin's in the baggage car, I got the whole plan doped out.
It's a good thing you got strong knives.
Yeah, it ain't so hard. I take these things for granted. Besides, Brain says if I miss, it's going to be awful sad for me.
Hey, they got the coffin inside.
Yeah, I better get on. They'll be leaving.
The commander for Chicago.
Hey, Benny. Don't forget, the baby we're after is in compartment 6, car 5.
Yeah, I know. Boss is on car 5, too.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Red. You gonna sit here by the coffin, mister?
Yeah, I'm the guy. Gonna ride to Chicago with a stiff. Nice company I pick, huh?
Well, if you've any time free from the convention in Chicago, Mr. Withrow, just drop over and see my collection. Finest butterfly collection in the Middle West.
Yes, Mr. Lear, I'll be all aflutter to see it.
My, it's late, isn't it? And here I've been talking almost forever to you and Mrs. Mullet.
Oh, not forever, Mr. Lear. Just seems that way.
Well, it was a real pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mrs. Mullet?
Good night, Mr. Lear.
Mr. Withrow?
Good night.
I'm going back to the observation car. I always take 10 deep breaths of pure air before I go to bed.
Huh?
Puts new oxygen in the lungs. See you in the morning.
Help you with your compartment, sir?
Yes, Paula, thank you.
Well, I better be going to my compartment, too. I'll be in number 4, you know. Then there's the one next door to here. That's 6. This one's number 8, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am. I'll make up number 4, ma'am. Be back soon.
Listen, Mr. Withrow. You hear them next door in number 6? Why, they're arguing so loud, comes right through the wall.
Okay, so I double-crossed you, so what?
You low-down rat.
Evidently, they're not honeymooners.
Go on, tell the police. You wouldn't get the first base. The big shot's going to be printed. I'm the guy that wrote it as far as everybody's concerned, and you're just a nuisance. Now, what can you do about that?
I gave up Denny on account of you. I helped him work on the book. Then I stepped all over him and swore you wrote it. And why? Because you said you and I was going places together.
You gave official testimony. You can't perjure yourself. You were up a tree, and I got you there. So what?
Denny's on this train. Did you know that?
Sure, I told him to be here. Told him I'd pay off.
But me, I don't get a nickel.
Not a cent. Besides, quit chasing me around. You annoy me.
You don't really mean that. You used to like me so much.
Embarrassing. We better stop eavesdropping, Mrs. Mullet.
Why, not in your life. Just when it's getting interesting.
Let go of me. You're getting that cheap powder all over my shoulders.
Don't you feel like kissing me good night?
Get out. You make me sick.
You don't want no part of me, huh? I get no money, no nothing. Okay. We'll see who wins the last round.
Oh, hang up, will you? I want to go to bed.
When I get finished with you, they'll put you to bed with a shovel.
Mrs. Mullet, that's hardly the sort of idyllic conversation to make a nice lullaby.
Well, I suppose you're right. Well, good night, Mr. Witherall.
Good night, Mrs. Mullet. See you in the morning.
I don't like this train at all. People threatening each other. Then back there in that baggage car, that coffin. I can feel something horrible's going to happen. Something that'd freeze your blood in your veins.
Tut, tut.
Good night, Mr. Witherall. Pleasant dreams.
Good night.
Wake up, mister. It's 2:30 a.m. Coming into Cleveland. Wake up.
George?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir.
George, it may be necessary to wake my fellow passenger in the next compartment there, but could you do it with a shade less violence? I've been trying desperately to fall asleep.
Well, he's going to miss Cleveland. I got to get him up.
Yes, but all you have to do is to wake one man. You're not supposed to blitzkrieg the train.
He paid me $5 to make sure he gets off of Cleveland. I practically broke down this compartment door, but I can't get him up.
Well, keep trying. The lucky fellow's probably a heavy sleeper. Good night.
Good night, sir. Sleep well. Oh, I'll do it real gentle.
Wake up in there! Here comes Cleveland!
George, why don't you open his door and go in, eh?
Oh, it ain't right. I'm not supposed to do that.
Well, if you're going to continue your present tactics, would you please get something for me?
Why, yes, sir. What?
Small bottle of ether.
Oh, I guess I better go in. It's the only way.
Yes. Now I can get some sleep, I hope.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Conductor!
What's wrong, George?
The man, the fella in compartment 6, he's... Oh, my.
What is it?
That man's dead.
I'll get my bottle. Dead, eh?
Yes, sir. D-A-I-D, dead.
Well, I hope your medical diagnosis is better than your spelling.
What happened, Mr. Witherall?
George says the passenger in the compartment between us is dead.
Yeah, go on in. You'll see.
I knew it. I told you there'd be trouble.
Well, let's see. Come into the compartment. He's dead, all right, no matter how you spell it.
Well, who is he?
Yeah, I don't know. Say, that's funny. This man looks different to me.
Different, George?
Uh-huh.
Well, all men's faces change a little when they die, for the better.
Yeah, I suppose so. Of course, I never did see him so good anyway.
Well, what's up, George?
The old passenger in 6, he's dead.
Yes? Who's this fella?
I believe the phrase is an innocent bystander, Conductor. My name is Leonidas Witherall.
Anybody know the name of the dead man?
Evidently not.
All right, I'll wire the police at our next stop. They can take over from there. Now, let's look around and see who this fella is.
Well, you should let Mr. Witherall take charge. He's used to solving murders.
How do you know this man was murdered?
Oh, when Mr. Witherall's around, practically everybody gets murdered after a while.
We don't, Mrs. Mullet. Don't exaggerate.
All right, folks, everybody go back to bed. Don't be holding your teacher's convention in this compartment.
Say, why not let Mr. Witherall take charge? Yeah, sure. We all know him. He's sort of detective.
Are you a detective, mister? You with a beard.
Officially, no. Occasionally, by an odd and unpredictable series of circumstances, yes.
Serious. Okay, so you're a detective. Well, get going. Maybe you can help find out who this dead man is.
Well, here's his wallet in his hand. His name's Thomas Bridges, 147 Mandalay Boulevard, Boston.
Well, look. Here it is, code. It's a ticket. A return ticket from Chicago.
Chicago? Well, that's strange. So it is.
Well, why is it strange? We're going to Chicago, aren't we?
Yes, but this man asked George to get him off at Cleveland.
Think he really was bumped off, Mr. Witherall?
Well, there are no signs of violence, Conductor.
Mr. Witherall, I just heard. Isn't it too shocking?
Oh, yes, Mr. Lear, very unfortunate.
A heart attack, probably.
Oh, probably.
Some people will disobey M.N.
M.N.?
Mother Nature.
Yes?
They strain themselves so.
Oh, okay, QED.
Who's been hurt?
This gentleman on the bed. He's dead.
Well, that's not... Why, that's...
Thomas Bridges?
Yeah, Bridges.
Did you know him?
We met in the diner. And what's your name? Margie McIntosh.
Conductor, I think it would be best if we all went back to sleep. When the police come, we can find out exactly what's happened.
Good idea.
Well, pleasant dreams.
Oh, excuse me, but could you tell me what's happened?
Hey, what are you poking around for, mister?
I'm a writer. I sometimes do newspaper work. My name's Randolph. Danny Randolph.
Man named Bridges just kicked off.
Oh, I see. Well, look, could I just take a look and see... Did you say his name was Bridges?
That's right.
We'll tell you if anything exciting develops after the police arrive, Mr. Randolph.
Well, I'd appreciate it. I'm down car 12. I'd like to know everything that happened.
Break it up, folks. Everybody back where you belong. I'll turn out the light, Mr. Witherall, and close the door.
I'll be in the next car if you need me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lear.
So will I. But I don't think I can help much.
Well, you never can tell. Good night, Miss McIntyre.
Don't forget to tell me when the police come. Keep me up to the second.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Randolph.
I'll be in car 7 if you want me, Mr. Witherall.
All right, Conductor.
Well, I guess I'll be going back to my compartment.
Don't go to your compartment.
Why?
We've got some work to do about the dead man.
Now, don't tell me you're going to go sticking your nose into this. You know, every time you get mixed up in a murder, somebody tries to strangle you.
Wait till the car quiets down. Won't take a second. Then we'll sneak into compartment 6.
What for?
Well, I've been thinking of George's remark that the gentleman in the compartment looked different.
Oh.
Also, the fact that the original passenger in number 6 wanted to get off at Cleveland. And the dead man has a return ticket from Chicago.
Did you say the original passenger?
Yes, the corpse in 6 isn't the man who belongs there at all. I think someone else was there originally.
How can you be sure?
Well, going through his trunk, I noticed that although it was equipped with a splendid wardrobe, the pajamas were missing. They weren't anywhere in the room. You see, the man who slept in there first must have been wearing them. Ah, the passage is empty and the conductor's obligingly lowered the lights. Come on now. Here's the door. Come in very quietly.
What are you going to do?
Shut the door. That's it. Now hand me those bedroom slippers on the floor.
Here you are.
Thank you. I just tried them on this man. Wait, I'll get the shoes off first. There. Now, see?
They don't fit.
Right. This compartment doesn't belong to Mr. Bridges at all.
Well-
It belongs to someone else. Someone who's wearing pajamas. Someone who undoubtedly has been murdered.
Well, who? Where'd it be?
Well, where would you look for a dead body, Mrs. Mullet?
In a coffin?
Clever of you.
In a coffin? You mean...
That the real murdered man is in the baggage car. In the coffin, brought here during the funeral. Logical, isn't it? Come on.
You're not going to the baggage car, are
I
you?
certainly am. Now, someone's guarding that coffin. It's law. So we'll have to dispose of him. Then we can go ahead.
Go ahead with what?
We can go ahead and open the coffin.
Yes, we can go ahead and open the... Mr. Witherall! See? Peek through this little glass in the door. The man's in there, sitting right beside the coffin.
Mrs. Mullet, I'll speak to him, and you stand casually beside him. Then, when I nod, you hit him on the head. Use anything you see. Grappling hook, hammer, heavy package, anything.
That's easy.
Then we'll open the coffin.
That's hard.
Oh, let's go. I'll open the door.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Don't I know you? Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, you look like, what's the name of that bird?
Not Bird, Bard. Shakespeare.
Yeah, that's the bird.
Then you're acquainted with him, eh?
Oh, sure. Not personal. I read two of his plays, Romeo and Juliet.
True.
Who's the dame?
What's that?
Mrs. Mullet, meet, what's the bird?
Huh? Oh, my name's Benny. Hiya. Hey, what are you two doing back here?
Oh, we got restless, walked through the train, found ourselves back here. Oh, guarding that coffin, eh, Benny?
Yeah. Why don't you sit down on the 6-foot bungalow there and we'll split the breeze. You know, I got a great acquaintance with the works of Shakespeare. A lot of his stuff's been dramatized, you know.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, I know all about it. All about his tragedies and comedies and errors.
Say, anything happened tonight while you were watching the coffin, Benny?
Huh? Nah.
Well, anyone speak to you tonight? Any strangers?
Yeah, I don't know any. Yeah, just squat here watching after my boyfriend in a fine overcoat.
No.
Had a nice idea for him, too. You know what? I wanted to put one of them pretty flower horseshoes on the box. You know, the ones that say success.
Benny, there's been a murder on this train.
Kind of a nut. What?
And I'm investigating it.
Yeah?
And
Yeah?
you're very much in the way. Now, Mrs. Mullet,
I'll get him.
Tell you, Midsummer Night's Dream.
I'll hide Benny behind these mail bags.
Here, I'll help you.
Fine. Now I'll take this grappling hook and get at that coffin.
Do you have to do that?
It's no time to be nervous. Got this side up. Now the other. Certainly nailed this down hard.
Oh, it's very bad luck to open a coffin. There's no telling what's inside. Are you sure you have to do that?
Now I can pick up the whole lid. Ready, Mrs. Mullet?
Well, I'm as ready as I ever will be.
Don't behave so foolishly. Coffin's been opened before. Body snatchers do it regularly.
Well, not when I was around.
So here goes.
Why, it's a man in pajamas. And he's been stabbed.
Just as I thought. Someone stabbed this man during the middle of the night. And then exchanged his dead body for the corpse in his coffin. They switched it, you see, with Bridges' body.
But why would they do that?
Cover up. This chap, whoever he is, would disappear completely, you see. He was last seen boarding this train and then vanished as if by magic. By the time his friends or relatives discovered anything was wrong, he would have been buried in this coffin.
Well, what would happen to Bridges?
Well, I'm sure Mr. Bridges was selected because he's the type of man nobody would be looking for.
Oh.
Bridges' death would be discovered by the coroner as a heart attack, which it probably was. And that would clear the killer completely, you see. Now, our first problem is, who is this man? And secondly, who played checkers with the two cadavers?
I'll bet that Benny over there knows.
Then we'd better revive him.
Wait. Look down the corridor.
What?
Someone's coming. It's that newspaper man, Danny Randolph.
Quick, hide behind these mail sacks. Duck behind here with me.
All right. Is this all right? You think they can see us?
No, this is fine.
You see the open coffin?
That's just what I want. Shh.
Holy smokes. Margie, what are you doing here?
Shut up. Not so loud. You noticed the same thing, huh? The wrong guy in Sparrow's compartment.
Yeah, I figured somebody pulled a switch. There he is. See him in the coffin?
Yeah. I'll bet you can explain how it happened.
Are you crazy? Just now when I saw that stiff in Sparrow's place. How'd you ever manage it?
You sap. You don't think I stabbed him, do you?
Why not? He double-crossed you.
How about you? You really wrote the big shot. Sparrow stole it from you.
I was going to collect from him on this train tonight. You don't think I'd knife him and lose the dough, would you?
Well, maybe he was a big boy himself. He'd do anything to keep that book from being published.
It might have been His Royal Highness, yeah. Maybe
I
that...
could make things very hot for you, Danny. I could shoot my mouth off about Sparrow taking your book. That'd give you a terrific motive.
Yeah, and I could tell a cute yarn about how you got to swear he wrote it. And then told you to go jump in the drink.
We don't have to be nasty to each other, Danny. We could be friends again. I've always been kind of sorry we broke up. Haven't you?
First you had me, and then you cashed me in for Sparrow. Now he's gone, you figure you'll take me back. You're a high-class twist, ain't you?
I'll keep quiet. We can take up where we left off.
Yeah, sure. I could trust you.
Wanna kiss and make up?
So you can get the dough from the book, huh? Go on, scram before I push your face in.
But, Danny...
I'm getting out of here. This guy's no place to be with Sparrow lying in that coffin.
Wait, Danny...
Let me alone and keep your trap shut.
Danny, come on! Danny, wait a minute! Quite a girl, ain't she?
Yes, a charming twist.
Do you think she killed Sparrow, or did Danny do it?
You've forgotten a suggestion Danny made himself. Maybe it was the gentleman they called the Big Shot, who's about to be exposed by that book.
Well, how can you find out who it was?
Well, it seems rather simple to me. Since this is all because of the manuscript of a book, whoever has that script is the killer. We'll have to search for it in their berths, in Margie's, Danny's, and
Well, how do you
Dan's.
search the big shot? You don't know who he is.
At least I can eliminate the first two. Mrs. Mullet, how's your screen these days?
Well, after seeing you open that coffin, should be very good.
Well, I want you to stand at one end of that car up front and scream for all you're worth.
All right.
Then lead everyone on a merry chase all through the train. I want about 3 or 4 minutes of confusion to examine Margie's and Danny's luggage.
Suppose the manuscript ain't there.
Then we know the Big Shot did the killing, and we'll have to find him. Let's go up front.
All right.
Leave Benny there. He seems to be resting so peacefully, probably dreaming about those 2 plays, Romeo and Juliet. Come on. Ready, Mrs. Mullet?
Ready, Mr. Witherall.
Go on.
Well, kept them all chasing me for 5 minutes. You find the manuscript, Mr. Witherall?
Yes, I did, and I left it where I found it, too.
Who had it?
It was in...
Here's the station, Mr. Witherall. Police will come on. We can get to the bottom of this now.
I'm so glad the police are here. I was getting so upset.
Yes, I imagine this has been quite a strain for you, Miss Twist.
Huh?
Beg pardon, Miss McIntosh.
What do you mean?
Cops will be coming on now, huh? Yeah, Mr. Randolph. Everybody stay right here.
Oh, I'm so glad we'll know if anything suspicious is going on. I couldn't sleep thinking about this, couldn't sleep at all. And that's so bad. Suspense causes an unfavorable glandular reaction.
Page Mother Nature, Mr. Lear.
Oh, my head. I ought to have a doctor. I ought to insult a physician.
Why, Benny.
Ah, there you are, huh? Hey, listen, what's the idea,
We were just going to discuss the whole problem, Benny. I see down by the end of the car there that the police have arrived.
Police? Yeah. Come on down here, officer.
Okay. Where's the body you wired about?
Right in there, compartment 6. It's a man named Bridges.
Officer, I think I can explain what's happened.
Who are you?
He's Leonidas Witherall, head of Meredith Academy. Mr. Witherall's a very good detective.
Oh, I'm not a professional detective, but I can tell you about the murder that's taken place.
Murder?
Was Bridges murdered?
No, his body was secured somewhere so that a false funeral might be arranged and his body in the coffin might be placed on this train. The murdered man was named Sparrow. Sparrow originally occupied this compartment.
Shakespeare, nothing. Sherlock Holmes.
I'm glad you spoke up, Benny. Benny was a part of the plan, obviously. He was working for a man identified only as the Big Shot. To keep Sparrow from printing a book about his activities, this Big Shot hired Benny to kill Sparrow, steal the manuscript, and switch the bodies.
Sparrow's body's in the baggage car, officer, with a long knife in the side. I saw it.
So, Benny...
I didn't stab no Sparrow.
I know you didn't, Benny, because you haven't got the manuscript in question. I found the script in the real murderer's luggage.
Whose luggage was it?
When Benny arrived at compartment 6, someone had already put a knife into Sparrow, but Benny, faithfully executing his orders, switched the bodies anyway.
Where'd you find the manuscript?
Now, Benny's error helped the murderer considerably. Sparrow had disappeared. No one would ever know where he'd gone.
Come on. Where'd you find the script?
Now, that's the key to the whole problem, isn't it, Margie?
Who has it? Yes, who done this?
Come on, if you're such a detective.
Tell us, Mr. Witherall. Tell us. Well, go on. Go on.
I found it in Danny's briefcase.
You what?
It was in your briefcase, Danny. You killed Sparrow.
Don't try to get off this train, Danny. You make a dive for that platform, I'll put 6 slugs in your back.
Danny, you did do it.
And he stole my book. I would have made a fortune out of it. And tonight, in his compartment, he wouldn't pay off. We had a fight. Well, there was a knife on the table. We both went for it. And I won. That's all. I risked my life to write that book. I wouldn't let any man live who took it away from me. And least of all, Sparrow, the skunk.
Sparrow the skunk? Oh, your biological background is deplorable, Danny. Deplorable.
We'll take both bodies off. You come with me, Danny.
Well, Mr. Witherall, that was excellent. Excellent. You've a brilliant mind. You must lead a very clean, healthful life.
Yes, Mr. Lear. And I wish you did, too.
What do you mean?
Mr. Lear, when I saw the manuscript in Danny's briefcase, I glanced for a second at a few pages. I learned who this national criminal is. The big shot. The man who hired Benny and arranged the funeral.
You sneaking, crummy busybody.
It was, this guy.
It was Mr. Lear. This nice little man with the butterflies.
Yes, this nice little man is the big shot. You'd better take him with you, too, officer.
Another crook. Boy, it's going to take a lot of blue points to get all these people out of the can. All right, let's go, Daddy. Come on, you.
I'm coming.
Quit shoving, copper. I can walk on my own.
No, conductor, I think we can continue on our way to Chicago and the convention. It'll seem so anticlimactic now, I suppose.
Everybody go back to your berths. As soon as we get the bodies off, we'll leave.
And I go to sleep at last. Sleep. I'm so tired. So tired. As the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble has written, sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care.
Shut the doors!
The death of each day's life, sore labor's bath.
I'll fix that mattress, mister.
Balm of hurt minds, great nature's second cause.
Well, somebody fell off the ladder climbing into an upper berth.
Chief nourisher in life's feast. Sleep. Sleep.
WOR has presented the distinguished American actor, Walter Hamden, in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Mrs. Mullet is played by Ethel Ramey. The character of Leonidas Witherall is from the mystery novels by Alice Tilton. The radio script is by Howard Merrill, and the program is directed by Roger Bauer. Witherall's involved in a history-making event next week, isn't he, Mr. Hamden?
Yes, the next week's story is about that miraculous and infinitely rare event, a nylon sale. It's a delightful and very exciting adventure in homicide, and I hope you'll be listening next Sunday at 7. Now, good night.
Listen again next Sunday at 7 p.m. for Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. This program came to you from the studios of WOR in New York.
Ellery Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the makers of Anison bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not merely crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
Anison, for the fast, prolonged relief of headache pain, brings you another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. Anison's guest armchair detective, who's in the studio to solve the mystery, before Ellery reveals the solution, is Mr. Kent Smith. And now, Ellery Queen tells the story of a mysterious international figure suspected of diamond smuggling, number 31.
Just a minute, Charlie. Inspector.
Huh? Who is it, Ely?
A radio phone. Charlie says some guy's calling the police department from the steamship at G at sea.
So I'm elected, huh? Inspector Queen speaking.
You kept me waiting.
Hi, Kip. Who is this?
George Arcadis.
Oh, yes, Mr. Arcaris. Well, what can I do for you?
You and your police and your customs officials can let me alone. That's what you can do for me, Inspector, whoever you are.
Now, I don't get you, Mr. Arcaris. If you're on shipboard in mid-Atlantic,
You can let me alone when the ship docks in New York.
Oh, expecting trouble with the customs, Mr. Arcaris?
Very humorous. 3 times now I've been searching your customs like a common criminal. If it occurs this time, I shall make the most vigorous representations to my government. Do you understand me? Inspector, what is your name?
I understand you.
He's, going to make trouble, Inspector, huh?
That's what he says, really.
Is this a private fight, Dad, or can anyone get in on it?
Oh, that was a bird named George Arcaris, Ellery.
He's from the Near East.
Yeah, and he has plenty of connections.
Arcaris, of course.
What's your interest in him?
Well, son, about a year ago, we got a tip he was smuggling diamonds in. We passed the tip to customs. They gave him the business.
But no diamonds, I take it.
No diamonds. Still, after Arcaris sailed back to his homeland, some stuff turned up around New York that seemed to jibe with our tip.
The same thing happened on his next 2 trips, Maestro.
Now he calls from mid-ocean to say that if he's bothered again, he'll make a diplomatic issue of it.
Well, if he's innocent, you can't blame him.
Listen, Miss Porter, this Arcaris is an international mystery man.
And he's suspected of everything from espionage to murder, but never any proof.
Well, it certainly doesn't keep him out of cafe society. He's always being wined and dined by people like Pip Istrom and Hugh Mounting and that crowd.
Oh. Who's been passing these tips along, Dad?
Oh, they've been coming in by way of the underground. Beely, give me ZK at customs.
Yes, sir. Right.
Of course, it's occurred to you, Dad, that Arcaris may be smuggling the diamonds in through a Confederate?
Oh, sure, it's occurred to us, but what can you do? It's one of those things that...
Yeah, just a minute, please.
Here's simple enough.
Here's ZK, Inspector.
Zach, anything come in on George Arcaris? Yes, I know. Well, I just got a notion about that. I'll call you right back. There's been another tip. Now, listen, Ellery. We must make sure that Arcaris isn't slipping the ice to a co-worker to carry off. Now, would you make sure for us?
It's a delicate situation, Maestro.
If you tell us he hasn't passed anything to a pal, we'll search Arcaris and customs, Ellery.
I'd have to board the AG quite a bit before she docks, Dad.
That'll be a cinch now. I can arrange it with the port and customs people.
All right.
Now, look here. You go out Sunday with the pilot and mingle with the passengers.
Yeah, neither do I. Oh, wait a minute. There he is.
Now, Beely, be ready to take Arcaris over from Ellery.
Okay.
All right, get going.
So that's Mr. Arcaris.
Let's get closer, Nicky.
Why, Inspector, there's Pip Istrom and Susu Mounting, his fiancée.
His society friends, huh?
Pip, Susu, here I am.
Susu, there he is. Hi, George.
Darling, hi. I'll see you as soon as I'm finished with the customs.
Don't let him push you around, George.
Don't worry.
Well, Ellery?
Nothing doing.
He didn't pass it.
I'm positive. Haven't had my eyes off him. If he's smuggling anything, Dad, it's in his luggage or on him.
Well, that means a body search. And I'd better go tell Zach. Thanks, son.
Phone me at home, Dad, will you?
I wonder if they'll find anything, Ellery.
I wonder. Nothing, eh?
Not a blasted thing, son. And Billy swears Arcaris didn't pass anything to anyone from the gangway to the customs ship.
Arcaris raising Cain?
He's calling Washington right now. I guess those tips are phonies, and we fell for them.
Keep me informed, Dad. Oh, Nicky.
The inspector?
Yes, and it's a washout.
Uh-oh. Oh, by the way, Ellery, there's a Mrs. Prine waiting to see you. She's terribly concerned about her son.
Her son?
Well, all right?
Oh, as long as she's here already, yeah.
Come in, Mrs. Prine.
Yes, please, come in, Mrs. Prine, and sit down, won't you?
Oh, Mr. Queen, it's about Arthur, my boy.
Yes?
He's missing. He didn't come home yesterday.
Well, suppose you tell me all about it.
Well, we live in Harlem, Mr. Queen, just Arthur and me. I'm a widow. I'm sickly, and Arthur supports me.
Where was Arthur supposed to be coming home from, Mrs. Prine?
From his job. He's got a butling job over in Park Avenue, employed by Mr. Istrom.
Ellery.
Oh, the buddy of our good friend, Nicky. Please go on, Mrs. Prine.
Well, every Saturday for 3 years, Mr. Queen, that boy's come straight home from Park Avenue with his salary. Here it is Sunday, and he ain't home yet.
Have you called Mr. Istrom?
Oh, yes, sir, yesterday evening. But he said Arthur had left at the usual time, saying he was going right home. I don't know what I'll do if Arthur don't show up by tonight.
Mrs. Prine is afraid he'll lose his job, Ellery.
Mr. Istrom's awful strict. Every morning, Arthur has to have Mr. Istrom's breakfast ready by 9 o'clock. Monday mornings, Arthur always gets there by 8:30, just so Mr. Istrom can eat on time.
Did Istrom offer any possible explanation, Mrs. Prine?
Well, he said not to worry. But I don't know, Mr. Queen. It don't sound like Arthur.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Istrom wouldn't like that. That's why I come to you, Mr. Queen.
Yes. Well, now, you go home and stop worrying, Mrs. Prine. I'll make the inquiries.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Queen.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Pip Istrom's butler, and today George Arcaris came in. Funny coincidence.
Nicky, get me the Missing Persons Bureau.
Here she is, Ellery.
Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Prine.
Morning, Mr. Queen. Miss Porter.
Morning.
I got down here just as fast as I could.
Mrs. Prine, I think we've found Arthur.
You have? Oh, where is he?
Mrs. Prine.
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid we had some dreadful news for you. This is the city mortuary.
What, sir?
This is the morgue, Mrs. Prine. Nicky.
All right, sir. It's all right.
Lean on me, Mrs. Prine.
Do you think that you're up to identifying Arthur officially for us, Mrs. Prine?
I want to see my boy.
Nicky?
I know, Ellery.
All right, Mrs. Prine. Sergeant.
Right, Maestro.
That's my son. Arthur. He was all damp, wet like.
His body was taken out of the East River at 5 o'clock this morning.
Arthur never did a wrong thing in his life. Only maybe play 10 cents on the numbers once in a while. He won $20 last month playing the number 31.
What?
Yes, sir. He liked that number, 31. Been playing it for most a year. Do I go home now?
Sergeant, take Mrs. Prine home, will you?
Yeah. Go on, Miss Prine. Easy. Come on.
I think I'd like a cup of coffee, Ellery.
Then Pip Istrom is going to have to give it to you.
Istrom? But, Ellery, it's so early in the morning. It's only 7:15.
This can't wait, Nicky. There's a connection between Arthur's death and George Arcaris. That number, 31.
You mean just because Arthur played 31 all the time in the numbers
The number of Arcaris' cabin on the Aegeo was also 31. Come on, Nicky.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. And now, back to our story. Hopping into a cab, Ellery and Nicky go directly from the city mortuary to Pip Istrom's apartment on Park Avenue.
I can't see anyone at this hour. I'm just having my breakfast.
Mr. Istrom, your butler is dead.
Arthur? Dead? Well, come in.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Please forgive the appearance of my apartment. Arthur was the only servant I employed. Then, that's something of a blow. He was a jewel. Won't you sit down?
Thanks, Mr. Istrom, but we...
Mind if I have another cup of coffee?
Not at all.
Join me?
No, thanks.
Arthur's mother phoned me Saturday night, but naturally... How did he die? Run over? Stabbed in some Harlem brawl?
Even if he was in a brawl, Mr. Istrom, I strongly doubt that it took place in Harlem. He died of a cerebral fracture. There's a bruise on his jaw, and the back of his head is not pretty.
And then his body was dumped in the East River, like a sack of garbage.
In a word, Mr. Istrom, Arthur was murdered.
That's clumsy of me. Well, see here, Queen, do the police think I did it or some such nonsense? The last time I saw Arthur was Saturday evening when he left here perfectly all right.
Mm-hmm. I take it that your friend, George Arcaris, knew Arthur.
Sure. What has Arcaris to do with Arthur's death, Queen?
That, Mr. Istrom, is what I propose to find out.
George. He only got into the States yesterday morning.
Arthur may not have been murdered until yesterday afternoon. Immersion in water, you see, often makes it difficult to fix the exact time of death.
Now, look here. I'm getting a little bit bored with all this. My fiancée, Miss Mounting, and I have known Mr. Arcaris for a long time, and I'm quite...
31.
I beg your pardon?
I said 31. Does the number 31 mean anything to you, Mr. Istrom?
Not a thing.
Oh. Then, I'll let you return to your breakfast. Becky?
Now you're way off, son. What possible connection could there be?
I don't know, Dad, but there is one.
All on account of a number 31, a coincidence.
Just the same.
31, a coincidence.
Just the same, I'm going to see Arcaris.
Ellery, no.
Why?
Now lay off, Arcaris, will you? You don't know the stench he's made. Now, please, son.
Okay. But, Dad, I think you're making a big mistake.
And that seemed to be the end of the diamond smuggling case. And of the Arthur Prine case, too. The police got nowhere on it, and Ellery got grumpier every day. Then 2 weeks later, it was a Sunday.
Nicky, is that you?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
In my Sunday best. Ellery, what's the matter?
Dear Gia, it's sailing today.
So what?
George Arcaris is sailing on it.
Suppose he is.
Nicky, we can just make it.
Make what?
The Aegea. I just solved it, Nicky. Come on.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Queen.
Trust me, Captain.
You hope.
Captain Dillier, Mr. Arcaris. Open your cabin door, please.
Yes? What is it, Captain? Who are these people?
Mr. Arcaris, would you mind if this gentleman searches your cabin?
Search? I mind very definitely, Captain.
Perhaps if I explained. Mr. Arcaris, it's my theory that this cabin contains a hiding place.
Hiding place? Of what?
Of some diamonds.
Oh, I see. Formerly, I've been accused of smuggling diamonds into the United States. Now I am accused of smuggling them out. Is that it?
Not exactly. But you will admit, Mr. Arcaris, won't you? That it's a very odd coincidence you're always booking cabin 31 on the Aegea, both coming and going?
And it's demented. Very well. Go ahead.
Sir, I can't hold up the ship, Mr. Queen. We sail in 10 minutes.
Ellery, 10 minutes?
One side, Nicky.
You'll have to hurry, Mr. Queen.
It's a pity my good friends, Mr. Eastrom and Miss Mounting, did not stay on board long enough to witness this spectacle.
So Istrom and Miss Mounting were here, Mr. Arcaris. Here in your cabin?
You know them? Yes, Mr. Queen. They always see me off.
That's very interesting, Arcaris, because the steel support of this bunk comes out.
revealing a very effective hiding place.
What?
Why, it's big enough to hide a fortune in diamonds.
But Mr. Queen, it's empty.
Certainly, Captain, but it was full of diamonds when the Aegea docked.
Ellery, he was searched when he got off the ship.
Arcaris left the diamonds on board, Nicky. He never carried them off when the ship made port. But he made sure always to get cabin 31 for the return trip. You heard him just now. Pip Istrom and Susu Mounting always see him off. Visitors to the ship on its outgoing voyage. Such visitors are not searched when they leave. One of them carried the diamonds off just a few minutes ago.
Stand very still.
Oh. My error.
Do not move, please. Not even a little. Very good.
Oh, the swine. Oh, locked.
Ellery, look here, through the porthole. He's running down the gangway just as they're pulling it in.
Never mind Arcaris, Nicky. We've got to get to Istrom's. Captain, get us off your ship. And so, Mr. Istrom, I will trouble you for those diamonds.
The Queen, they have nothing to do with Arcaris. My fiancée, Miss Mounting, did turn some jewels over to me this afternoon, yes. But...
Oh, she did?
Yes, she often does. Susan was very popular before our engagement, you know, with some extremely wealthy gentry. She gambles a little, I'm afraid, and she turned some of their gifts over to me for disposal. When my father made his money in South African diamonds, I still have some of Father's connection. Do you doubt my word?
Are you as big an idiot as you sound, Istrom? Your precious Susu has been smuggling diamonds into the United States for your friend Arcaris and getting you to turn them into cash.
That's a lie, Queen. That's a filthy lie.
Corey, watch yourself.
Semper, Mr. Istrom. Sorry.
Wow. You knocked him out, Ellery. He's out cold.
Yes. Now to find those diamonds.
Don't bother.
Huh?
Susu Mounting.
I've got them. It's the Queen, isn't it?
You know, Miss Mounty, that gun is probably loaded. You sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, stop it. Now, you're both going to march out of here and go down to the street. You'll pretend nothing's wrong. You'll get into my car. Drive it. I'll be in the back with this thing pointing at you. And you'll drive out to the country.
Sounds cozy.
Nicky.
Shut up.
Where are we going, Susu?
To a little hideaway cottage used by George Arcaris.
Arcaris?
Get going.
You are an idiot, Suso, to bring them here. Why did you not shoot them in dissipate?
Well, I'm not as used to shooting people as you are, George. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. Perhaps it is just as well, Mr. Queen. I owe you something. Personally. Now that Susan has brought you here, we will make the best of it, huh? We have the diamonds. This is Pip Istrom's pistol. We will concoct a plot.
Ellery.
It's all right, Nicky. Arcaris wouldn't be that foolish.
Foolish? This cottage is owned by Pip Istrom, Mr. Queen. An accommodation to his good friend George. But nothing on paper, you understand. So we will bury you here. By the time you are found, Mr. Istrom, who has been a dupe throughout, we'll have some explaining to do.
No, don't. George, wait. Wait till I go away with you.
My dear Miss Mounting, we smuggle diamonds together. We will commit murder together.
Oh, no.
Or would you rather join them? I give you 5 seconds, Susu.
Get it over with. Quick.
Duck, Nicky. I've got his gun, Dad. Nice shooting, Daddy.
Stand still, girlfriend.
Take your paws off me, you. It's Mr. Ekstrom. Pip.
You filth.
Has anybody got a drink?
You've done your last drinking for some time, Miss Mounting. And I don't think, Arcaris, that you'll smuggle any more diamonds like these into the United States for some time.
You will get me a physician and my consulate at once.
Oh, sure. Well, son, another narrow squeak.
I got Mr. Istrom to thank, Maestro. He came to after the mounting woman hustled you out and phoned us pronto.
I heard Susu's confession, Mr. Queen. It quite restored my sanity.
Thanks for saving our lives, Istrom. Well, Dad, now...
Ellery. Let's get out of here.
Nicky, Don't you want to know who killed Mrs. Prine's son, Arthur?
The murder of Mr. Estrom's butler.
You mean, son, the two cases are connected?
Oh, yes, Dad. And I'll tell you how right now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, Nikki, will you introduce our guest?
Sure thing, Ellery. He's the popular screen and stage star, most recently seen with Anne Sheridan in the film Nora Prentice. Mr. Kent Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. Nice to have you here.
Good evening, Ellery. Thanks for inviting me.
I understand that this season you're going to be playing for the fourth time with Catherine Cornell in Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Is that right?
That's right, Ellery. I played with Miss Cornell in Candida, St. Joan, Wingless Victory, and I'm looking forward with great enjoyment to Antony and Cleopatra.
Well, lots of luck, Mr. Smith. Let's hope the play has a long run. But now let's get down to business, shall we? Tell me who killed Arthur Prine.
Well, it seems rather simple from where I sit. I don't know whether it is or not, but I guess that Sousa's the real villain in this piece, except that she...
Villainess.
The villainess, yeah.
Just to be grammatically correct.
Well, I must say that I was fooled about Pip, but as long as he turns out to be okay, he probably...
having saved our lives, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It came in handy then.
And you gather it was Susa.
Certainly did.
Yeah.
And the motive?
Well, that I can't quite establish, except she might have found him. He sent, Pip sent his butler to cabin 31, and the code they used was
and
the
you
numbers
connected
code.
with the diamonds.
Yeah.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and you'll find out in just a moment what the solution is.
I can't wait.
Good. Now, here is Don Hancock.
If you want to be certain your breath is sweeter and your teeth are brighter after brushing, listen. Colinos toothpaste has a mouthwash effect built right in to sweeten the breath. The moment you use Colinos, its mouthwash effect instantly and unfailingly sweetens every case of unpleasant breath due to improper cleansing. Sweetens every case. At the same time, Colinos polishing action brightens teeth beautifully by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. So to be certain your breath is sweeter and your teeth are brighter, get K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colinos toothpaste or tooth powder tonight.
No, but how do you think?
Look,
Maestro, what gives?
Listen, every morning for 3 years, Arthur Prine prepared his employer's breakfast by 9 o'clock. On Monday mornings, Arthur always got to Mr. Istrom's apartment by 8:30, Mrs. Prine told us, Nicky. Just so Mr. Istrom can eat on time. Now, Nicky, do you recall the morning Mrs. Prine identified Arthur's body at the morgue?
Yes, it was a Monday morning.
And what time was it when we left the morgue to go to Mr. Istrom's apartment?
Very early. I think I said it was 7:15.
That's right. We took a cab. We went directly from the morgue to Istrom's Park Avenue apartment. So when we saw Istrom, no more than 15 to 20 minutes could have elapsed. In other words, it was around 7:30 in the morning. And what was Istrom doing when we called on him at that hour?
Eating his breakfast.
At 7:30 a.m. But this was breaking a fixed habit of years. Why, on that particular Monday morning, did not Pip Istrom wait for his man Arthur to turn up to prepare breakfast for him?
Because he knew Arthur was dead, Ellery?
Well, Dad, the only ones who knew Arthur was dead at that time were ourselves and Arthur's mother. Arthur's body hadn't been fished out of the East River until 5 a.m., hadn't been identified by his mother until 7:15 a.m. 15 minutes before we found Istrom eating a breakfast he himself must have prepared, since Arthur was his only servant. There is only one way Istrom could have known Arthur was dead, and that's if Istrom had killed him. Correct, Istrom?
Correct. Yeah, but, Maestro, why? And what did the number 31 have to do with it?
Well, for some time, Arthur, who had a weakness for playing the numbers game, had been playing 31, because he had noticed that your good friend Arcturus always occupied cabin 31 on the Aegea. Arthur took that as a hunch, as so many numbers players do. But that last Saturday, Arthur suddenly realized that Arcturus wasn't using cabin 31 on the Aegea just because he liked it. He had probably noticed also that each time after Arcturus sailed in cabin 31 on the Aegea, your fiancé, Istrom, invariably deposited some diamonds with you. And your butler made the connection you were too blind to make. He told you that Saturday afternoon, and you must have...
I was so outraged, I lost my temper and hit Arthur in the jaw with all my strength. He fell hard and fractured his head on the floor. I didn't mean to kill him. I hit his body then, in the middle of the night. I took it down the surface elevator into my car, disposed of it in the river.
I'm afraid, Easton, that you've been your own worst enemy throughout. Too infatuated with Susu Mounting to see what she really was, too hot-headed to control that murderous temper of yours, and too foolish to call the police when Arthur died and rely on the simple truth. Now you'll have to face a jury under very different circumstances.
It'll be your own fault, Istrom, if they don't believe your story. Sergeant, take him in, too.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. Kent Smith, for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of your visit with us, Anderson is proud to present you with this autographed copy of my new anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1946, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. As a special gift, we have for you a Stromberg-Carlson radio phonograph combination, complete with push-button tuning and automatic record changer. We're also presenting you with a generous supply of Anderson for the relief of headache pain. Perhaps your own doctor has already recommended Anderson for the fast help it can give.
Ellery will be back in a moment. The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. And here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, Ellery, what about next week?
Next week's story, Don, is about a tense problem in human relations and crime. I call it Tragedy in Blue. This is Ellery Queen saying goodnight for Anacin and enlisting all Americans in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. I've called today's program in this series, Fiction is Stranger Than Truth. Perhaps you may not agree with that statement, and on occasions I may have doubted it myself. However, when you have heard the story of Reginald Sidney Buckfield, I think you'll agree that Mr. Buckfield's literary exploits were stranger, though perhaps not so gory, as his experiences in real life. You see, Mr. Buckfield was an author. Only an amateur, I admit, but his experience in another field is clear. Mr. Buckfield was also a murderer. The story begins in Kent and concerns a lady called Mrs. Symes, a married woman in the middle 30s, living with her husband in Brumpton Farm Road, Strood. Her husband was engaged on night work at one of the busy munition factories in the neighborhood. The period was the autumn of 1942. On Friday evening, October the 9th, she set out on a visit to her parents' house some distance away. She left them about 9:30, taking with her her little son, aged 4, in a pushcart. Only one person ever saw her alive again.
Hello. Is that the police? This is Mr. Wood. I live in Brompton Farm Road, Valhalla. That's the name of the house. Can you come round straight away? I found a woman lying outside on the road, badly wounded. The doctor's here. He says she's dead.
The police naturally set themselves the task of questioning all persons who were, or who might have been, near Valhalla on the night of the crime. The morning after the murder, a policeman on duty in the country road near Strood stopped a soldier in uniform.
What do you want?
I'm a police officer. Where have you come from?
Me? I've just come from Oak Street Camp.
Oh, you stationed there?
That's right, chum. I'm in the gunners. What's your name? Buckfield. Gunner Buckfield. They call me Smiler.
Here, let's have a look at your pay book.
I have not got it on me.
Oh. How long have you been stationed at Oak Street Camp?
Oh, about 6 months.
What are you doing out here at this time of day? Are you on leave?
No.
You're an absentee?
Well, I was going back today.
Here, I think you better come along with me.
Back at the police station, Buckfield told his story, which seemed to be true. He had deserted from his battery of the Royal Artillery at Gravesend a fortnight ago. Since then, he had worked as a casual laborer at various local fruit farms, sleeping at night in sheds and on haystacks. Sometime previously, he had been stationed at Oak Street Camp, and evidently that's what had brought him back to the neighborhood. The police questioned him in every way to test his story, and the more awkward the question, the more Buckfield smiled.
I'd like you to tell me your exact movements yesterday evening.
Well, after I left work, I had some tea at a cafe, and then I had a game of billiards. Then I went to a pub called the Steam Engine for a drink. I stayed there until 8:10, and then I went for a walk.
You went for a walk, eh? Well, suppose you tell us the route you took.
Smiler explained in detail his movements, and according to him, he passed the top of Brumpton Farm Road at about 10 o'clock. When the police had finished questioning him, he was put back in his cell. The following morning, when the warder brought him his breakfast, he said,
"There's something fishy here. I'm being held for something more than being an absentee. They don't take your fingerprints and pull your hair out for that. Do you know what I'm being detained for?"
No.
Funny, every time I break out either a break or a murder, I've already been interrogated for 2.
Hearing of this remark, the inspector sent for him.
You must be keeping me for something more than being an absentee.
What do you think I might be keeping you for?
I've been interrogated for 3 before.
3 what?
3 murders.
I haven't mentioned murder to you.
No, but there must be something in it, as you've examined my hair and my hands. I've tried to find out from your man, but no one will tell me.
I see. Take a look at this knife, Buckfield. Have you seen this before?
No. The last knife I had was a jackknife, which I sold about a fortnight ago. This is a table knife.
It was found in an orchard near Bumpton Farm Road. About 300 yards away on Friday night, a woman was murdered. According to your statement, you were not very far away from the scene of the crime. Did you see anything of a woman and a child in a pushcart?
No, nothing.
All right. Take him back. This way, Smiler.
Now, the police are forbidden to hold a suspect in custody for more than 4 days without preferring a charge against him before a magistrate. That time being up and the chief constable not yet being ready to charge him, Buckfield was handed over to a military escort as an absentee. As he left his cell, he passed a bundle of sheets of writing paper to a detective who accompanied the soldiers, saying,
"There you are, officer. Read them very carefully. You'll find them very interesting."
He went away with the escort, and the policeman examined the sheets of paper, which both he and the chief constable, and later on the jury at the Old Bailey, were to find very interesting indeed. They were headed, "The Mystery of Brumpton Road," by Gunner Buckfield. He had done what many other people have done in recent years, though never perhaps in similar circumstances. He had written a murder story.
Brumpton Road Murder by Gunner Buckfield. "Hello, Smiler, what an awful night. Not so bad," Bert replied. As they entered the bar, a remark was passed by a cheeky chap that it was a lovely night for a murder. Lovely night for a murder, eh? Bert is a married man with a wife and one daughter. His job is doing night work round Strood or Rochester. Happy-go-lucky sort of guy. Cares for nothing. Lives along the Brompton Road somewhere. His wife and child are...
Like many authors both before and since, Mr. Buckfield never quite knew when to stop. His story developed from a mystery into a defense. A defense to prove how one Smiler, at any rate, could not be the murderer. Mr. Buckfield, in his work of art, hinted the foul deed was the work of a mysterious stranger. The identity of the stranger was to be unmasked in a later chapter. But unfortunately, Mr. Buckfield's manuscript, and perhaps his imagination, ran out at the end of chapter 6. Buckfield's manuscript ended with the words...
And that, my dear friends, brings it to girl murdered by person unknown. We hope the police succeed in their duty to find the murderer so as to clear my soft gunner Buckfield. This is a partly true story and partly fiction, showing you how easy it is for an innocent man to be convicted of crime and what can really happen. Yes. I think I'm going over to the military prison to have another little talk with Mr. Buckfield. Come on, Sergeant.
Very good, sir.
Good morning, Buckfield.
Morning, Inspector.
I have to tell you, Buckfield, that a soldier of your acquaintance, Gunner O'Hara, has given evidence that he saw you last week at the farm where you've been working, using a knife exactly like the one I showed you, the one that was found in the orchard.
It's a blooming lie. I never had a knife. Let me face him and have it out.
Well, we'll see about that. And then there's another thing. You gave to the warder yesterday a manuscript of a story you'd written.
That's right.
Buckfield, since your arrest, have you had access to a daily newspaper of any kind?
No. Why?
Then if you've had no access to any information, where did you get all the details that you wrote about?
I made it all up. It's fiction. It's how I thought the murder might have been done. I've written stories before, you know. Anyway, I'm not guilty. Here, listen. If I'd done what you think I'd done, I've got an alibi. After I left the pub, I met someone. About 9:30 it would be, in Dellywood Lane. An ATS girl pushing a bike. She works in the officers' quarters at 542 Battery. She's got a list. You ask her and find out.
Yes, sir. I went down Dellywood Lane about 9:30 it would be.
Were you pushing a bicycle?
That's right.
Do you know this man, Buckfield?
Oh, yes, I know Smiler.
Did you meet him on this night?
No, I haven't seen him for weeks.
Could Buckfield have known that you would be in Dellywood Lane about this time?
I expect so. I often go home that way.
By that time, the evidence of the knife, and above all, Buckfield's manuscript, had given the police enough grounds to apply for a warrant. He was charged with murder. At the police court, he reserved his defense and was committed for trial at the Old Bailey. Throughout all this, Smiler continued to smile. The trial of Buckfield began at the Old Bailey on the 20th of January, 1943.
May it please your lordship, members of the jury. In this case, I appear for the prosecution of my learned friend, Mr. Blundell, and the prisoner is defended by my learned friends, Mr. Hector Hughes and Mr. Waters. As you have heard, the charge that is made against him is a charge of murder. He is charged with the murder of a woman named Ellen Ann Stein, who was a married woman, aged about 35 years, who lived happily with her husband at Rochester. There's one child of the marriage, a boy of some 4 years of age. She lives with her husband and child at a house called Thames Mount,
177 Brompton Farm Road, Bruce, adjoins Boston. It's just an outline of this case, but you should be able to follow. What the prosecution say to you here, you first of all have a man who was in the vicinity at the time that Mrs. Simons was murdered. Secondly, a knife, which after the murder has been discovered is found to have upon it human blood, and it is identified. Thirdly, it is said by the prosecution that if this man did not commit this murder, and is entirely innocent with regard to it, how comes it about that he is able, while he is detained, to write a long narrative, showing in that narrative that he has knowledge of those extremely intimate details of the movements and habits of the woman who in fact was murdered? And upon that view of the matter, subject to any explanation which may be forthcoming, the prosecution say to you that this man must in fact be the man who murdered that unfortunate woman upon that night. Now, with the assistance of my learned friend, Mr. Blundell, I will call the evidence before you.
Sir Bernard Spilsbury was called in to give evidence concerning the wounds received by the murdered woman.
Sir Bernard, would you look at this knife, please? May I touch it? Yes, certainly. In your opinion, could the wound have been caused by that knife?
It would have required a great deal of violence with this knife to produce that injury.
The knife appears to have been sharpened, does it not? On both sides, towards the end of the blade.
Yes. The cutting side is sharpened, and a certain distance of the blade at the back is also sharpened, but not higher.
Is there a notch on that knife? You say it has been sharpened. Do you see a notch on it anywhere?
Yes, my lad. There is a notch on the cutting edge at a short distance from the point. That is the exact position of it. The jury can see quite well for themselves, my lad.
The witness, O'Hara, was then called.
Is your name James Edward O'Hara?
Yes, sir.
On the 6th of October of last year, were you one of a number of soldiers working at a fruit picking at Beluncle Farm, Hoo?
That's right, sir.
Was the prisoner in the dock Buckfield there also?
He came there about 12:30, sir.
What did you notice him doing?
Well, about 3:30, Buckfield pulled a knife out, cutting a faded apple, sir.
1 minute before you go on. You say that the prisoner was there. What was he dressed in?
A khaki.
In battle dress?
Yes, sir.
Not in civilian clothes?
No, sir.
You say you saw him cutting an apple?
I did, sir.
Did you see what he was using?
Yes, sir. A little short knife, sir, bone-handled, with a short blade.
One moment, a little short knife with a bone handle. What color was the handle?
It was a cream color, sir.
Did you notice anything about the blade?
Well, the blade came to a point, sir. It looked as if the blade had had a right good sharpening on a grindstone.
Did you notice anything else about the blade?
There was a little bit of a nick out of the bottom, sir.
Would you look at the knife we've got here, which is Exhibit 5? How did the knife you saw compare with that knife?
Well, it was very like that one, sir.
Did you see any nick on that? Just hold it up and look carefully.
There is a bit of a nick here, sir. It looks as if it has a good sharpener at both ends, too.
Not all the evidence was so damning. Other witnesses failed to identify the knife as being the same as the one in Smiler's possession. All the same, you'll recall that Smiler himself had said the only knife he possessed was a jackknife. On the second day of the trial, the clerk of the court had the unenviable task of reading out Smiler's long manuscript, which took well over 2 hours, and due to the fact that the author had only the haziest ideas of punctuation or grammar, the reading was not very intelligible. On the third day of the trial, counsel for the defense called upon his principal witness.
I call the accused, my lord, Reginald Sidney Buckfield.
Call Reginald Sidney Buckfield.
Are you Reginald Sidney Buckfield?
I am, sir.
In civil life, do you reside at 210 Portland Street, Houghton, near Mansfield?
I do.
And in civil life, are you a labourer?
I am, sir.
I think you are a married man.
Yes.
And you have 3 children.
That's right.
All girls.
Yes.
Aged respectively 4 years,
2 years and 1 year.
Yes. Smiler's trouble started when counsel for the prosecution began his cross-examination.
Before you were stationed at Tollgate, Gravesend, you were stationed, were you not, at Oak Street Camp?
That's so.
That is known as 542 Battery.
That's right.
How long were you stationed at Oak Street Camp?
I think 11 to 12 weeks.
Did you get to know the neighborhood round Dallywood Lane quite well during the time that you were stationed at the camp?
I knew it a little bit, not a lot.
You, knew Brompton Farm Road, did you?
Oh, not very well.
You've been absent since, what date in September?
I can't quite tell you that because I don't know. I don't know the date, but I do know it was on a Saturday.
I may take it you were sleeping in the haystack next to the camp, you say, every other night.
Roughly, nearly every other night.
And working during the daytime at farms round about.
That's so.
Just take that knife in your hand, Exhibit 5. Thank you, Usher. I just want to understand quite clearly what you say about that. Are you saying that that knife that you now hold in your hand is not the knife the Chief Constable showed to you?
This knife I've never seen before, and it's not the knife that I was first shown.
You say that it is not the knife the Chief Constable showed to you?
Well, that's so. I've never seen this one.
Do you say that you have never seen that?
I've never seen this knife at all, my lord.
Never up to then?
I've never seen this knife at all, my lord.
Never up to when?
I've never seen it in my life.
Well, nobody wants to catch you out, but, did not you see it even in the police court?
No. I've never seen the knife yet.
This knife?
No.
Did you never
saw this knife. It was kept out of my sight. But it was shown to him, but I never saw it.
This was a surprising statement for Smiler to make, but it was in keeping with his sense of the dramatic. As an author, he evidently believed in poetic license. After a time, the prosecuting counsel came to the question of the manuscript.
What did you know about this murder when you began to write that story?
I didn't know anything about it, except what the police had told me or asked me questions about.
You are not being asked that. You are being asked what did you know, never mind how you knew it. Your statement reads, when I began to read the story, I knew about the murder from what the police had told me.
Let us take it by stages. It might be more helpful to you. Did you know where the murder had been committed?
I did not.
You did not know the name of the road in which it had been committed?
I did at the time. I knew the Brompton Road then, yes. Because they'd taken me in the morning to have a look for the stack in the car. It was fenced off.
I'm not asking you whether you knew where the Brompton Road was. You told me sometime previously you were a little hazy about that. What I am asking you now is this. Did you know when you began to write this story that the murder had taken place in Brompton Road?
Oh, no.
Brompton Farm Road?
No.
If that is so, can you tell me why you headed the first chapter of your narrative, The Mystery of Brompton Road?
Well, the thing what seemed a mystery to me was me being brought in, being questioned about something that I couldn't get no light on.
No, that is not the question. You were asked why you headed the first sheet, not a mystery, but the mystery of Brompton Road.
Well, I was thinking of London at the time, my lord, of Brompton Road.
The second batch, as I have it, is also headed Mystery of Brompton Road Murder. Both batches are headed The Mystery of Brompton Road. You say, and I quote, when I headed those two sheets, Mystery of Brompton Road, I was thinking of Brompton Road in London. Is that right?
That's so.
Then the fact that the murder had taken place in Brompton Farm Road near Strood was a mere coincidence.
That's so, sir.
A very disastrous thing, was it not? That you should have, out of all the tens of thousands of roads in London, selected the one road that happened to have the same name as the road where the murder had happened.
The chain of evidence was almost complete. After this, there could be little question of believing anything that Smiler said. Following his cross-examination, counsel for the prosecution summed up and was followed by the counsel for the defense, who did everything possible for Smiler. Just before 1 o'clock on the following day, the jury retired. They remained out for an hour, though it's difficult to imagine what could have delayed them in returning their verdict.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner, Reginald Sidney Buckfield, guilty or not guilty of murder?
We find him guilty.
You find him guilty of murder, and that is the verdict of you all?
It is.
Prisoner at the bar, you stand convicted of murder. Have you anything to say why the court should not give you judgment of death according to the law?
No, sir.
There was no surprise when, a week or two later, the official announcement was published that Buckfield had been reprieved. The Home Office had evidently satisfied itself that he was insane. Not in the strictly legal sense, perhaps, but in fact. Today, he's in Broadmoor, doubtless smiling as he covers whatever papers allowed him with what must be regarded as only partly fictitious accounts of the 3 murders of which, at various times, he'd been suspected. I do not feel that professional writers of detective stories need fear his competition. At the same time, I'm bound in fairness to add that I have read worse stories than The Mystery of Brompton Road. But then its author had the advantage over the rest of us of first-hand experience of murder.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Hanging by a Thread.
At 9:15 on the morning of May 5th, 1947, the telephone rang in the sheriff's office in the little town of Finney, Texas. Sheriff Hanson answered it.
Sheriff's office, Hanson speaking.
Sheriff, this is George Hawks.
How are you, George? What can I do for you?
Nothing now. Nobody.
How's that?
I just called to tell you I'm going to kill myself.
What did you say?
You heard me. It'll take you 20 minutes to get out to my place. By that time, I'll be dead.
Now, wait a minute, George. What? Hello? George! Operator!
Yes, sir?
Oh, this is the sheriff. That caller just came in here. Where was it from?
One moment, Sheriff.
If this is someone's idea of a practical joke...
Hello, Sheriff.
Yes?
That call was placed from 317 out on Gum Creek Road, the residence of Mr. George Hawks.
The sheriff raced out to the Hawks Ranch and found George Hawks dead, hanging in the barn. Then he made another discovery which prompted him to put in a call to the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case and drove to the Hawks Ranch to meet Sheriff Hanson.
Case, am I glad to see you.
Howdy, Sheriff. It's been a long time.
Yeah, a month of Sundays. Now, I hope I didn't call you down here for nothing, Jace, but this looks mighty fishy to me. So I want you to take a look at the body.
Hasn't been taken down yet?
No, I put in a call to the coroner, but he was out somewhere. I left a message for him to come out here as soon as they could locate him.
How'd you find out about the body, Sheriff?
I got a phone call, Jace, about 9:15. Said it was George Hawks and he was going to kill himself. I thought maybe it was some jokers, so I traced the call.
And?
It came from here, all right. So I drove out fast as I could, but George was dead. Hanging by the neck in the barn. No pulse. Body still warm.
Sheriff, I know you didn't call me down here to investigate a routine suicide. What's the catch?
Well, I'm getting to that. Come in the barn. This is just the way he was when I found him. You notice that's a wire he's hanging from, not a rope.
Yeah. Cut off the clothesline, probably.
Huh? How'd you know?
Guessed. I saw the clothesline had been cut, part of it dragging on the ground in the yard.
You Rangers don't miss much, do you?
Not if we can help it, Sheriff.
Well, I want to show you something I found. Look at this, right under the body.
It's an oil drum.
Right. And the exact position I found it in, on its side. Now, you'll notice, Jace, that it's the only thing near enough that George could have stood on while he put the wire around his neck.
Here's the rim marks where it stood on the straw before it was tipped over.
Yeah, only he didn't stand on it. Look at this end of the drum. Thick with dust. Now, look at the other end. Dusty, too. Jace, there's not a sign of a footprint on either end of this oil drum.
You're right, Sheriff. He couldn't have climbed up in the loft and jumped, or that wire would have taken his head off.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and that's why I called you.
What about fingerprints?
No, we couldn't find any, just a few smears. What does it spell to you, Jace?
Just one word, and an unpleasant one. Murder. I got my camera out of the car and took pictures of the body. And we took down the broken clothesline and nosed around for more evidence. The sheriff went up to look over the house while I combed the barn. How'd you make out up at the house, Sheriff?
Nothing, Jace. Absolutely nothing. No note from George. Everything tidy. No sign of a struggle. Funny nobody's around.
Who would be ordinarily?
His wife, Millie. One of the hands. He had 2 men working for him last I heard. How you coming, Jace?
I found a couple of things, but not the thing I want.
What's that?
The tool that was used to cut the wire he's hanging on. All I found in the barn here was this pair of rusty pliers.
Well, couldn't they have been used to cut it?
No, Sheriff, they wouldn't cut butter. Besides, the cut's too clean.
How about footprints?
No luck yet. But I think I've found what the killer stood on to string the body up.
What?
The stepladder. I found it under the tool bench. Been used lately. Marks in the dust where it'd been dragged out and then pushed back.
What are you fixing to do, Jace?
Going up the ladder and take a look at the beam where the wire's looped over.
Here, I'd better hold it for you. Pretty rickety.
Thanks.
Find something?
I think so.
What is it, Jace?
Look at this. Stuck on a splinter where the wire went over the beam.
It's a piece of black thread.
Yeah. Black wool thread.
Well, are you a string saver, Jace?
In a case like this, yes. Let's take a look outside. What about a motive, Sheriff?
For suicide or murder?
Either.
No, can't think of a one offhand. George was a pretty normal guy. Happily married. Didn't have any enemies that I know.
How about those 2 hands you mentioned?
Well, this new one, Brad Johnson, been working for George about 6 months. Only met him a couple of times. Seemed to be all right. In a quiet sort of way.
And the other?
Old Tom, oh, he's okay. Drinks a lot. George used to fire him regular and then take him back when he sobered up.
There's no good footprints in the yard here.
Nope. Ground's packed pretty hard.
Oh, Sheriff. Car coming up the house. Is that the coroner?
That? Well, no, that looks like... Well, sure, that's George Hawks' car. That's Millie driving it. Mrs. Hawks.
Come on. We'll have to tell her, Sheriff. This is the only part of the job I really hate.
Yeah, I know, Jace.
Sheriff, what
are you doing out this way? And...
Well, morning, Mrs. Hawks. This is Ranger Pearson.
Howdy, ma'am.
Ranger? What's happened? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Millie, but George...
Something happened to George?
Yes. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Come on, Mrs. Hawks. We'll take you to the house.
I can't believe he'd do it.
Mrs. Hawks, when did you last see your husband?
Just a few hours ago at breakfast.
How did he appear at breakfast? I mean, was anything wrong? Was he upset about anything?
Well, yes, there was a big fight at breakfast. I've never seen George get so mad.
A fight? Between you and your husband?
Well, all four of us were in on it. Old Tom and Brad was there, too. They're the hired hands.
How did it start?
I cooked breakfast for the four of us, like I always do. Old Tom was late, so we started to eat. When we were about through, old Tom came staggering in. He was half drunk.
Again,
Yes, Sheriff, again. Then he and George had this big row, and George fired him for being drunk.
Go on.
Old Tom was fighting mad. He gets mean when he's been drinking. Started making all kinds of wild accusations.
What kind of accusations, Mrs. Hawks?
Lies, Ranger. All of them lies. He said he wouldn't have been drunk if Brad hadn't bought liquor for him.
Brad?
Well, that's what he claimed. Said Brad got him drunk on purpose so he... Oh, it was awful.
So he could what?
Well, it's a lie, Ranger.
What did he say, Mrs. Hawks?
Well, old Tom said to Brad, I wouldn't be drunk if you didn't buy me the stuff. You're always trying to get me out of the way so I won't see you. So I won't see you playing up to the boss's wife.
Then what happened?
Well, Tom left, and my husband started swearing and threatening Brad, accusing him of what Tom said. Brad said it was a lie, and then George threw some money in his face and told him to get off the place, that he was fired, too.
What did Brad do?
I thought for a minute he was going to hit George, but he didn't. He went outside, and a few minutes later I heard his car start, and he drove away. By this time, George was in a terrible rage. He even threatened to kill me. So I grabbed the car keys and ran.
Did he ask you where you were going?
Yes, he did, Ranger. And I told him I was going in town to see Mr. Harris, the lawyer, to see about getting a divorce.
What time did you leave?
About 8:30. Ranger, you said you found him hanging in the barn. Well, if it was suicide, why are you asking me all these questions?
Because I don't think it was suicide, Mrs. Hawks. I think it was murder. After the coroner and the doctor arrived, the sheriff borrowed a horse from the corral. I got charcoal out of the trailer, and we headed for Tom's shack up in the hills.
There it is, Jace. Just around those rocks.
That Tom's horse, Sheriff? Grazing out back?
Yep.
He's around someplace. Up, charcoal.
Yes. I just can't see old Tom as a killer, Jace. He ain't the type.
Huntsville's full of them, Sheriff. Killers who aren't the type.
Oh,
charcoal. Oh, boy. Yeah. Let's try the front door.
Okay.
All right, Tom. Open up.
He's not here, Jace. I can see through the windows. Shack's empty. What the?
Somebody's shooting close by. Maybe Tom. That shot came from back up in that draw. Come on, Sheriff.
There he is. Back by that clump of trees.
Is that Tom?
Sure is. Hey, he's running toward the trees.
Hold it, Tom. Stay where you are. I'll put one over his head.
Ah. Yeah, he's starving. See what he's wearing, Jace?
Yeah. Black sweater.
What's all the commotion?
All right, Tom. Throw down that rifle.
Sure, Ranger. But, what for?
Why didn't you stop when I told you to?
Well, to tell the truth, Ranger, I didn't hear you. I'm kind of deaf. I heard you shot, though.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. He's hard of hearing.
What's that, Sheriff?
Oh, never mind. Why'd you shoot at us, Tom?
Shoot at you? Why, I never did no such thing.
What were you doing then?
Ain't no law against a man killing himself a rabbit for supper.
All right. Get his rifle, Sheriff. Let's go.
Huh? Where to?
To your shack first. We're going to have a long talk about George Hawks.
I'll tell you, Ranger, I didn't know George was dead until you told me a minute ago. What call would I have to kill him? If he was killed, he was my friend.
You don't seem very clear about what happened this morning, Tom.
Well, I was a bit foggy. I had me a couple of nips, but I do remember George getting mad and firing me.
What happened after that?
Well, I took a few more out of the bottle in my saddlebag. I don't remember much after that. I must have rode up here and fell asleep. Woke up a while ago. I was hungry, and I went out to get me a rabbit.
Tell me, Tom, do you often draw a blank when you've been drinking?
Do I what, Ranger?
Have a blank space. Do things you don't remember anything about later.
Oh, I suppose I have once or twice. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do it. I couldn't have killed George. He was my friend.
These your wire cutters on the table, Tom?
Oh, yeah, they are.
I'll take them. And I think you'd better come along to town with us.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson at our new Sunday time. We hope that our many friends who have listened to us at the earlier hour will continue to be with us each Sunday. And for those of you who are hearing our program for the first time, we extend a warm and cordial welcome and invite you to be with us each Sunday from now on. And now we continue with tonight's case, Hanging by a Thread, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The finger was pointing straight at Tom. When we got back to the Hawks Ranch, there was a man in the back lot feeding the hogs. It was Brad Johnson, the third witness at the breakfast fight. While the sheriff took Tom into town, I got Brad's version of what happened.
And then he threw the money in my face, Ranger. $30. Told me I was fired. I wanted to hit him, but I didn't.
Then what, Brad?
Then I got my duffel bag, threw it in my car, and drove off.
Where'd you go?
To Finney. Drove around town for a few minutes, and then I went to the White Spot Cafe and had a cup of coffee.
What time was this?
When I was in the cafe? Oh, about 9:30, I guess.
Why'd you come back here?
Well, somebody in town said that George had killed himself and that the coroner was on his way out here.
So?
Well, I figured if it was true, there wouldn't be anybody to do the chores. We fired old Tom, too. And Mrs. Hawks always treated me so friendly. Well, so I come out to do what I could.
Yeah, very nice of you. Tell me, Brad, is there anything between you and Mrs. Hawks?
No, sir. That's a lie, Ranger. Never even spoke to each other except at meal times or say good morning.
What are you planning to do now?
Well, I don't know. Have Mrs. Hawks till she can get somebody, I reckon.
I see. Well, I gotta be moseying along. Oh, don't leave town without letting me know.
Oh, I won't, Ranger. I'll be around.
I got the evidence off to Austin and then went to the White Spot Cafe. Brad had been seen there at 9:30, and Mrs. Hawks had been with her lawyer half an hour before. I radioed headquarters that I was staying over in Finney, and about 9 that night, I got a phone call. Hello?
Jace, Captain Stinson. I've got the report on that stuff you sent in today. You got a pencil?
Sure have, Captain. Shoot.
On that black wool sweater, the thread you sent in the envelope matched all right. It's definitely off the sweater.
How about the wire cutters?
I'm afraid I got a disappointment for you there, Jace. They couldn't get a match. I'm afraid the murder wire wasn't cut with the tool you sent.
Are you sure, Captain?
The boys in the lab are. They made sample cuts with every millimeter of those blades and couldn't match up a single one with a murder wire.
Oh.
What kind of a fix does that put you in, Jace?
Oh, I'm not sure. Well, thanks, Captain. I'll keep in touch with you.
All right, Jace. Good luck.
I was going to need more than luck. Things were really getting tangled up. It was about 4 a.m. when I finally dozed off trying to dope it out. Then at 8:30, I met the sheriff in his office.
Well, you look like you've been through the ringer, Jace. Hotel bed's too hard for you?
No, but I didn't get much sleep trying to figure this Hawks thing out. Looks like we'll have to let old Tom go, Sheriff.
Why? What's up?
The lab says Tom's cutters didn't cut that wire.
They didn't?
No. Of course, old Tom could have used other cutters, but in his stupor, I doubt if he'd be that clever.
Well, I hate to complicate things more than they are, Jace.
What do you mean?
Coroner called a little while ago. He's sending his report over with one of my deputies. Should have been here by now. His verdict is suicide.
Suicide? Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Well, apparently does to him. We'll know when the report gets here.
Yeah. George Hawks, deceased. Climbed up a stepladder, put a wire around his neck, and then placed the ladder neatly under a workbench 12 feet away.
My dusty oil drum snoring things up, Jason.
Considerable.
Morning, Sheriff. Howdy, Ranger.
Hi. Morning, Joe. Did you get it?
Yep. I had to wait while the coroner signed it. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Anything more I can do, Sheriff?
No, not right now.
Well, I'll go get me some breakfast then.
Let's see. No marks of violence on the victim's body. Autopsy disclosed no brain injury. Death probably caused by strangulation. Coroner's conclusion, suicide. Signed G. Parker, coroner. There it is, Jace.
Couldn't be.
Now, here's something from the doctor. I examined the body at 11:30 a.m. It is my opinion the death occurred approximately 3 hours previously.
Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff.
What is it?
That'd make it about 8:30 when George died. What time did you say he called you?
At 9:15. Great supper.
Sheriff, are you sure it was George who called?
Well, now that you mention it, I'm not sure. Said he was George.
Or could it have been somebody else?
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's beginning to piece together, Sheriff. Whoever it was could have killed George, then called you and tried to sound like him.
To establish an alibi.
Exactly. And then pop up someplace else a few minutes later. Like the White Spot Cafe. I'll call you later.
Where are you going, Chase?
Back to the Hawks Ranch. When I pulled up to the ranch, Brad Johnson was running water into the big trough near the barn.
Well, hi, Ranger. What brings you out this way?
I want to talk to Mrs. Hawks. We're releasing Tom. Coroner's report came in a few minutes ago. Suicide. Is she around?
Why, sure, she's up the house.
Okay. Oh, I just happened to think. Charcoal, my horse here in the trailer, hasn't had a square meal since I left headquarters yesterday. Is there some hay around that I could give him?
Why, sure, Ranger. Some fresh bale just inside the barn there, help yourself.
Thanks. I'll be glad to pay for it.
No, forget it. I'm sure Mrs. Hawks wouldn't mind.
Oh, have you got something to open one with?
Why, sure. Here. Here's my cutters.
I took the cutters into the barn and made some cuts on a wire sample. After I gave the cutters back to Brad and fed charcoal, I spoke briefly with Mrs. Hawks, and then I tore out for the lab in Austin. By 1 o'clock, I got the results.
Here it is, Jace. Take a look.
The wires match, Johnny?
See for yourself. That dual microscope never lied to me yet. The left one's the murder wire. The one on the right is one of the samples you brought in.
That's it.
Well, look at those striations. It's a perfect match.
Thanks, Johnny. Take care of this stuff. Got to get back to Finney pronto. Oh, will you do me a favor?
Sure, Jace.
Call the sheriff at Finney. Tell him I'm on my way and I got something hot. I'll be there in 2 hours.
Well, Jace, you sure made good time. What'd you find out?
We got positive proof the murder wire was cut with Brad Johnson's cutters.
Brad's? You going to pick him up?
Not right yet, Sheriff.
Why not?
We only know that Brad's cutters were used. We don't know he used them. We got to be sure.
What are your plans, Jace?
I've been thinking. Those stories that Mrs. Hawks and Brad told me, they were alike, all right. Too much alike.
What do you mean?
A couple of times they used the exact phrases.
Mm-hmm. What about Tom and the black thread?
We'll keep an eye on him, but I think he's clean. He could have caught his sleeve on that beam doing anything, pitching hay or anything.
Yeah, he could have. Well, what do we do now?
We got to catch him alone, Brad and Mrs. Hawks. When they don't know anybody's around, we got to hear what they say to each other.
Maybe after the funeral. It's this afternoon, 4 o'clock.
You know where it's being held, Sheriff?
Sure, out of the ranch.
Be a graveside ceremony. Where's the cemetery?
Clear over on the other side of town from the Hawks' place.
It'll take them a while to get over there and back. Sheriff, while they're at the cemetery, you and I are going to the ranch and fix up a little surprise. There. That ought to be all right for that one, behind the window shade.
Why 3 microphones? Jace, wouldn't one do?
Not if they wander around the house while they're talking, Sheriff. I want to hear everything.
Yeah, but how do you know that Brad and Mrs. Hawks will talk? How do you know who'll even come into the house?
I don't know, Sheriff. I'm guessing. And my guess is that after the funeral's over, somebody's going to let his hair down.
Hey, it's almost 5, Jace. They'll be coming back soon.
I'm finished in here, Sheriff. Now all we have to do is string the wire to the stakeout. Come on. We'd hidden my car in a lane down the road and set up our equipment in a clump of trees close to the house. 3 neighbors' cars drove up, then Brad's. We watched him as he fed the stock. About sundown, the last of the guests left the house. There go the last of them, Sheriff. Can you see Brad?
He's been in the barn the last few minutes. There he is, Jace, heading for the house.
Good. Put on your earphones, Sheriff. I want you to hear this, too.
There he goes, up on the porch.
Yeah.
Brad. Oh, Brad. Come here, baby. Oh, Brad, I'm so tired and scared.
Ain't nothing to be scared about, baby. Everything worked out fine.
Oh, take me away with you, Brad, now, tonight.
Millie, I can't do that, you know it.
Why not? Why can't you?
The plan, baby. We gotta follow the plan. Now, look, if we went away together now, they'd nab us in no time. We gotta let it go off.
Brad, I can't spend another night in this house, not alone. I can keep seeing his face. You holding him. That look of his when I put the pillow over his face, I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
You shut up. Look, I put a lot of hard work on us. Our alibi's got them clear off the trail, and I'm not gonna let them get back on, you hear?
All right, Sheriff. I've heard enough. Let's take them. You cover the back, Sheriff. I'll take the front.
Okay, Jace.
All right, in there. Open up. Ranger Pearson, open up.
What do you want?
You know what I want, Brad Johnson.
Oh, he's not here.
I know different. Okay, Sheriff, let's search the house.
All right, Jace.
I don't know what this is all about.
You'll find out.
He's not in the kitchen, Jace.
All right, Sheriff, work this way.
Ranger, what's the meaning of this?
He's not in the back of the house, Jace. Maybe he's... What was that?
He was upstairs, Sheriff. Sounds like he jumped from up there. Come on.
Don't see him. He didn't run for his car.
Couldn't have gone far.
Maybe he hit for the highway. What's that?
Chickens in the barn. Something scared him, and I think I know what. Come on.
If we play this right, we've got him trapped.
I know you're in there, Brad. Come on out. All right.
Dark as pitch in there, Jace.
Turn on your flashlight, Sheriff. Take the other side. I'll look behind those.
Okay. What is it, Sheriff? Pitchfork. Threw it from the loft. He hit me.
You hurt bad?
Don't think so. My shoulder.
Here, give me your flashlight, Sheriff. All right, Brad. I'm coming up.
No, don't come up. I'm coming down.
Come out where we can see you, then. With your hands up.
Jace, he's jumping. Let Jace, you all right?
Yeah, I fell on his back, hit his head when I hit him.
Is he dead?
No, Sheriff, he's not dead. But I can't say he won't be, though, when the state gets through with him.
After Mildred Hawks turned state's witness, Brad Johnson confessed to the murder of his employer. For her part in the crime, Mildred Hawks received a sentence of 50 years in a women's prison at Huntsville. Johnson's sentence, death in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
While most of the mail that comes to us here at Tales of the Texas Rangers is written by grown-ups, the youngsters have their questions, too. Tonight, I'd like to read you a postcard from a boy in Newark, New Jersey. It says, Dear Mr. McCrea, I am 9 years old. me and my friend Tony was talking about being Texas Rangers when we grow up. How do you go about getting that job? Your friend, Tommy Cook. Well, Tommy, a lot of people have asked us that same question recently, and I guess maybe it's high time for us to tell them. First, a ranger has to serve at least 10 years as an outstanding police officer. Then he may compete with others for the job. If he's selected, he works under the wing of a ranger captain for at least 6 months, and then he's put out in the field with other seasoned rangers for a year and a half. By this time, he is, or he isn't, a true Texas Ranger. And Tommy, your card's being sent to Colonel Homer Garrison, Jr., Chief of the Texas Rangers. Good luck. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Byron Kane, Betty Lou Gerson, Jeff Corey, and Wally Mayer. This story was transcribed and adapted by Andrew McBroom, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Whitehall, 1212, quickly, please.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in Scotland Yard case number 505MR074. Donald Sims, the cabinet maker.
I have some theories.
Albert George Corcoran, the man who owned a gun.
I tried to get it back from him.
Patricia Emmons, who married a stranger.
To my sorrow.
Chief Inspector Grant McCrimmon of Scotland Yard.
I think that Chief Superintendent John Davison has it here in the Black Museum. The one bit of evidence upon which the whole case turned. Shall we go inside and ask him to show it to us? Come on in. Oh, it's not half as gruesome in here as people would have you believe, so don't be squeamish.
Good afternoon, Meg.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davison, ladies and gentlemen.
How do you do? I expect you're glad to see that this is not a chamber of horrors, as it is sometimes represented, and that I'm not a masked monster. This Black Museum, as we call it, is merely a repository for items that have figured in crimes of various sorts. It's regrettable that so many of those crimes were murder. These things are here for a purpose. It's a curious fact that criminals are seldom original in their approach. Here are informative, tangible objects that are often of enormous help to us. Hence, for your information, the Black Museum. Now, I think Chief Inspector McCrimmon here wants you to see what we have on our case 505MR074. And here it is. A brass cartridge case from a Browning automatic pistol. You'll note it still has traces of a sticky tape on it. And some photomicrographs of this case and of another similar one. That's all there is, Meg.
Well, they were quite adequate, John.
Yeah, at the end, the hangman another 10 pounds.
I was quite astonished when I received the call. Chief Inspector McCrimmon here.
His Majesty will speak to you, sir.
His Majesty? Say, who is this?
My name is George, sir.
Well, I say, sir, I mean...
I am not the King of England, Chief Inspector, although my name is George also.
Oh.
I have been exiled from my own country for some years,
I have been in residence in London, however, for some time.
Yes, sir, Your Majesty.
I have just taken a house in Belgravia.
Oh, now I know who you are, sir. You're King George of...
Precisely. Look here, Chief Inspector. I went around to my new place this morning.
Yes, sir.
And I was unable to get in.
Oh, some of your enemies, sir? From your own country? Oh, I'll have special branch get onto it at once.
No, it's not that at all. I am locked out.
I don't quite understand, sir, Your Majesty.
I can't get in.
Oh, you mean there's no one in the house, sir?
My housekeeper, Miss Jessica Holmby, has been staying there alone, but she doesn't seem to be there. I'm a little alarmed.
Your Majesty, do you suspect she
I
has...
have no cause to suspect her of anything beyond the fact that she seems to be missing. But I'm a little uneasy about trying to enter.
Bombs?
I have many enemies, Chief Inspector.
And Scotland Yard men are expendable, are they not, sir? Well, I'll investigate at once, Your Majesty.
The address is...
Thank you. Aye, we know the place, sir.
Preliminary report of Chief Inspector McCrimmon's investigation, dictated by himself to Miss Sheila O'Malley, Scotland Yard stenographer.
A careful search of 4 of the ground room floors failed to disclose the presence of anything resembling a bomb of any sort. But upon entering the quarters assigned to the housekeeper, Miss Jessica Holmby, an important discovery was made. The body of Miss Holmby, aged 41, was found seated in an armchair opposite the door. She had been shot in the head. The body was identified by the King's equerry, Monsieur Langlois, who accompanied us. Item: a brass cartridge case, apparently from a Browning automatic pistol, caliber .38, was found on the floor near the door, thus establishing the probable position of the killer when the shot was fired. Signed, Grant McKimmon, Chief Inspector, C.I.D.
There was but one other possible clue. The torn corner of a card, which was found in the corner of the room. There was nothing in the room nor the housekeeper's belongings that it might have been torn from. We kept it. Sergeant Peter Monk, who had been assigned to the case with me, presented the most immediately useful clue.
I just thought it might be worthwhile, Chief Inspector, to have a look in the mailbox. I was lucky.
Well, let's see it, Peter. Postmark Brighton. Well, she'll never open it. My darling Jessica, won't you please write me or telephone me here? I've been trying to reach you by telephone for 2 days, but there is no answer. I am frantic. All my love, Poopsie. Poopsie? Oh, what a frightful name. You suppose it's a man?
A pet name, no doubt.
It's revolting. When was it mailed?
The day before you found her.
Well, see if you can find Poopsie O'Brighton, Peter. Perhaps he or it can talk as well as he can write.
It's quite a job, sir.
Look, I don't want you going up and down Brighton front crying, Poopsie, Poopsie. People will follow you with a butterfly net.
I was thinking of that, sir.
Telephone Jessica's sister in Kensington. She's probably heard of him.
Yes, sir.
Poopsie. Your sister knew Poopsie fairly well, she said. The man with the revolting pet name was Donald Sims, a cabinet maker, 39 years old, and he worked in a penny peep show in Brighton. She gave us his address, and Peter Monk and I took a trip to that seaside resort. We found the house, and we met Mr. Sims. I will not say that name again. It didn't fit this tall, curly-haired fellow at all. He crushed my hand.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Sergeant Peter Monk.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
I suppose you want to talk to me about the late Miss Holmby.
You knew her quite well, did you not?
We were to be married in a month.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that.
Yes. We kept it a secret. We kept it secret. Not even her sister knew our plans. I suppose it was she who told you about me.
Yes.
I'm afraid she didn't like me very much.
Oh, why?
Oh, I'm sure I don't know. Sisters are often like that.
Aye.
I was very much opposed to the idea of her becoming housekeeper to the king.
Oh?
So many odd people about, you know. People with grievances and all that. I thought it was dangerous, being there all alone and what not. Dealing with foreigners.
She.
I'm very much of the opinion that one of these foreign people is responsible.
Aye, we considered that. We're making a thorough check of everyone who visited the place.
I hope you are.
How long had you known Miss Holmby, Mr. Sims?
About 8 months, I think. It was rather a case of love at first sight.
Mm-hmm.
We were very much in love.
Were you in the habit of visiting her often?
Oh, quite frequently, yes. But I've been very busy recently, and I tried telephoning her instead. As you know, I was quite unable to reach her for several days, and then things happened. If I'd only gone up to London, I might have been able to prevent it, at least. I keep thinking so.
Well, I misdoubt you could have done anything.
I would have given my life for her.
Well,
I loved her, gentlemen.
Your wedding plans were almost completed, then?
Yes. I'm most terribly depressed about all this, gentlemen.
I can sympathize with you, sir.
Yes. Could I offer you a small libation, gentlemen? I have a fresh bottle of Glenlivet in the cupboard.
Well, thank you, no, sir. I never touch it, sir, thanks.
You don't mind if I do, then?
No, not at all.
I've done nothing but sit here in my room and drink, all alone, since I heard of this.
I'm a little surprised that you have not yet been up to London, Mr. Sims.
Sir? I couldn't bring myself to go to that place where she died. Are you sure you won't have a small libation?
Thanks. We must be getting back to London.
Oh, surely you don't have to go at once.
I'm afraid we must. Thank you for your time, Mr. Sims, and let me assure you again of our sympathy.
I wish you'd stay a little longer. I have some theories I should very much like to pass on to you.
Well, we shall be talking to you again, sir, I fancy.
What?
If we discover anything more. Right, we may need your help.
Oh. Well, Slanter more, gentlemen.
Schlanter. Hey, come along, Monk.
Right, sir. I'm sorry you gentlemen won't join me in a small libation.
No, thank you. We shall undoubtedly be seeing you.
Find the assassin of my love.
Hey, we shall try. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Sims.
Oh, goodbye, gentlemen, and thank you.
Pupsy. Dreadful, isn't he? Well, he'd impress a woman. Let's walk over to the seashore and see how he impresses some of his fellow workmen. You're suspicious of him, aren't you? I'm trying very hard not to be suspicious of him, Monk's old boy. We tramped along Brighton front with the din of the dance band in our ears for a good while before we came across anyone who knew Sims well enough to discuss him with us. At last, a Brighton rock huckster at whose place of business we stopped admitted knowing him well.
Yes, I know Johnny Sims. I knows him well enough that I don't want never no dealings with him. Not no dealings whatso bloody ever.
What's he done to you? And I called London, Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
The Criminal Records Office, please.
Criminal records, sir? Yes, sir. Sergeant Hammond here. Criminal Records Office.
Hello? Hammond? Chief Inspector McCrimmon here.
Oh, yes, sir. Who are you?
Hey, what do you have on a fella named Donald Sims of Brighton, sometimes known as Poopsie?
The bigamist. I remember his name. Something about him quite recently. Just hang on, sir. Look, I think he's wanted, sir.
Why, how very delightful, Sergeant. Aye. I'll wait. What's up, sir? Our Poopsie's a bad boy, it seems. Worse than we think. Well, I'll tell you in half a moment.
Are you there, sir?
Aye.
He's wanted for check fraud, sir. Travelling in rather high society, too.
Well, how is that?
One of the checks he forged is on account of royalty. That King George.
Oh, that king that's just taken a new house in Belgravia?
Yes, sir. He's got the chief equerry for £400.
Say no more. Monks and I will fetch him in, full of dew of Glenlivet in 3 hours' time. Accompanied by a slightly sozzled Poopsie, Monks and I returned to London and deposited him for safekeeping on a charge of fraud. He promptly went to sleep on the floor of his cell in Bow Street. And Monks and I departed for a well-earned dinner of bubble and squeak, of which I'm inordinately fond. Oh, I also had 2 bottles of Guinness, I remember. Oh, the next morning, our prisoner safely incarcerated on his fraud charge, Monks and I departed again for Brighton. Monks, armed with a search warrant, went on to Sims' rooms, whilst I paid a visit to Cochrane, the Brighton rockman.
Well, good morning, sir. I'm most happy to see you again, sir.
Look, I'm in need of further information this morning, Cochrane.
What kind of information, sir? About Poopsie?
Oh, don't say that name so early in the morning, Cochrane. It makes me ill. We took him back to London yesterday.
You did, sir?
Aye, on a charge of defrauding by cheque.
Good. Who are you, sir?
I'm Chief Inspector McCrimmon of Scotland Yard.
Oh, I thought you was Tex. I swear I did.
Well, we are. Now, look here, Cochrane. You know, we may be able to get your gun back.
No.
But it won't be especially easy, you know.
I know.
It'll be very hard to identify, you see.
The number was, I don't remember the number.
Oh, that's too bad. I wonder, would you possibly have an empty cartridge case that was fired in the gun? Our ballistics laboratory could probably identify it that way.
How?
Oh, the firing mechanism always leaves marks on a cartridge case that are quite different from those fired by any other gun.
Sort of mechanical fingerprints, eh?
Exactly. You see, no two guns in the world leave the same marks on the base of a shell.
Let me see now. I did have one, I know. I only fired 2 rounds with it before Pupsy borrowed it. I had one. Well, now, what did I do with it?
You got it at home, perhaps?
No. I had it here. Now, what did I do with it?
Oh, come on, man. Think hard.
I am thinking, sir.
It's in your pocket, perhaps?
No, I carried it for a long time, then I had some use for it. Let me see now. Oh, I know where it is.
Good.
Oh. Found it.
Let's see it.
Here it is. See, I used it for a spool to wrap this here sticky tape around. It was just the right size. I see the marks she was talking about. Here, where the firing pin struck the primer.
Are you sure that's from your gun, then?
I swear to it. Hope to die, sir.
You may have to swear to it.
Well, ain't no doubt about it. I'll match the gun all right. Every little mark it will. Here, sir. Let me take the tape off first.
Oh, never mind. It's all right this way. Now, I wonder. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Could you possibly find one of the bullets you fired with the gun?
Well, I don't know, sir. I could find the spot where I fired them. It was in a chalk pit. But whether them bullets are still there and whether I could dig them out...
Well, we only need one.
Sir...
Aye?
I know why you want that bullet.
You do?
I know every gun leaves marks on a bullet so you can prove it comes from that gun and not no other.
Aye, that's right.
And what you want to do is compare one of my bullets with a bullet you think's been fired from it, too.
Well,
Sir, did Pupsy murder somebody with my gun?
I don't know, Cochrane.
Oh, no, sir.
But you can help us find out. Sergeant Monk's painstaking search of Sim's rooms failed to discover the missing Browning pistol. But in a pocket of a jacket in his cupboard, Monks discovered a torn, crumpled card. It was the announcement of a marriage between Donald Sims and a Miss Patricia Emmons of Nottingham. So we telephoned the Nottingham police asking them if it would be possible for Miss Emmons to come to London to see us. She was waiting for us at Scotland Yard when we returned.
Yes, I married him. To my sorrow.
And you did not know that he was married at the time?
No, I did not. His wife died during his bigamy trial.
Did you know that, Monk? Yes, sir. I discovered it today.
I discovered a great many things about him.
Oh?
He's a bad man. Let it rest at that.
This is one of your wedding announcements, is it not?
Oh, I thought they were all destroyed. Oh, I do wish you'd destroy that one.
I'm sorry, Miss Emmons.
He was money crazy. He said he loved me, but I discovered he thought I had an income. When he found I had nothing, he deserted me. It was while I was trying to find him that I found he'd married me bigamously.
Aye, we know about that. Now, did you ever see a pistol in his possession, Miss Emmons?
Pistol? Yes, of course.
Could you describe it?
A .38 caliber Browning automatic pistol. I know about pistols. My Uncle James is a retired warrant officer in the Royal Army Ordnance Corps. He was at the Woolwich Arsenal for years.
And you'd testify in court that you saw that pistol in Sim's possession?
Oh, I would indeed. May I ask why, please?
I don't think you'd like to know why, Miss Emmons. You escaped with your life. The cartridge case that Cochrane had given me, you know, the one that you saw in the Black Museum with the remains of sticky tape still on it, had been sent to the ballistics laboratory when we returned to Brighton. Kenneth Ogilvy, the technician, telephoned me asking me to come up, which I did, and he sat me down before a binocular microscope.
I hope your eyes are normal, Chief Inspector. I've adjusted the eyepiece to mine.
Oh, I'm 20/20.
Good. Now, this is a comparison microscope, you know. Here on this side... No, don't look in the eyepiece yet.
Oh.
This one is the cartridge found at the King's house with the victim.
Aye.
And over here is the one you got with the tape on it.
Aye.
Now, look. You see? Just let me turn it a wee bit. How the mark of the firing pin is exactly the same on both shells.
Aye.
And the tiny scratches at the upper right.
Aye, and these down here at the bottom, too. The ones that look like an H.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'd say they're from the same gun, all right. But will it convince a jury?
Don't worry about that, sir. When we get our photomicrographs prepared and labeled...
Oh, if we only had the gun.
I think it only fair to warn you in advance, sir. A jury can believe just so much. But if they can't see the gun, only the cartridge case and the bullets that match the missing gun.
Oh, we're in worse shape than I thought. What can I do?
Sir, as one good Scots Presbyterian to another, have you tried prayer?
I'll not tell you whether or not I prayed. You can judge for yourself by the results. But on the theory that the greater crime is the more important, Donald Sims was sent to my office at New Scotland Yard instead of the police court where he was to be examined in the forgery case. He sat before me at my desk. Monk was in a chair beside me, and Miss Virginia Emmons sat in a corner of the room. Now, Sims was quite self-confident.
You can't cross-examine me. You know better than that, McCrimmon.
I'll overlook your rudeness, Mr. Sims. I have no intention of cross-examining you. I have no questions to ask of you.
Oh, what about your pal there? You.
I don't want to know anything, Sims.
Oh, what's she here for, then?
Who, Miss Emmons?
You've got nothing on me any longer, Virginia. I paid for it.
She'll ask you no questions. McCrimmon here. Who? Cochrane. Oh, he has. Good. Good. Well, send it up to Ogilvy in the ballistics laboratory, please. Aye. All right. Thank you. He's found the bullet, Monk.
Uh-huh.
Who? Cochrane.
What?
No.
But...
Look here, Mr. Sims. This is a scrap of paper found alongside the body of Miss Jessica Holmby. This scrap exactly matches the torn wedding announcement Sergeant Monk found in your jacket pocket in your rooms. These comparison photographs show two cartridge cases. One was found at the scene of the crime. One was fired in a pistol which formerly belonged to the man Cochrane. A pistol which is known to have been in your possession.
I will testify to that.
Well, you've observed that I have asked you no questions, Sims. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sergeant Monk and Miss Emmons are witnesses to that.
Yes, that's right.
What are you trying to do?
I am relating certain facts to you, Mr. Sims. Now, here's another. The forgery case in which you are at present involved concerns the King's equity. Now, I do not refer to His present Majesty of England, but you know who I mean.
Yes.
Now, finally, our ballistics laboratory has in its possession a bullet fired from that pistol by the man Cochrane. They have also the bullet with which Miss Jessica Holmby was murdered. And they're about to compare the two to demonstrate that both bullets were fired from the same gun, which is known to have been in your possession.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to do exactly what you expect me to do. Donald Sims, I arrest you for the willful murder of Jessica Holmby. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Now, I'll take the liberty of asking you one question. Do you wish to make a statement?
What will happen to me?
I don't know.
Will they hang me? Will they hang me?
You're not required to make a statement of any sort, Mr. Sims. Well, if you have nothing to say... Sergeant Monk?
I killed her.
Will you take this down, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
I was talking to her at the King's house in Belgravia. She'd heard about the check.
What check do you refer to, please, Mr. Sims?
The one I signed with the name of the King's equerry. It was for £400. The equerry had shown it to her, and when it came back from the bank, marked R.D., and she'd recognized my handwriting at once. She said he'd already lodged a complaint against me, but that she could find forgiveness in her heart because she loved me. She offered me £400 of her own savings to make restitution and said we would forget about it and be married anyway. She loved me, gentlemen.
Please, Miss Emmons.
We talked for a while, and then, as I took the money from her, the card fell out of my pocket as I took out my wallet.
Oh, sorry.
I started to pick it up. She'd evidently seen my name on it and asked, "What's that?" Reaching for it at the same time, I snatched it away from her, tearing off the corner you found.
That card you mentioned was the announcement of the wedding between you and Miss Emmons?
Yes. Well, that's all there is to it. A frightful scene occurred between us. She became angry, and I became violently angry. I found myself standing at the door with a pistol in my hand. I don't know how it got there, but she was dead, and the pistol was in my hand.
It's your opinion, then, that you killed her?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Is that the whole of your statement, Mr. Sims?
They'll hang me. They'll hang me. I'll die.
If you'll read over your statement, Mr. Sims.
They'll hang me. You think they'll hang me?
Will you read and sign the statement, sir?
There is still plenty of time, Mr. Sims.
Time ran out on Donald Sims. He was brought to trial at Old Bailey 3 weeks later. His statement to the Scotland Yard men, the statements he made in court, caused the jury to bring in a verdict of willful murder. He was hanged on a Friday morning at 8 o'clock, still weeping. You have heard the ninth in the series Whitehall 1212, adapted from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Collie Small and Jack Goldstein.
W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue. In Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Well, tonight we meet a sort of an unusual girl. Her name's Muriel, and she's quite a personality. The name of the story is Murder with Muriel. But before we get into our story, here's Jim Doyle, the man from the Fitch Company.
Are you looking for a smooth shave, men? Then try Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. It'll give you the kind of shave you want because 40 years of experience have gone into the making of this product. Fitch's No Brush contains a special skin conditioner ingredient that takes the work out of shaving. You won't have to struggle and scrape against stubborn whiskers because the skin conditioner prepares your face beforehand. It holds the whiskers up so your razor can zip them down closely and quickly. Even against the grain of a tough beard, your razor will glide swiftly, never nicking or scraping. Fitch's No Brush is a boon to sensitive faces because it lubricates gently, keeping that tender skin from being irritated. After this quick, easy shave, your skin will feel cool and refreshed, wonderfully smooth.
And if you prefer a lather cream, try Fitch's Brush Cream. It forms a rich, abundant lather when applied with a brush. This lather stays moist all during the shave. Fitch's Brush Cream also contains the special skin conditioner for sensitive faces.
Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving cream are available in handy 25 and 50-cent sizes. For a shave you like, switch to Fitch.
Thank you, Jim. Now I'd like to tell my story.
Okay, here's Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in another personally conducted tour through Rogue's Gallery.
I was sitting at my junior executive type desk one day a few months ago, trying to get a studious gander at the racing form for the next day. I had planned to attend and contribute a quick $48 outside to the improvement of the breed of thoroughbreds racing at the track. $48, that's 6 across the board, 8 races, 6/8. That's right, 48. Well, anyway, I was working on a case for an insurance company, and they'd assigned a big company detective with his brains at his feet to help me. His real job was to watch me, and he did. His girl was mad at him, and he spent all his time writing torchy poetry to her. I didn't mind that, but the big goon read it to me. That made it personal.
Hey, listen to this one, will you, Rogie?
Oh, no, I'm busy. Can't you see, Joe?
This'll put her in her place. Listen. Gee, Cupid stupid. His dart in my heart I trusted. Now my heart's busted. He sent me an Aphrodite who's awful flighty. Don't trust Cupid. He's stupid. That's a dilly, ain't it? I'm going to send it to Rose special delivery.
That ought to bring her right back to you with a club in her hand. Why don't you give the dame up, Joe?
Oh, you don't understand, Rogie. I love her.
I'm looking for Richard Rogue.
Yeah? What do you want?
I've got a message for you. I want to talk to you. Privately.
Okay. Come on in here. Look, I'm a busy guy today. What do you want? What's your name?
I'm Joe Layton. Have you had a letter from Duke Dickerson?
No.
You know him, don't you?
Well enough to lend him money. That answer your question?
Well, he needs some dough.
Tough. He still owes me.
He's got some stashed in a tin box out in the valley. He wants it. He wants us to get it for him.
Go on.
He's planted the dough out in the valley.
Yeah? Get to the point.
Well, he's mailed half of a map to me and the other half to you. A map showing just where the dough is buried. We're to go get it together. I get the $2,500 he owes me, and you get the $100 he owes you, plus $1,000 for the job. And Duke gets the rest. Okay?
Sure. I'll take a drive out into the valley for 1,100 skins anytime. But I haven't got the map yet.
Well, he mailed it day before yesterday. It should be here.
Well, it isn't. Drop around about noon tomorrow. Maybe it'll come in the morning mail.
The Duke needs the dough pretty bad. He's got himself in a bit of a jam in Kansas City. We'll get that dough tomorrow, huh?
There's something about money I like. I think maybe it's the feeling of power it gives me when the rent is paid. Anyway, this spook shoved off, and I went back into the outer office where Joe Black was poised and penning some more poetry. The phone rang, and I thought twice before I answered it. It was almost 6 o'clock, and I had plans for that evening. But I finally gave in to its yammering. Rogue Detectives, Richard Rogue speaking.
Hello, Mr. Rogue. I must see you right away.
Sorry.
It's a matter of life and death, Mr. Rogue. I'm afraid.
What's the matter? What's your name?
Muriel Scott, please come to the Rialto Theater. I can't be seen talking to you. I'm in the aisle seat, center aisle, 3 rows down from the rear of the theater, on the right-hand side out of the center aisle. The seat next to mine is vacant. Please meet me there as soon as possible. Please, hurry.
Okay, wait there.
Who was that, Rogie?
Oh, now, look, Blackie, it was private business. Why don't you run along home now and get some rest?
Oh, no, the boss told me to stick with you, and that's what I'm going to do. You're tricky, you know. We don't trust you.
Oh, look, Oh, hello. What are you doing here, Urban?
Just dropped in to ask you a few questions, Rogue.
Good evening, Lieutenant Urban.
Hello, Blackie. Go wait in the hall. I want to talk with Rogue.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's on your mind?
You know a guy by the name of Layton? Joe Layton?
Yeah. Name sounds familiar. Why?
He just left here, didn't he?
Well, he's been here. What's that to you?
What do you want to see you about?
Well, I don't see how that could possibly affect you, old man. Came to see me on private business. That's all the talking I'm going to do. How'd you know he was here, anyway?
I just took a card off him. He had your name and address on it. What did he want to see you about, Rogue?
He didn't mention your name. How come you'd be shaking Joe Layton down? Is he pinched?
No, he isn't in any trouble with the police, Rogie. I picked him up about a block from here a while ago. He'd been robbed and murdered.
Well, this was a fine time for Joe Layton to get dead. Just when he meant $1,100 to me. I went down to the morgue with Urban to look at the body. What I really went for was a quick look through his personal effects. There was no sign of half a map. That's all I wanted to know. Urban put me on the fire for a while, trying to get me to tell him all I knew about Layton, but I didn't crack, and I left about 10:30 to drive back to my office. My shadow, Blackie, was right behind me. When I walked into the office, the phone was ringing. Rogue Detectives, Richard Rogue speaking.
Mr. Rogue, you didn't come to the theater.
Oh, I'm sorry, Muriel. Something else came up that demanded my immediate attention.
But I must see you right away. It's a matter of life or death.
But I can't.
There's a $500 fee waiting here for you for just a few minutes' work. Please, Mr. Rogue.
Huh? Oh, where are you?
I'm at the Shady Glade Motel out in the valley. You know where it is?
Oh, sure. I've passed it 1,000 times.
Will you come right out? Please. Cabin number 4.
You say there's $500 waiting there for me? You got it there?
Yes. Please hurry. I'm frightened to death.
Well, I just had 1,100 skin shot out from under me, and I decided I couldn't afford to be too temperamental about a sure 500. So I ran down the stairs to my car and took off for the Shady Glade Motel and the lady with the seductive voice. It was a long drive from my office, and I spent my time trying to figure out how I was going to get in touch with Duke Dickinson and deal myself back in on that buried treasure deal. I couldn't tell whether Blackie had managed to tail me on this trip or not. There was so much traffic on the pass. Well, anyway, I pulled up at the Shady Glade and knocked at the door of cabin number 4.
You're Mr. Rogue?
Yeah?
Come in.
Well, get it off your chest, lady.
Please, sit down.
Okay, but I'm in a kind of a hurry. Let's make this as brief as possible.
All right. Would you care for a drink?
I'd love one. But look, you were tearing your hair out a half hour ago. I got here as soon as I could by breaking a few speed laws. Now, before we get social, what's the deal?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Rogue.
I'll take it from here, Muriel.
Huh? Oh, a reception committee with artillery, huh? Well, how about giving me a quick rundown on what's the deal? What do you want from me?
You know a man by the name of Joe Layton?
Yeah, I knew him. And I know what happened to him.
You wouldn't want it to happen to you, would you?
I don't insist on it.
Get out of here, Muriel.
I'll stay.
Get into the other room. Go on.
All right, Shep.
All right now, Rogue. Let's get down to business. You had company today, didn't you? Layton was up to see you.
That's right. Everybody seems to know that.
What do you mean?
Well, the cops came to see me later. Took me down for a little questioning. You see, they knew Layton called on me, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you shook him down for that map, you should have taken that card with my name and address off of him.
And he can't think of everything. I want your half of that map, Rogue.
I don't have it.
Don't lie to me, Rogue. Just give me your half of the map.
I don't have it. But even if I did, name me a reason why I should give it to you.
Where is it?
I don't have it. That's all I know.
I'll give you $5,000 for it, Rogue.
Huh? Why should I sell it to you?
I had to kill a man for half that map. I don't want to have to kill you unless it's absolutely necessary, Rogue.
Believe me, I hope it won't come to that. Now, look, pretty boy. I don't have the letter, and killing me or keeping me here won't make you much of a score.
Where is the letter?
Why should I tell you? Let's face it, chum.
Is it in your office?
I haven't received it yet. It'll probably be in the morning's mail tomorrow. This is not getting anybody someplace.
I'll do the worrying about that.
Yeah? Well, while you're worrying, take a look behind you. You got company.
Oh, no. I'm surprised that you try to run that old bluff like that on me.
You think it's a bluff? Hey, Blackie.
Drop that gun, mister. I couldn't miss you from here.
You better drop it, pretty boy. My friend Joe Black is a very nervous type.
Yeah. Drop it. Okay.
Oh, that's a nice guy. Look, Blackie, I'll hold the gun on this citizen. There's a girl in the bedroom. Go get her.
All right, Rogie. What are you going to do with me, Rogue?
I haven't made any plans yet. You'll be taken care of. Don't worry.
Why don't we keep this to ourselves, Rogue? There's plenty.
Hey, Rogue, there's no dame in here.
What?
The window's open and she's gone. I heard a car pull away just as I came in here.
Oh, that's fine. That's great.
Well, it isn't my fault, Rogie. I did what you told me to, and...
Muriel got away, huh?
That's right. She got away. But we've still got the main attraction. That's you.
Look, Rogue, there's no reason why we can't make a deal. I'm perfectly willing to cut you in for half the money.
How big of you. You have to watch those generous impulses, Shep. Next thing you know, you'll be giving away the sleeves out of your vest. Hey, Blackie.
Yeah?
You just declared yourself in on 5 bills, okay?
Sure. What do I do?
Shake him down. I want half of a hand-drawn map.
There's no point in us working against each other, Rogue.
Shut up.
Yeah. I'll get it for you.
Keep your hands away from your pockets.
Yeah, just keep 'em up in the air, and I won't have to break your thick skull.
Toss me his wallet, Blackie.
Quit squirming, you.
Yeah.
There you are, Rogie. And a nice wallet it is, too. Maybe you'll let me have it, huh, Rogie? After you've taken the map out, of course.
That's what I love about you, Blackie. You have such big ideas. Ah, well, quite a bit of dough here. And a driver's license. Glad to see that you're a law-abiding citizen, Shep. Oh, now, here it is. A little piece of paper worth 25 grand.
Now, look, Rogue. Suppose I work with you. Just cut me in for 5 grand.
A little late for that, Shep. Blackie.
Yeah?
I'm afraid our friend Shep might be a burden. You'd better put him to sleep for a while.
You mean like this?
Oh. You're so enthusiastic, Blackie. Now let's get him tied up and slip him under a bed until we need him again, shall we?
Of course. Hey, hadn't we better call in the cops, Rogie?
Well, I didn't want the cops in on this deal yet. They get so inquisitive about murderers. I knew that Shep was as safe as a royal flush against 3 deuces, so I left him there all tied up like a bow tie. I gave Blackie the slip and went to my apartment to get a little sleep. I opened the door and walked into a surprise party.
Hello, Rogie. Where you been?
What are you doing in my apartment, Urban?
Waiting for you to get home.
You got a warrant?
Oh, now, Rogie, are we going to get technical?
What do you want?
You decided to tell me what you know about the killing of Joe Layton?
No.
You might be making a mistake, Rogue. You know, sometimes you need a guy like me. What are you working on?
I don't report to you, Urban. Go away.
I've known you for a long time, Rogie. You're declaring yourself in on Layton's murder. I don't think you did it, but I think you know more than you're talking.
Now, look, I've got a stake in this case. If I crack it, I'll let you know in time to get your picture in the papers. Will you settle for that?
You're on the level, aren't you, Rogie?
Well, you know I am. I've worked with you this way before, haven't I? Have I ever given you a bump pitch?
No.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Good night, Richard. You have any ideas of slipping me a double cross, Rogie, forget it. I've got a cell waiting for you, and I'm not above framing you. Remember that.
I knew Urban wasn't kidding, and I had an impulse to call him back and tell him about the murder I had put away for him in that motel. But I thought better of it. As the door closed behind Urban, I heard another door open behind me.
Hello, Mr. Rogue.
Muriel. Why, honey, this is...
Put up your hands.
Huh?
I'm going to get that map if I have to kill you.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But first, I'd like to tell you that glamorous women the country over are using Fitch's saponified shampoo for greater hair beauty. Here's what lovely Bess Meyerson, recently awarded the title of Miss America of 1945, told us in an interview.
A long time ago, I discovered that part of being beautiful was being clean. So I keep my hair clean by shampooing it as often as I feel it needs it. I use Fitch's saponified shampoo because it does not dry my hair or make it difficult to manage, no matter how often I shampoo it.
Yes, beautiful women everywhere use Fitch's saponified shampoo. It does not dry the hair because it's made from mild vegetable and coconut oils. Even in hard water, it gives lots of rich, fragrant lather. It cleanses efficiently and gently. And here's a feature all women will cheer. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent. This rinsing agent works with the plain rinse water to make your hair sparkling clean. No particles are left to dim the luster and highlights of the hair. Best of all, you won't need to bother with a special after rinse. Give your hair a treat. Use Fitch's saponified shampoo. You can get a professional application at your beauty or barber shop, or ask for an economical bottle at your drug counter. Richard Rogue is involved in an affair concerning $25,000 in buried treasure. There's a girl in the affair named Muriel Scott, and right this minute, the lovely Muriel is an uninvited guest in Rogue's apartment, where she's holding Rogue at the end of a .45 automatic.
I love girls, especially girls with Muriel's gifts. She had the kind of a figure that you'd like to add to your income tax, and a little baby face that made me want to hold her on my lap and tell her a story. But that gun changed everything. It ruined the intimate, romantic atmosphere that I would have preferred.
Take your revolver out of the holster and drop it. Come on, I know how to use this gun.
Okay.
Now back away from it.
You know, I have a strange feeling that you've lived through this before.
I have. Keep backing. Okay.
Now what?
Sit down.
Thanks. How'd you get in here?
Through the window, from one of the fire escapes. Now, what time is the first mail delivery at your office in the morning?
Oh, it's about 9:30.
I heard you tell Shep that the map would be there in that mail.
I'm expecting it.
Good. I'll get it then. What did you do with Shep?
He's okay.
Is he in jail?
No, he isn't. I want my hands on that dough before I yell for the cops.
I want my hands on that dough, too, and I'm going to get them there.
Are you, comfortable?
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Look, baby, I want some coffee. How about you?
Just stay where you are.
Oh, but look, beautiful, it's only 11:30. It's 10 hours before the mail arrives.
I can stay awake 10 hours at $2,500 an hour, easy.
It's too bad you're so hard to get along with. Oh, a very beautiful dame, you know it?
Yeah, I know it. Just keep your seat, Mr. Rogue.
I don't know whether you're going to like coffee the way I make it or not, Muriel.
It'll be all right.
Are you sure you don't want me to hold the gun while you make the coffee?
Go ahead, make the coffee and stop talking.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, but you'd better listen to my proposition. We could do a lot together with 25 grand. Ever been to Rio? More toast?
Thanks, Reggie. You know, you make pretty good coffee.
And you make pretty good toast, Angel. Lots of butter. And you know that costs points?
We won't need them in Rio, will we?
No. We're going to make beautiful music together, baby. You know it? How did you ever get mixed up in a deal like this, anyway?
Oh, he came through Pittsburgh.
I know the town well.
He spent a lot of money on me, and I thought I was living.
You're too nice a girl to go around pointing guns at people. What did you do with that cannon, anyway?
I left it on the kitchen table.
Oh. You comfortable?
A few more hours and you can go pick up that money, huh, baby?
Yeah. 25 grand.
You know something, honey?
What?
I can just barely remember Shep.
It's 9 o'clock, honey. Let's get going, shall we?
We'll just about make it, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I hope that map's in the morning mail, don't you?
Well, it will be. Don't worry. Come on, I'll help you with your coat. Hey, where'd you get it? It's a nice mink.
Shep stole it. For me. He was a petty larceny guy, wasn't he?
Let's not think about him, Angel. Come on. We're on our way to the office and that letter.
And Rio?
Could be. Well, we're here. Now, you stay in the car. I don't know whether there'll be any cops up there or not. And if I'm not back in 5 minutes, shove off. And I'll meet you in the lobby of the Hotel Bellevue in an hour.
Oh? You're not going to take me to the office with you?
No.
Then leave me the half of the map you took from Shep. I want to know you're coming back.
Oh, sure, baby. Here you are. Now, you happy?
Yes, I'm happy. Hurry, though, will you?
I'll be back in a minute, beautiful. If I'm not, remember what I told you to do, huh?
I'll be in the lobby of the Bellevue if you aren't back in 5 minutes, right?
If that letter was in my office, I had this case whipped like Simon Legree had Uncle Tom. Then my wishbone was in my throat as I rode up to my office. The elevator had always seemed slow, but this morning it seemed to be going backwards. With just a few more breaks now, I'd be back at home base, like the 3rd Fleet. I walked into the office, and there sat my shadow, Joe Black. I pitched him some fast double talk about ditching him last night, ran through the mail, found the letter from Duke Dickinson with a map. While I was jumping up and down and clapping my hands, I told Blackie what I wanted him to do. And then Muriel and I took off for the treasure hunt with a spade.
Are you sure this is the right path?
Sure. I got the map right here, haven't I? Look up ahead. There's the big rock he's got on. See?
Uh-huh.
And there's the tree.
Look, Rogie.
Oh, the gun. You put it back.
Do you have any plans about taking this money yourself?
Oh, will you cut it out? Put that rock
I just
back in
want
your
you
bag,
to know
will
I've
you, now?
still got it and I can use it.
Oh, but look, baby. Remember me?
Oh, I suppose I'm a chump. I'll put the gun away. Just for you. You big, handsome cutthroat.
Well, I paced off the location of that hidden treasure just like it said on the map, feeling a little like Captain John Silver as I did it. And then I exposed my poor, aching back to the unaccustomed labor of making a hole in the ground with a spade. I will never be a fan of digging. I like my spades 5 at a time, preferably running from the ace down to the 10 with a lot of dough in the middle of the table instead of in the middle of the pasture. But I dug.
Are you sure you're digging in the right place?
Sure. We sighted in on that tree and that big rock. And if that petty larceny crook of a Duke Dickinson thinks this is funny, I'll personally hit... Hey, pay dirt. Hear it?
Yes. Hurry, Rogie. Dig it out.
Well, do you want this shovel? I'm digging as fast as I can. There it is. I see the top of it.
Be there. 25,000.
Well, baby, there it is. 25 grand. You want to count it?
Let me have it, Rogie.
Here, baby, you take care of it for a while, huh? Put it in your bag and let's get back to town and celebrate, beautiful.
All right.
Just hold that close. Both of you hold it.
Hey, what is this?
Get up. Give me your bag, lady. Come on, lady. I don't want to have to shoot any holes in that pretty dress you're wearing. Come on, give me that bag.
No, I won't.
Next time I slap you with this rod. Now, give me that bag. Get your hands away from that coat there, mister. Thanks. Now, march.
You look familiar to me, tough stuff.
Yeah? Maybe I'd better put you away, huh?
Duke Dickinson must have sent out a bulletin to all his friends.
Shut up. Lay down on your faces, both of you. Now. Shut up, lady. I just shot a couple of holes in your tires, that's all. Now, just take it easy and don't move until I'm out of here. Thanks for the dough.
Come on in the office, baby. Now, buck up and stop crying.
Don't suppose you're going to
pay any attention to me now that the money's gone. You probably forget me as soon as you can.
Oh, baby. Oh. Hi, Urban.
Hello, Rogue.
Who's this?
A cop.
What's he doing here?
He's here after you, baby.
Oh, Richard. You wouldn't turn me into the...
Hate to interrupt, but what's the score, Rogue?
This little girl helped to kill Joe Layton. The guy who worked with her is under the bed at cabin number 4 at the Shady Glade Motel.
How could you do this to me? After all the things you said and...
It's not easy. But you see, baby, I don't approve of murder. Especially not in this neighborhood. Gives a block a bad name.
Oh, no. No, Richard.
Better take her away, Urban, before I take her away from you. She's a beautiful girl, isn't she?
Richard. Oh, Richard. Richard.
Well, that's the story. Of course, you recognize my old friend Joe Black as a hold-up man. You see, I figured that when Muriel and Shep went on trial, I would have less explaining to do if they thought some stranger had finally come up with the 25 grand. I gave Joe his 500 like I said I would. He beefed a little, but he took it. And then I took the 100 Duke owed me and 1,000 for the job that was agreed on, and then I took the 2,500 that Joe Layton was supposed to get and sent it to Muriel's mother. Layton didn't have any use for it in the morgue. And I sent the rest to Duke in Kansas City. Made a nice score altogether, but I still wake up in the middle of the night when I dream of Rio and Muriel and that trip we were going to take. The money's spent, but the dreams linger on. They're wonderful. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you noticed that I didn't get hit on the head in tonight's story. It was nice for a change. I hope you like the yarn. Ray Buffum wrote it, Lee Stevens composed and conducted the music, and D. Engelbach produced and directed. I want to remind you to make a date with us the next Thursday night. We're going to get mixed up in a strange affair about a photograph. We call it photo finish. Be on hand for the developing, will you? Thanks for listening and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you'll again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.